Chapter 11 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 11. Newman Noggs inducts Mrs. and Miss Nickleby into their new dwelling in the city. Miss Nickleby's reflections, as she wended her way homewards, were of that desponding nature which the occurrences of the morning had been sufficiently calculated to awaken. Her uncle's was not a manner likely to dispel any doubts or apprehensions she might have formed in the outset, neither was the glimpse she had had of Madame Mantalini's establishment by any means encouraging. It was with many gloomy forebodings and misgivings, therefore, that she looked forward with a heavy heart to the opening of her new career. If her mother's consolations could have restored her to a pleasanter and more enviable state of mind, there were abundance of them to produce the effect. By the time Kate reached home, the good lady had called to mind 2 authentic cases of milliners who had been possessed of considerable property, though whether they had acquired it all in business, or had a capital to start with, or had been lucky and married to advantage, she could not exactly remember. However, as she very logically remarked, there must have been some young person in that way of business who had made a fortune without having anything to begin with, and that being taken for granted, why should not Kate do the same? Miss La Creevy, who was a member of the little council, ventured to insinuate some doubts relative to the probability of Miss Nickleby's arriving at this happy consummation in the compass of an ordinary lifetime, but the good lady set that question entirely at rest by informing them that she had a presentiment on the subject, a species of second sight with which she had been in the habit of clenching every argument with the deceased Mr. Nickleby, and in 9 cases and 3/4 out of every 10 determining it the wrong way.
"I am afraid it is an unhealthy occupation," said Miss La Creevy. "I recollect getting 3 young milliners to sit to me when I first began to paint, and I remember they were all very pale and sickly." "Oh, that's not a general rule by any means," observed Mrs. Nickleby, "for I remember, as well as if it was only yesterday, employing one that I was particularly recommended to make me a scarlet cloak, at the time when scarlet cloaks were fashionable, and she had a very red face indeed." "Perhaps she drank," suggested Miss La Creevy. "I don't know how that may have been," returned Mrs. Nickleby, "but I know she had a very red face, so your argument goes for nothing." In this manner, and with like powerful reasoning, did the worthy matron meet every little objection that presented itself to the new scheme of the morning. Happy Mrs. Nickleby! A project had but to be new, and it came home to her mind, brightly varnished and gilded as a glittering toy. This question disposed of, Kate communicated her uncle's desire about the empty house, to which Mrs. Nickleby assented with equal readiness, characteristically remarking that on the fine evenings it would be a pleasant amusement for her to walk to the West End to fetch her daughter home, and no less characteristically forgetting that there were such things as wet nights and bad weather to be encountered in almost every week of the year. "I shall be sorry, truly sorry to leave you, my kind friend," said Kate, on whom the good feeling of the poor miniature painter had made a deep impression. "You shall not shake me off for all that," replied Miss La Creevy, with as much sprightliness as she could assume. "I shall see you very often and come and hear how you get on. And if in all London, or all of the wide world besides, there is no other heart that takes an interest in your welfare, there will be one little lonely woman that prays for it night and day."
With this, the poor soul, who had a heart big enough for Gog, the guardian genius of London, and enough to spare for Magog to boot, after making a great many extraordinary faces which would have secured her an ample fortune could she have transferred them to ivory or canvas, sat down in a corner and had what she termed a real good cry. But no crying, or talking, or hoping, or fearing could keep off the dreaded Saturday afternoon, or Newman Noggs either, who, punctual to his time, limped up to the door and breathed a whiff of cordial gin through the keyhole, exactly as such of the church clocks in the neighbourhood as agreed among themselves about the time struck 5. Newman waited for the last stroke and then knocked. "For Mr. Ralph Nickleby," said Newman, announcing his errand when he got upstairs with all possible brevity.
"We shall be ready directly," said Kate. "We have not much to carry, but I fear we must have a coach."
"I'll get one," replied Newman.
"Indeed, you shall not trouble yourself," said Mrs. Nickleby.
"I will," said Newman.
"I can't suffer you to think of such a thing," said Mrs. Nickleby.
"You can't help it," said Newman.
"Not help it?"
"No. I thought of it as I came along, but didn't get one, thinking you mightn't be ready. I think of a great many things. Nobody can prevent that."
"Oh, yes, I understand you, Mr. Noggs," said Mrs. Nickleby. "Our thoughts are free, of course. Everybody's thoughts are their own, clearly."
"They wouldn't be if some people had their way," muttered Newman.
"Well, no more they would, Mr. Noggs, and that's very true," rejoined Mrs. Nickleby. "Some people, to be sure, are such. How is your master?"
Newman darted a meaning glance at Kate and replied with a strong emphasis on the last word of his answer that Mr. Ralph Nickleby was well and sent his love.
"I'm sure we are very much obliged to him,"
observed Mrs. Nickleby. "Very," said Newman. "I'll tell him so." It was no very easy matter to mistake Newman Noggs after having once seen him, and as Kate, attracted by the singularity of his manner, in which on this occasion, however, there was something respectful and even delicate, notwithstanding the abruptness of his speech, looked at him more closely, she recollected having caught a passing glimpse of that strange figure before.
"Excuse my curiosity," she said, "but did I not see you in the coach-yard on the morning my brother went away to Yorkshire?"
Newman cast a wistful glance on Mrs. Nickleby and said, "No," most unblushingly.
"No!"
exclaimed Kate.
"I should have said so anywhere."
"You'd have said wrong," rejoined Newman. "It's the first time I've been out for 3 weeks. I've had the gout." Newman was very, very far from having the appearance of a gouty subject, and so Kate could not help thinking. But the conference was cut short by Mrs. Nickleby's insisting on having the door shut, lest Mr. Noggs should take cold, and further persisting in sending the servant girl for a coach, for fear he should bring on another attack of his disorder. To both conditions Newman was compelled to yield. Presently the coach came, and after many sorrowful farewells and a great deal of running backwards and forwards across the pavement on the part of Miss La Creevy, in the course of which the yellow turban came into violent contact with sundry foot-passengers, that is to say the coach, not the turban, went away again, with the two ladies and their luggage inside, and Newman, despite all Mrs. Nickleby's assurances that it would be his death, on the box beside the driver. They went into the city, turning down by the riverside, and after a long and very slow drive, the streets being crowded at that hour with vehicles of every kind, stopped in front of a large old dingy house in Thames Street, the door and windows of which were so bespattered with mud that it would have appeared to have been uninhabited for years. The door of this deserted mansion Newman opened with a key which he took out of his hat, in which, by the by, in consequence of the dilapidated state of his pockets, he deposited everything, and would most likely have carried his money, if he had had any. And the coach being discharged, he led the way into the interior of the mansion. Old and gloomy and black in truth it was, and sullen and dark were the rooms, once so bustling with life and enterprise. There was a wharf behind, opening on the Thames, an empty dog-kennel, some bones of animals, fragments of iron hoops, and staves of old casks lay strewn about, but no life was stirring there. It was a picture of cold, silent decay.
"This house depresses and chills one," said Kate, "and seems as if some blight had fallen on it. If I were superstitious, I should be almost inclined to believe that some dreadful crime had been perpetrated within these old walls, and that the place had never prospered since. How frowning and how dark it looks!" "Lord, my dear," replied Mrs. Nickleby, "don't talk in that way, or you'll frighten me to death." "It is only my foolish fancy, mamma," said Kate, forcing a smile. "Well, then, my love, I wish you would keep your foolish fancy to yourself, and not wake up my foolish fancy to keep it company," retorted Mrs. Nickleby. "Why didn't you think of all this before? You are so careless. We might have asked Miss Nickleby to keep us company or borrow a dog or 1,000 things. But it always was the way and was just the same with your poor dear father, unless I thought of everything." This was Mrs. Nickleby's usual commencement of a general lamentation, running through a dozen or so of complicated sentences addressed to nobody in particular, and into which she now launched until her breath was exhausted. Newman appeared not to hear these remarks, but preceded them to a couple of rooms on the first floor, which some kind of attempt had been made to render habitable. In one were a few chairs, a table, an old hearth-rug, and some faded baize, and a fire was ready laid in the grate. In the other stood an old tent bedstead and a few scanty articles of chamber furniture.
"Well, my dear," said Mrs. Nickleby, trying to be pleased, "now isn't this thoughtful and considerate of your uncle? Why, we should not have had anything but the bed we bought yesterday to lie upon if it hadn't been for his thoughtfulness."
"Very kind indeed," replied Kate, looking round. Newman Noggs did not say that he had hunted up the old furniture they saw, from attic and cellar, or that he had taken in the halfpennyworth of milk for tea that stood upon a shelf, or filled the rusty kettle on the hob, or collected the wood chips from the wharf, or begged the coals. But the notion of Ralph Nickleby having directed it to be done tickled his fancy so much that he could not refrain from cracking all his 10 fingers in succession, at which performance Mrs. Nickleby was rather startled at first, but supposing it to be in some remote manner connected with the gout, did not remark upon it. "We need detain you no longer, I think," said Kate.
"Is there nothing I can do?" asked Newman.
"Nothing, thank you," rejoined Miss Nickleby.
"Perhaps, my dear, Mr. Noggs would like to drink our healths," said Mrs. Nickleby, fumbling in her reticule for some small coin.
"I think, mamma," said Kate, hesitating and remarking Newman's averted face,
"you would hurt his feelings if you offered it."
Newman Noggs, bowing to the young lady more like a gentleman than the miserable wretch he seemed, placed his hand upon his breast, and, pausing for a moment with the air of a man who struggles to speak but is uncertain what to say, quitted the room. As the jarring echoes of the heavy house-door, closing on its latch, reverberated dismally through the building, Kate felt half tempted to call him back and beg him to remain a little while, but she was ashamed to own her fears, and Newman Noggs was on his road homewards. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 12, whereby the reader will be enabled to trace the further course of Miss Fanny Squeers's love and to ascertain whether it ran smooth or otherwise. It was a fortunate circumstance for Miss Fanny Squeers that when her worthy papa returned home on the night of the small tea-party, he was what the initiated term too far gone to observe the numerous tokens of extreme vexation of spirit which were plainly visible in her countenance. Being, however, of a rather violent and quarrelsome mood in his cups, it is not impossible that he might have fallen out with her, either on this or some imaginary topic, if the young lady had not, with a foresight and prudence highly commendable, kept a boy up on purpose to bear the first brunt of the good gentleman's anger, which, having vented itself in a variety of kicks and cuffs, subsided sufficiently to admit of his being persuaded to go to bed, which he did with his boots on and an umbrella under his arm. The hungry servant attended Miss Squeers in her own room, according to custom, to curl her hair, perform the other little offices of her toilet, and administer as much flattery as she could get up for the purpose. For Miss Squeers was quite lazy enough, and sufficiently vain and frivolous withal, to have been a fine lady, and it was only the arbitrary distinctions of rank and station which prevented her from being one.
"How lovely your hair do curl to-night, miss," said the handmaiden. "I declare if it isn't a pity and a shame to brush it out. Hold your tongue,"
replied Miss Squeers wrathfully. Some considerable experience prevented the girl from being at all surprised at any outbreak of ill temper on the part of Miss Squeers. Having a half-perception of what had occurred in the course of the evening, she changed her mode of making herself agreeable and proceeded on the indirect tack.
"Well, I couldn't help saying, miss, if you was to kill me for it," said the attendant. "I never see nobody look so vulgar as Miss Price this night."
Miss Squeers sighed and composed herself to listen.
"I know it's very wrong in me to say so, miss," continued the girl, delighted to see the impression she was making. "Miss Price being a friend of yourn and all, but she do dress herself out so and go on in such a manner to get noticed that, oh, well, if people only saw themselves—" "What do you mean, Fib?"
asked Miss Squeers, looking in her own little glass, where, like most of us, she saw not herself, but the reflection of some pleasant image in her own brain.
"How you talk!" "Talk, miss? It's enough to make a tomcat talk French grammar, only to see how she tosses her head,"
replied the handmaid.
"She does toss her head,"
observed Miss Squeers with an air of abstraction.
"So vain and so very, very plain," said the girl. "Oh, poor 'Tilda," sighed Miss Squeers compassionately. "And always laying herself out so to get to be admired," pursued the servant. "Oh, dear, it's positive indelicate." "I can't allow you to talk in that way, Fib," said Miss Squeers. "'Tilda's friends are low people, and if she don't know any better, it's her fault, not hers." "Well, but you know, miss," said Phoebe, for which name Fib was used as a patronizing abbreviation, "if she was only to take copy by a friend, if she only knew how wrong she was and would but set herself right by you, what a nice young woman she might be in time." "Fib," rejoined Miss Squeers with a stately air, "it's not proper for me to hear these comparisons drawn. They make 'Tilda look a coarse, improper sort of person, and it seems unfriendly in me to listen to them. I would rather you dropped the subject, Fib. At the same time, I must say that if 'Tilda Price would take pattern by somebody, not me particularly—" "Oh, yes, you, miss," interposed Fib. "Well, me, Fib, if you will have it so," said Miss Squeers. "I must say that if she would be all the better for it." "So somebody else thinks, or I'm much mistaken," said the girl mysteriously. "What do you mean?" demanded Miss Squeers. "Never mind, miss," replied the girl. "I know what I know, that's all." "Fib," said Miss Squeers dramatically, "I insist upon your explaining yourself. What is this dark mystery? Speak." "Why, if you will have it, miss, it's this," said the servant girl. "Mr. John Brody thinks as you think, and if he wasn't too far gone to do it creditable, he'd be very glad to be off with Miss Price and on with Miss Squeers." "Gracious heavens!" exclaimed Miss Squeers, clasping her hands with great dignity. "What is this?" "Truth, ma'am, and nothing but truth," replied the artful Fib. "What a situation!" cried Miss Squeers. "On the brink of unconsciously destroying the peace and happiness of my own 'Tilda. What is the reason that men fall in love with me, whether I like it or not, and desert their chosen intends for my sake?" "Because they can't help it, miss," replied the girl. "The reason's plain." If Miss Squeers were the reason, it was very plain. "Never let me hear of it again," retorted Miss Squeers. "Never. Do you hear? 'Tilda Price has faults, many faults, But I wish her well, and above all I wish her married, for I think it highly desirable, most desirable from the very nature of her feelings, that she should be married as soon as possible. No fib, let her have Mr. Brodie. I may pity him, poor fellow, but I have a great regard for 'Tilda, and only hope she may make a better wife than I think she will."
With this effusion of feeling, Miss Squeers went to bed. Spite is a little word, but it represents as strange a jumble of feelings and compound of discords as any polysyllable in the language. Miss Squeers knew, as well in her heart of hearts, that what the miserable serving girl had said was sheer coarse lying flattery, as did the girl herself. Yet the mere opportunity of venting a little ill nature against the offending Miss Price, and affecting to compassionate her weaknesses and foibles, though only in the presence of a solitary dependent, was almost as great a relief to her spleen as if the whole had been gospel truth. Nay, more. We have such extraordinary powers of persuasion when they are exerted over ourselves, that Miss Squeers felt quite high-minded and great after her noble renunciation of John Brodie's hand, and looked down upon her rival with a kind of holy calmness and tranquillity that had a mighty effect in soothing her ruffled feelings. This happy state of mind had some influence in bringing about a reconciliation, for when a knock came at the front door next day, and the miller's daughter was announced, Miss Squeers betook herself to the parlour in a Christian frame of spirit, perfectly beautiful to behold.
"Well, Fanny," said the miller's daughter, "you see, I have come to see you, although we had some words last night." "I pity your bad passions, 'Tilda," replied Miss Squeers, "but I bear no malice. I am above it." "Don't be cross, Fanny," said Miss Price. "I've come to tell you something that I know will please you." "What may that be, 'Tilda?" demanded Miss Squeers, screwing up her lips, and looking as if nothing in earth, air, fire, or water could afford her the slightest gleam of satisfaction. "This," rejoined Miss Price, "after we left here last night, John and I had a dreadful quarrel." "That doesn't please me," said Miss Squeers, relaxing into a smile, though. "Lor, I wouldn't think so bad of you as to suppose it did," rejoined her companion. "That's not it." "Oh," said Miss Squeers, relapsing into melancholy. "Go on." "After a great deal of wrangling, and saying we would never see each other any more," continued Miss Price, "we made it up, and this morning John went and wrote our names down to be put up for the first time next Sunday. So we shall be married in 3 weeks, and I give you notice to get your frock made." There was mingled gall and honey in this intelligence. The prospect of the friends being married so soon was the gall, and the certainty of her not entertaining serious designs upon Nicholas was the honey. Upon the whole, the sweet greatly preponderated over the bitter. So Miss Squeers said she would get the frock made, and that she hoped 'Tilda might be happy, though at the same time she didn't know, and would not have her build too much upon it, for men were strange creatures, and a great many married women were very miserable, and wished themselves single again with all their hearts. To which condolences Miss Squeers added others equally calculated to raise her friend's spirits and promote her cheerfulness of mind. "But come now, Fanny," said Miss Price, "I want to have a word or two with you about young Mr. Nickleby." "He is nothing to me," interrupted Miss Squeers with hysterical symptoms. "I despise him too much." "Oh, you don't mean that, I'm sure," replied her friend. "Confess, Fanny, don't you like him now?" Without returning any direct reply, Miss Squeers all at once fell into a paroxysm of spiteful tears and exclaimed that she was a wretched, neglected, miserable castaway. "I hate everybody," said Miss Squeers, "and I wish that everybody was dead. That I do."
"Dear, dear," said Miss Price, quite moved by this avowal of misanthropical sentiments. "You're not serious, I'm sure."
"Yes, I am," rejoined Miss Squeers, tying tight knots in her pocket-handkerchief and clenching her teeth. "And I wish I was dead too. There!"
"Oh, you'll think very differently in another 5 minutes," said Matilda.
How much better to take him into favour again than to hurt yourself by going on in that way? Wouldn't it be much nicer now to have him all to yourself on good terms, in a company-keeping, love-making, pleasant sort of manner? I don't know but what it would,
sobbed Miss Squeers.
Oh, Tilda, how could you have acted so mean and dishonourable? I wouldn't have believed it of you if anybody had told me.
"Dear," exclaimed Miss Price, giggling, "one would suppose I'd been murdering somebody at least."
"Very nigh as bad,"
said Miss Squeers passionately.
"And all this because I happen to have enough of good looks to make people civil to me," cried Miss Price. "Persons don't make their own faces, and it's no more my fault if mine is a good one than it is other people's fault if theirs is a bad one." "Hold your tongue!"
shrieked Miss Squeers in her shrillest tone,
"or you'll make me slap you, Tilda, and afterwards I should be sorry for it."
It is needless to say that, by this time, the temper of each young lady was in some slight degree affected by the tone of her conversation, and that a dash of personality was infused into the altercation in consequence. Indeed, the quarrel from slight beginnings rose to a considerable height, and was assuming a very violent complexion, when both parties, falling into a great passion of tears, exclaimed simultaneously that they had never thought of being spoken to in that way, which exclamation, leading to a remonstrance, gradually brought on an explanation, and the upshot was that they fell into each other's arms and vowed eternal friendship, the occasion in question making the 52nd time of repeating the same impressive ceremony within a 12-month. Perfect amicability being thus restored, a dialogue naturally ensued upon the number and nature of the garments which would be indispensable for Miss Price's entrance into the holy state of matrimony, when Miss Squeers clearly showed that a great many more than the miller could or would afford were absolutely necessary and could not decently be dispensed with. The young lady then, by an easy digression, led the discourse to her own wardrobe, and after recounting its principal beauties at some length, took her friend upstairs to make inspection thereof. The treasures of 2 drawers and a closet having been displayed, and all the smaller articles tried on, it was time for Miss Price to return home, and as she had been in raptures with all the frocks and had been stricken quite dumb with the admiration of a new pink scarf, Miss Squeers said in high good humour that she would walk part of the way with her for the pleasure of her company, and off they went together. Miss Squeers dilating, as they walked along, upon her father's accomplishments, and multiplying his income by 10 to give her friend some faint notion of the vast importance and superiority of her family. It happened at that particular time, comprising the short daily interval which was suffered to elapse between what was pleasantly called the dinner of Mr. Squeers's pupils and their return to the pursuit of useful knowledge, was precisely the hour when Nicholas was accustomed to issue forth for a melancholy walk, and to brood, as he sauntered listlessly through the village, upon his miserable lot. Miss Squeers knew this perfectly well, but had perhaps forgotten it, for when she caught sight of that young gentleman advancing towards them, she evinced many symptoms of surprise and consternation, and assured her friend that she felt fit to drop into the earth.
"Shall we turn back, or run into a cottage?" asked Miss Price. "He don't see us yet." "No, Tilda," replied Miss Squeers. "It is my duty to go through with it, and I will."
As Miss Squeers said this, in the tone of one who has made a high moral resolution, and was, besides, taken with 1 or 2 chokes and catchings of breath, indicative of feelings at a high pressure, her friend made no further remark, and they bore straight down upon Nicholas, who, walking with his eyes bent upon the ground, was not aware of their approach until they were close upon him. Otherwise he might perhaps have taken shelter himself. "Good morning," said Nicholas, bowing and passing by.
"He is going," murmured Miss Squeers. "I shall choke, Tilda." "Come back, Mr. Nickleby, do!" cried Miss Price, affecting alarm at her friend's threat, but really actuated by a malicious wish to hear what Nicholas would say. "Come back, Mr. Nickleby." Mr. Nickleby came back,
and looked as confused as might be as he inquired whether the ladies had any commands for him.
"Don't stop to talk," urged Miss Price hastily, "but support her on the other side. How do you feel now, dear?"
"Better,"
sighed Miss Squeers, laying a beaver bonnet of a reddish-brown with a green veil attached on Mr. Nickleby's shoulder.
"This foolish faintness—"
"Don't call it foolish, dear," said Miss Price, her bright eye dancing with merriment as she saw the perplexity of Nicholas. "You have no reason to be ashamed of it. It's those who are too proud to come round again without all this to do that ought to be ashamed."
"You're resolved to fix it upon me, I see," said Nicholas, smiling, "although I told you last night it was not my fault."
"There! He says it was not his fault, my dear," remarked the wicked Miss Price. "Perhaps you were too jealous or too hasty with him. He says it was not his fault. You hear? I think that's apology enough."
"You will not understand me," said Nicholas. "Pray dispense with this jesting, for I have no time and really no inclination to be the subject or promoter of mirth just now."
"What do you mean?"
asked Miss Price, affecting amazement.
"Don't ask him, 'Tilda," cried Miss Squeers. "I forgive him."
"Dear me," said Nicholas, as the brown bonnet went down on his shoulder again. "This is more serious than I supposed. Allow me. Will you have the goodness to hear me speak?" Here he raised up the brown bonnet, and regarding with most unfeigned astonishment a look of tender reproach from Miss Squeers, shrunk back a few paces to be out of the reach of the fair burden, and went on to say, "I am very sorry, truly and sincerely sorry, for having been the cause of any difference among you last night. I reproach myself most bitterly for having been so unfortunate as to cause the dissension that occurred, although I did so, I assure you, most unwittingly and heedlessly."
"Well, that's not all you've got to say, surely," exclaimed Miss Price, as Nicholas paused.
"I fear there is something more," stammered Nicholas with a half-smile, and looking towards Miss Squeers. "It is a most awkward thing to say, but the very mention of such a supposition makes one look like a puppy. Still, may I ask if that lady supposes that I entertain any— in short, does she think that I am in love with her?" Delightful embarrassment, thought Miss Squeers. I have brought him to it at last.
"Answer for me, dear,"
she whispered to her friend.
"Does she think so?" rejoined Miss Price. "Of course she does."
"She does?" exclaimed Nicholas with such energy of utterance as might have been for the moment mistaken for rapture.
"Certainly," replied Miss Price. "If Mr. Nickleby has doubted that, 'Tilda," said the blushing Miss Squeers in soft accents, "he may set his mind at rest. His sentiments are reciprocal."
"Stop!" cried Nicholas hurriedly. "Pray hear me. This is the grossest and wildest delusion, the completest and most signal mistake that ever human being laboured under or committed. I have scarcely seen the young lady half a dozen times, but if I had seen her 60 times, or am destined to see her 60,000, it would be and will be precisely the same. I have not one thought, wish, or hope connected with her, unless it be, and I say this not to hurt her feelings, but to impress her with the real state of my own, unless it be the one object, dear to my heart as life itself, of being one day able to turn my back upon this accursed place, never to set foot in it again, or think of it, even think of it, but with loathing and disgust." With this particularly plain and straightforward declaration, which he made with all the vehemence that his indignant and excited feelings could bring to bear upon it, Nicholas, waiting to hear no more, retreated. But poor Miss Squeers! Her anger, rage, and vexation, the rapid succession of bitter and passionate feelings that whirled through her mind, are not to be described. Refused? refused by a teacher, picked up by an advertisement, at an annual salary of £5 payable at indefinite periods, and found in food and lodging like the very boys themselves, and this too in the presence of a little chit of a miller's daughter of 18 who was going to be married in 3 weeks' time to a man who had gone down on his very knees to ask her, she could have choked in right good earnest at the thought of being so humbled. But there was one thing clear in the midst of her mortification, and that was that she hated and detested Nicholas with all the narrowness of mind and littleness of purpose worthy a descendant of the house of Squeers. And there was one comfort too, and that was that every hour in every day she could wound his pride and goad him with the infliction of some slight or insult or deprivation which could not have but some effect on the most insensible person, and must be acutely felt by one so sensitive as Nicholas. With these two reflections uppermost in her mind, Miss Squeers made the best of the matter to her friend by observing that Mr. Nickleby was such an odd creature and of such a violent temper that she feared she should be obliged to give him up, and parted from her. And here it may be remarked that Miss Squeers, having bestowed her affections, or whatever it might be that, in the absence of anything better, represented them, on Nicholas Nickleby, had never once seriously contemplated the possibility of his being of a different opinion from herself in the business. Miss Squeers reasoned that she was prepossessing and beautiful, and that her father was master, and Nicholas man, and that her father had saved money, and Nicholas had none, all of which seemed to her conclusive arguments why the young man should feel only too much honoured by her preference. She had not failed to recollect either how much more agreeable she could render his situation if she were his friend, and how much more disagreeable if she were his enemy. And, doubtless, many less scrupulous young gentlemen than Nicholas would have encouraged her extravagance had it been only for this very obvious and intelligible reason. However, he had thought proper to do otherwise, and Miss Squeers was outrageous.
"Let him see,"
said the irritated young lady when she had regained her own room and eased her mind by committing an assault on fib,
"if I don't set mother against him a little more when she comes back."
It was scarcely necessary to do this, but Miss Squeers was as good as her word, and poor Nicholas, in addition to bad food, dirty lodging, and the being compelled to witness one dull unvarying round of squalid misery, was treated with every special indignity that malice could suggest, or the most grasping cupidity put upon him. Nor was this all. There was another and deeper system of annoyance which made his heart sink and nearly drove him wild by its injustice and cruelty. The wretched creature Smike, since the night Nicholas had spoken kindly to him in the schoolroom, had followed him to and fro with an ever restless desire to serve or help him, anticipating such little wants as his humble ability could supply, and content only to be near him. He would sit beside him for hours, looking patiently into his face, and a word would brighten up his careworn visage and call into it a passing gleam even of happiness. He was an altered being. He had an object now, and that object was to show his attachment to the only person, that person a stranger, who had treated him not to say with kindness, but like a human creature. Upon this poor being, all the spleen and ill humour that could not be vented on Nicholas were unceasingly bestowed. Drudgery would have been nothing. Smike was well used to that. Buffetings inflicted without cause would have been equally a matter of course, for to them also he had served a long and weary apprenticeship. But it was no sooner observed that he had become attached to Nicholas than stripes and blows, morning, noon, and night, were his only portion. Squeers was jealous of the influence which his man had so soon acquired, and his family hated him, and Smike paid for both. Nicholas saw it, ground his teeth at every repetition of this savage and cowardly attack. He had arranged a few regular lessons for the boys, and one night, as he paced up and down the dismal schoolroom, his swollen heart almost bursting to think that his protection and countenance should have increased the misery of the wretched being whose peculiar destitution had awakened his pity, he paused mechanically in a dark corner where sat the object of his thoughts. The poor soul was poring hard over a tattered book, with the traces of recent tears still upon his face. vainly endeavouring to master some task which a child of 9 years old, possessed of ordinary powers, could have conquered with ease, but which, to the addled brain of the crushed boy of 19, was a sealed and hopeless mystery. Yet there he sat, patiently conning the page again and again, stimulated by no boyish ambition, for he was the common jest and scoff even of the uncouth objects that congregated about him, but inspired by the one eager desire to please his solitary friend. Nicholas laid his hand upon his shoulder. "I can't do it," said the dejected creature, looking up with bitter disappointment in every feature. "No, no." "Do not try," replied Nicholas. The boy shook his head, and closing the book with a sigh, looked vacantly round, and laid his head upon his arm. He was weeping. "Do not, for God's sake," said Nicholas in an agitated voice. "I cannot bear to see you."
"They are more hard with me than ever,"
sobbed the boy. "I know it," rejoined Nicholas. "They are."
"But for you," said the outcast, "I should die. They would kill me. They would. I know they would."
"You will do better, poor fellow," replied Nicholas, shaking his head mournfully, "when I am gone."
"Gone?"
cried the other, looking intently in his face.
"Softly,"
rejoined Nicholas. "Yes."
"Are you going?"
demanded the boy in an earnest whisper. "I cannot say," replied Nicholas. "I was speaking more to my own thoughts than to you."
"Tell me," said the boy imploringly. "Oh, do tell me. Will you go? Will you?"
"I shall be driven to that at last," said Nicholas. "The world is before me, after all."
"Tell me,"
urged Smike.
"is the world as bad and dismal as this place?"
"Heaven forbid," replied Nicholas, pursuing the train of his own thoughts. "Its hardest, coarsest toil were happiness to this."
"Should I ever meet you there?"
demanded the boy, speaking with unusual wildness and volubility. "Yes," replied Nicholas, willing to soothe him.
"No, no,"
said the other, clasping him by the hand.
Should I? Tell me that again. Say, I should be sure to find you."
"You would," replied Nicholas with the same humane intention, "and I would help and aid you and not bring fresh sorrow on you, as I have done here." The boy caught both the young man's hands passionately in his, and, hugging them to his breast, uttered a few broken sounds which were unintelligible. Squeers entered at the moment, and he shrunk back into his old corner. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 13. Nicholas varies the monotony of Dotheboys Hall by a most vigorous and remarkable proceeding, which leads to consequences of some importance. The cold feeble dawn of a January morning was stealing in at the windows of the common sleeping-room, when Nicholas, raising himself on his arm, looked among the prostrate forms which on every side surrounded him, as though in search of some particular object. It needed a quick eye to detect, from among the huddled mass of sleepers, the form of any given individual, as they lay closely packed together, covered for warmth's sake with their patched and ragged clothes. Little could be distinguished but the sharp outlines of pale faces, over which the sombre light shed the same dull heavy colour, with here and there a gaunt arm thrust forth, its thinness hidden by no covering, but fully exposed to view in all its shrunken ugliness. There were some who, lying on their backs with upturned faces and clenched hands, just visible in the leaden light, bore more the aspect of dead bodies than of living creatures, and there were others coiled up into strange and fantastic postures, such as might have been taken for the uneasy efforts of pain to gain some temporary relief, rather than the freaks of slumber. A few, and these were among the youngest of the children, slept peacefully on, with smiles upon their faces, dreaming perhaps of home, but ever and again a deep and heavy sigh, breaking the stillness of the room, announced that some new sleeper had awakened to the misery of another day, and as morning took the place of night, the smiles gradually faded away with the friendly darkness which had given them birth. Dreams are the bright creatures of poem and legend, who sport on earth in the night season and melt away in the first beam of the sun, which lights grim care and stern reality on their daily pilgrimage through the world. Nicholas looked upon the sleepers at first with the air of one who gazes upon a scene which, though familiar to him, has lost none of its sorrowful effect in consequence, and afterwards with a more intense and searching scrutiny, as a man would who missed something his eye was accustomed to meet and had expected to rest upon. He was still occupied in this search, and had half risen from his bed in the eagerness of his quest, when the voice of Squeers was heard, calling from the bottom of the stairs. "Now then," cried that gentleman, "are you going to sleep all day up there?" "You lazy hounds!" added Mrs. Squeers, finishing the sentence, and producing at the same time a sharp sound like that which is occasioned by the lacing of stays. "We shall be down directly, sir," replied Nicholas. "Down directly?" said Squeers. "Ah! You had better be down directly, or I'll be down upon some of you in less. Where's that Smike?" Nicholas looked hurriedly round again, but made no answer. "Smike!" shouted Squeers. "Do you want your head broke in a fresh place, Smike?" demanded his amiable lady in the same key. Still there was no reply, and still Nicholas stared about him, as did the greater part of the boys, who were by this time roused. "Confound his impudence!" muttered Squeers, rapping the stair-rail impatiently with his cane. "Nickleby!" "Well, sir?" "Send that obstinate scoundrel down. Don't you hear me calling?" "He is not here, sir," replied Nicholas. "Don't tell me a lie," retorted the schoolmaster. "He is." "He is not," retorted Nicholas angrily. "Don't tell me one." "We shall soon see that," said Mr. Squeers, rushing upstairs. "I'll find him, I warrant you." With which assurance Mr. Squeers bounced into the dormitory, and, swinging his cane in the air ready for a blow, darted into the corner where the lean body of the drudge was usually stretched at night. The cane descended harmlessly upon the ground. There was nobody there. "What does this mean?" said Squeers, turning round with a very pale face. "Where have you hid him?" "I have seen nothing of him since last night," replied Nicholas. "Come," said Squeers, evidently frightened, though he endeavoured to look otherwise. "You won't save him this way. Where is he?" "At the bottom of the nearest pond, for aught I know," rejoined Nicholas in a low voice, and fixing his eyes full on the master's face. "Damn you! What do you mean by that?" retorted Squeers in great perturbation. Without waiting for a reply, he inquired of the boys whether any one among them knew anything of their missing schoolmate. There was a general hum of anxious denial, in the midst of which one shrill voice was heard to say, as indeed everybody thought, "Please, sir, I think Smike's run away, sir." "Ha!" cried Squeers, turning sharply round. "Who said that?" "Tomkins, please, sir," rejoined a chorus of voices. Mr. Squeers made a plunge into the crowd, and at one dive caught a very little boy, habited still in his night-gear, and the perplexed expression of whose countenance as he was brought forward seemed to intimate that he was as yet uncertain whether he was about to be punished or rewarded for the suggestion. He was not long in doubt. "You think he has run away, do you, sir?" demanded Squeers. "Yes, please, sir," replied the little boy. "And what, sir?" said Squeers, catching the little boy suddenly by the arms and whisking up his drapery in a most dexterous manner.
"What reason have you to suppose that any boy would want to run away from this establishment? Eh, sir?"
The child raised a dismal cry by way of answer, and Mr. Squeers, throwing himself into the most favourable attitude for exercising his strength, beat him until the little urchin in his writhings actually rolled out of his hands, when he mercifully allowed him to roll away as best he could.
"There," said Squeers. "Now, if any other boy thinks Smike has run away, I shall be glad to have a talk with him."
There was, of course, a profound silence, during which Nicholas showed his disgust as plainly as looks could show it.
"Well, Nickleby," said Squeers, eyeing him maliciously, "you think he has run away, I suppose?"
"I think it extremely likely," replied Nicholas in a quiet manner.
"Oh, you do you?"
sneered Squeers.
"Maybe you know he has."
"I know nothing of the kind."
"He didn't tell you he was going, I suppose, did he?"
sneered Squeers. "He did not," replied Nicholas. "I am very glad he did not, for it would then have been my duty to have warned you in time."
"Which no doubt you would have been devilish sorry to do,"
said Squeers in a taunting fashion. "I should indeed," replied Nicholas. "You interpret my feelings with great accuracy." Mrs. Squeers had listened to this conversation from the bottom of the stairs, but now, losing all patience, she hastily assumed her night-jacket and made her way to the scene of action.
"What's all this here to do?"
said the lady, as the boys fell off right and left to save her the trouble of clearing a passage with her brawny arms.
"What on earth are you talking to him for, Squeery?" "Why, my dear," said Squeers, "the fact is that Smike is not to be found." "Well, I know that," said the lady, "and where's the wonder? If you get a parcel of proud stomached teachers that set the young dogs a rebelling, what else can you look for? Now, young man, you'll just have the kindness to take yourself off to the schoolroom and take the boys off with you, and don't you stir out of there till you have leave given you, or you and I may fall out in a way that'll spoil your beauty, handsome as you think yourself, and so I tell you."
"Indeed?" said Nicholas.
"Yes, and indeed again, Mr. Jackanapes," said the excited lady. "I wouldn't keep such as you in the house another hour if I had my way."
"Nor would you if I had mine," replied Nicholas. "Now, boys."
"Ah, now, boys," said Mrs. Squeers, mimicking as nearly as she could the voice and manner of the usher. "Follow your leader, boys, and take pattern by Smike if you dare. See what he'll get for himself when he's brought back, and mind, I tell you shall have as bad and twice as bad if you so much as open your mouths about him." "If I catch him," said Squeers, "I'll only stop short of flaying him alive. I give you notice, boys." "If you catch him," retorted Mrs. Squeers contemptuously, "you are sure to. You can't help it, if you go the right way to work. Come, away with you."
With these words, Mrs. Squeers dismissed the boys, and after a little light skirmishing with those in the rear who were pressing forward to get out of the way, but were detained for a few moments by the throng in front, succeeded in clearing the room when she confronted her spouse alone. "He is off," said Mrs. Squeers. "The cow-house and stables are locked up, so he can't be there, and he's not downstairs anywhere, for the girl has looked. He must have gone York way, and by a public road too." "Why must he?" inquired Squeers. "Stupid," said Mrs. Squeers angrily. "He hadn't any money, had he?" "Never had a penny of his own in his whole life that I know of," replied Squeers. "To be sure," rejoined Mrs. Squeers, "and he didn't take anything to eat with him, that I'll answer for." laughed Squeers. "Then, of course," said Mrs. S.,
He must beg his way, and he couldn't do that nowhere but on the public road." "That's true," exclaimed Squeers, clapping his hands.
"True, yes, but you'd never have thought of it for all that if I hadn't said so," replied his wife. "Now, if you take the chaise and go one road, and I borrow Swallow's chaise and go the other, what with keeping our eyes open and asking questions, one or other of us is pretty certain to lay hold of him."
The worthy lady's plan was adopted and put in execution without a moment's delay. After a very hasty breakfast, and the prosecution of some inquiries in the village, the result of which seemed to show that he was on the right track, Squeers started forth in the pony chaise, intent upon discovery and vengeance. Shortly afterwards, Mrs. Squeers, arrayed in the white top-coat, and tied up in various shawls and handkerchiefs, issued forth in another chaise, in another direction, taking with her a good-sized bludgeon, several odd pieces of strong cord, and a stout labouring man, all provided and carried upon the expedition with the sole object of assisting in the capture and, once caught, ensuring the safe custody of the unfortunate Smike. Nicholas remained behind in a tumult of feeling, sensible that whatever might be the upshot of the boy's flight, nothing but painful and deplorable consequences were likely to ensue from it. Death from want and exposure to the weather was the best that could be expected from the protracted wandering of so poor and helpless a creature, alone and unfriended, through a country of which he was wholly ignorant. There was little, perhaps, to choose between this fate and a return to the tender mercies of the Yorkshire school. But the unhappy being had established a hold upon his sympathy and a compassion, which made his heart ache at the prospect of the suffering he was destined to undergo. He lingered on, in restless anxiety, picturing 1,000 possibilities, until the evening of next day, when Squeers returned alone and unsuccessful.
"No news of the scamp?" said the schoolmaster, who had evidently been stretching his legs on the old principle not a few times during the journey. "I'll have consolation for this out of somebody, Nickleby, if Mrs. Squeers don't hunt him down, so I give you warning."
"It is not in my power to console you, sir," said Nicholas. "It is nothing to me."
"Isn't it?" said Squeers in a threatening manner. "We shall see."
"We shall," rejoined Nicholas.
"Here's the pony run right off his legs, and me obliged to come home with a hack cob that'll cost 15 shillings besides other expenses," said Squeers. "Who's to pay for that? Do you hear?"
Nicholas shrugged his shoulders and remained silent.
"I'll have it out of somebody, I tell you," said Squeers, his usual harsh, crafty manner changed to open bullying. "None of your whining vapourings here, Mr. Puppy, but be off to your kennel, for it's past your bedtime. Come, get out."
Nicholas bit his lip and knit his hands involuntarily, for his finger-ends tingled to avenge the insult. But remembering that the man was drunk, and that it could come to little but a noisy brawl, he contented himself with darting a contemptuous look at the tyrant, and walked, as majestically as he could, upstairs. Not a little nettled, however, to observe that Miss Squeers and Master Squeers and the servant girl were enjoying the scene from a snug corner, the two former indulging in many edifying remarks about the presumption of poor upstarts, which occasioned a vast deal of laughter, in which even the most miserable of all miserable servant girls joined, while Nicholas, stung to the quick, drew over his head such bedclothes as he had, and sternly resolved that the outstanding account between himself and Mr. Squeers should be settled rather more speedily than the latter anticipated. Another day came, and Nicholas was scarcely awake when he heard the wheels of a chaise approaching the house. It stopped. The voice of Mrs. Squeers was heard, and in exultation ordering a glass of spirits for somebody, which was in itself a sufficient sign that something extraordinary had happened. Nicholas hardly dared to look out of the window, but he did so, and the very first object that met his eyes was the wretched Smike, so bedabbled with mud and rain, so haggard and worn and wild that, but for his garments being such as no scarecrow was ever seen to wear, he might have been doubtful even then of his identity.
"Lift him out," said Squeers, after he had literally feasted his eyes in silence upon the culprit. "Bring him in, bring him in.
"Take care,"
cried Mrs. Squeers as her husband proffered his assistance.
"We tied his legs under the apron and made 'em fast to the chaise to prevent his giving us the slip again."
With hands trembling with delight, Squeers unloosened the cord, and Smike, to all appearance more dead than alive, was brought into the house and securely locked up in a cellar, until such time as Mr. Squeers should deem it expedient to operate upon him in presence of the assembled school. Upon a hasty consideration of the circumstances, it may be matter of surprise to some persons that Mr. and Mrs. Squeers should have taken so much trouble to repossess themselves of an encumbrance of which it was their wont to complain so loudly. But their surprise will cease when they are informed that the manifold services of the drudge, if performed by anybody else, would have cost the establishment some 10 or 12 shillings per week in the shape of wages, and furthermore that all runaways were, as a matter of policy, made severe examples of at Dotheboys Hall, inasmuch as, in consequence of the limited extent of its attractions, there was but little inducement beyond the powerful impulse of fear for any pupil provided with the usual number of legs and the power of using them to remain. The news that Smike had been caught and brought back in triumph ran like wildfire through the hungry community, and expectation was on tiptoe all the morning. On tiptoe it was destined to remain, however, until afternoon, when Squeers, having refreshed himself with his dinner and further strengthened himself by an extra libation or so, made his appearance, accompanied by his amiable partner, with a countenance of portentous import, and a fearful instrument of flagellation, strong, supple, wax-ended, and new, in short, purchased that morning expressly for the occasion.
"Is every boy here?"
asked Squeers in a tremendous voice. Every boy was there, but every boy was afraid to speak, so Squeers glared along the lines to assure himself, and every eye drooped and every head cowered down as he did so.
"Each boy keep his place?"
said Squeers, administering his favourite blow to the desk, and regarding with gloomy satisfaction the universal start which it never failed to occasion.
"Nickleby, to your desk, sir."
It was remarked by more than one small observer that there was a very curious and unusual expression in the usher's face, but he took his seat without opening his lips in reply. Squeers, casting a triumphant glance at his assistant and a look of most comprehensive despotism on the boys, left the room, and shortly afterwards returned, dragging Smike by the collar, or rather by that fragment of his jacket which was nearest the place where his collar would have been had he boasted such a decoration. In any other place the appearance of the wretched, jaded, spiritless object would have occasioned a murmur of compassion and remonstrance. It had some effect even there, for the lookers-on moved uneasily in their seats, and a few of the boldest ventured to steal looks at each other, expressive of indignation and pity. They were lost on Squeers, however, whose gaze was fastened on the luckless Smike, as he inquired, according to custom in such cases, whether he had anything to say for himself.
"Nothing, I suppose?"
said Squeers with a diabolical grin. Smike glanced round, and his eye rested for an instant on Nicholas, as if he had expected him to intercede, but his look was riveted on his desk.
"Have you anything to say?"
demanded Squeers again, giving his right arm 2 or 3 flourishes to try its power and suppleness.
"Stand a little out of the way, Mrs. Squeers, my dear. I've hardly got room enough."
"Spare me, sir,"
cried Smike.
"Oh, that's all, is it?" said Squeers. "Yes, I'll flog you within an inch of your life, and spare you that."
laughed Mrs. Squeers.
"That's a good 'un."
"I was driven to do it,"
said Smike faintly, and casting another imploring look about him.
"Driven to do it, were you?" said Squeers. "Oh, it wasn't your fault, it was mine, I suppose, eh? A nasty, ungrateful, pig-headed, brutish, obstinate, sneaking dog,"
exclaimed Mrs. Squeers, taking Smike's head under her arm and administering a cuff at every epithet.
"What does he mean by that?" "Stand aside, my dear," replied Squeers. "We'll try and find out."
Mrs. Squeers, being out of breath with her exertions, complied. Squeers caught the boy firmly in his grip. One desperate cut had fallen on his body. He was wincing from the lash and uttering a scream of pain. It was raised again, and again about to fall, when Nicholas Nickleby, suddenly starting up, cried, "Stop!" in a voice that made the rafters ring.
"Who cried stop?"
said Squeers, turning savagely round. "I," said Nicholas, stepping forward. "This must not go on."
"Must not go on?"
cried Squeers, almost in a shriek. "No," thundered Nicholas. Aghast and stupefied by the boldness of the interference, Squeers released his hold of Smike, and falling back a pace or two, gazed upon Nicholas with looks that were positively frightful. "I say must not," repeated Nicholas, nothing daunted. "Shall not. I will prevent it." Squeers continued to gaze upon him, with his eyes starting out of his head, but astonishment had actually for the moment bereft him of speech. "You have disregarded all my quiet interference in the miserable lad's behalf," said Nicholas. "You have returned no answer to the letter in which I begged forgiveness for him, and offered to be responsible that he would remain quietly here. Don't blame me for this public interference. You have brought it upon yourself, not I."
"Sit down, beggar!"
screamed Squeers, almost beside himself with rage, and seizing Smike as he spoke. "Wretch!" rejoined Nicholas fiercely. "Touch him at your peril. I will not stand by and see it done. My blood is up, and I have the strength of 10 such men as you. Look to yourself, for by heaven I will not spare you if you drive me on."
"Stand back!"
cried Squeers, brandishing his weapon. "I have a long series of insults to avenge," said Nicholas, flushed with passion, "and my indignation is aggravated by the dastardly cruelties practised on helpless infancy in this foul den. Have a care, for if you do raise the devil within me, the consequences shall fall heavily upon your own head." He had scarcely spoken when Squeers, in a violent outbreak of wrath, and with a cry like the howl of a wild beast, spat upon him and struck him a blow across the face with his instrument of torture, which raised up a bar of livid flesh as it was inflicted. Smarting with the agony of the blow, and concentrating into that one moment all his feelings of rage, scorn, and indignation, Nicholas sprang upon him, wrested the weapon from his hand, and pinning him by the throat, beat the ruffian till he roared for mercy. The boys, with the exception of Master Squeers, who, coming to his father's assistance, harassed the enemy in the rear, moved not hand or foot. But Mrs. Squeers, with many shrieks for aid, hung on to the tail of her partner's coat and endeavoured to drag him from his infuriated adversary, while Miss Squeers, who had been peeping through the keyhole in expectation of a very different scene, darted in at the very beginning of the attack, and after launching a shower of inkstands at the usher's head, beat Nicholas to her heart's content, animating herself at every blow with the recollection of his having refused her proffered love, and thus imparting additional strength to an arm which, as she took after her mother in this respect, was at no time one of the weakest. Nicholas, in the full torrent of his violence, felt the blows no more than if they had been dealt with feathers. But, becoming tired of the noise and uproar, and feeling that his arm grew weak besides, he threw all his remaining strength into 6 finishing cuts, and flung Squeers from him with all the force he could muster. The violence of his fall precipitated Mrs. Squeers completely over an adjacent form, and Squeers, striking his head against it in his descent, lay at his full length on the ground, stunned and motionless. Having brought affairs to this happy termination, and ascertained to his thorough satisfaction that Squeers was only stunned and not dead, upon which point he had some unpleasant doubts at first, Nicholas left his family to restore him and retired to consider what course he had better adopt. He looked anxiously round for Smike as he left the room, but he was nowhere to be seen. After a brief consideration, he packed up a few clothes in a small leathern valise, and finding that nobody offered to oppose his progress, marched boldly out by the front door, and shortly afterwards struck into the road which led to Greta Bridge. When he had cooled sufficiently to be enabled to give his present circumstances some little reflection, they did not appear in a very encouraging light. He had only 4 shillings and a few pence in his pocket, and was something more than 250 miles from London, whither he resolved to direct his steps, that he might ascertain, among other things, what account of the morning's proceedings Mr. Squeers transmitted to his most affectionate uncle. Lifting up his eyes as he arrived at the conclusion that there was no remedy for this unfortunate state of things, he beheld a horseman coming towards him, whom, on nearer approach, he discovered, to his infinite chagrin, to be no other than Mr. John Browdie, who, clad in cords and leather leggings, was urging his animal forward by means of a thick ash stick, which seemed to have been recently cut from some stout sapling. "I am in no mood for more noise and riot," thought Nicholas, "and yet, do what I will, I shall have an altercation with this honest blockhead, and perhaps a blow or two from yonder staff." In truth, there appeared some reason to expect that such a result would follow from the encounter, for John Browdie no sooner saw Nicholas advancing than he reined in his horse by the footpath and waited until such time as he should come up, looking meanwhile very sternly between the horse's ears at Nicholas as he came on at his leisure. "Servant, young gentleman," said John. "Yours," said Nicholas. "Well, we are met at last," observed John, making the stirrup ring under a smart touch of the ash-stick. "Yes," replied Nicholas, hesitating. "Come," he said frankly, after a moment's pause, "we parted on no very good terms the last time we met. It was my fault, I believe, but I had no intention of offending you, and no idea that I was doing so. I was very sorry for it afterwards. Will you shake hands?" "Shake hands?" cried the good-humoured Yorkshireman. "Ha, ha! That I will!" At the same time he bent down from the saddle and gave Nicholas's fist a huge wrench. "But what be the matter with thy face, mun? It be all broken like." "It is a cut," said Nicholas, turning scarlet as he spoke. "A blow, but I returned it to the giver, and with good interest too." "No, did he though?" exclaimed John Browdie. "Well, Dean, I like him for that." "The fact is," said Nicholas, not very well knowing how to make the avowal, "the fact is that I have been ill-treated." "No," interposed John Browdie in a tone of compassion, for he was a giant in strength and stature, and Nicholas, very likely in his eyes, seemed a mere dwarf. "Didn't say that." "Yes, I have," replied Nicholas, "by that man Squeers, and I have beaten him soundly, and am leaving this place in consequence." "What?" cried John Browdie with such an ecstatic shout that the horse quite shied at it. "Beaten the schoolmeasther? Beaten the schoolmeasther? Who ever heard o' the like o' that noo? Give us thee hand again, youngster. Beaten the schoolmeasther? Dang it, I love thee for it." With these expressions of delight, John Browdie laughed and laughed again, so loud that the echoes far and wide sent back nothing but jovial peals of merriment, and shook Nicholas by the hand meanwhile no less heartily. When his mirth had subsided, he inquired what Nicholas meant to do. On his informing him to go straight to London, he shook his head doubtfully and inquired if he knew how much the coaches charged to carry passengers so far. "No, I do not," said Nicholas, "but it is of no great consequence to me, for I intend walking." "Gang awa to Lunnon afoot?" cried John in amazement. "Every step of the way," replied Nicholas. "I should be many steps further on by this time, and so good-bye." "Nay, no," replied the honest countryman, reining in his impatient horse. "Stand still, Telly. How much cash hast thee gotten?" "Not much," said Nicholas, colouring, but I can make it enough. Where there's a will, there's a way, you know." John Brody made no verbal answer to this remark, but putting his hand in his pocket, pulled out an old purse of solid leather, and insisted that Nicholas should borrow from him whatever he required for his present necessities. "Dean't be afeard, mun," he said. "Tak enough to carry thee home. Thee'lt pay me yan day, I warrant." Nicholas could by no means be prevailed upon to borrow more than a sovereign, with which loan Mr. Brody, after many entreaties that he would accept of more, observing with a touch of Yorkshire caution that if he didn't spend it all he could put the surplus by till he had an opportunity of remitting it carriage-free, was fain to content himself. "Tak that bit o' timber to help thee on wi, mun," he added, pressing his stick on Nicholas and giving his hand another squeeze. "Keep a good heart, and bless thee. Beaten the schoolmistress, thank God! It's the best thing I've heard this 20 year." So saying, and indulging with more delicacy than might have been expected from him in another series of loud laughs for the purpose of avoiding the thanks which Nicholas poured forth, John Brody set spurs to his horse and went off at a smart canter, looking back from time to time as Nicholas stood gazing after him and waving his hand cheerily as if to encourage him on his way. Nicholas watched the horse and rider until they disappeared over the brow of a distant hill, and then set forward on his journey. He did not travel far that afternoon, for by this time it was nearly dark, and there had been a heavy fall of snow, which not only rendered the way toilsome, but the track uncertain and difficult to find after daylight, save by experienced wayfarers. He lay that night at a cottage where beds were let at a cheap rate to the more humble class of travellers, and, rising betimes next morning, made his way before night to Boroughbridge. Passing through that town in search of some cheap resting-place, he stumbled upon an empty barn within a couple of 100 yards of the roadside, in a warm corner of which he stretched his weary limbs and soon fell asleep. When he awoke next morning and tried to recollect his dreams, which had been all connected with his recent sojourn at Dotheboys Hall, he sat up, rubbed his eyes, and stared, not with the most composed countenance possible, at some motionless object which seemed to be stationed within a few yards in front of him. "Strange!" cried Nicholas. "Can this be some lingering creation of the visions that have scarcely left me? It cannot be real, and yet I am awake. Smike?" The form moved, rose, advanced, and dropped upon its knees at his feet. It was Smike indeed. "Why do you kneel to me?" said Nicholas, hastily raising him. "To go with you anywhere, everywhere, to the world's end, to the churchyard grave," replied Smike, clinging to his hand. "Let me, oh, do let me. You are my home, my kind friend. Take me with you, pray." "I am a friend who can do little for you," said Nicholas kindly. "How came you here?" He had followed him, it seemed, had never lost sight of him all the way, had watched while he slept, and when he halted for refreshment and had feared to appear before lest he should be sent back, he had not intended to appear now, but Nicholas had awakened more suddenly than he looked for, and he had had no time to conceal himself. "Poor fellow," said Nicholas, "your hard fate denies you any friend but one, and he is nearly as poor and helpless as yourself." May I go with you?" asked Smike timidly. "I will be your faithful, hard-working servant. I will, indeed. I want no clothes," added the poor creature, drawing his rags together. "These will do very well. I only want to be near you." "And you shall," cried Nicholas, "and the world shall deal by you as it does by me, till one or both of us shall quit it for a better. Come." With these words he strapped his burden on his shoulders, and, taking his stick in one hand, extended the other to his delighted charge, and so they passed out of the old barn together. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 14. Having the misfortune to treat of none but common people is necessarily of a mean and vulgar character. In that quarter of London in which Golden Square is situated, there is a bygone, faded, tumble-down street with two irregular rows of tall, meagre houses which seem to have stared each other out of countenance years ago. The very chimneys appear to have grown dismal and melancholy from having had nothing better to look at than the chimneys over the way. Their tops are battered and broken and blackened with smoke, and here and there some taller stack than the rest, inclining heavily to one side and toppling over the roof, seems to meditate taking revenge for half a century's neglect by crushing the inhabitants of the garrets beneath. The fowls who peck about the kennels, jerking their bodies hither and thither with a gait which none but town fowls are ever seen to adopt, and which any country cock or hen would be puzzled to understand, are perfectly in keeping with the crazy habitations of their owners. Dingy, ill-plumed, drowsy flutterers, sent, like many of the neighbouring children, to get a livelihood in the streets, they hop from stone to stone in forlorn search of some hidden eatable in the mud, and can scarcely raise a crow among them. The only one with anything approaching to a voice is an aged bantam at the baker's, and even he is hoarse in consequence of bad living in his last place. To judge from the size of the houses, they have been at one time tenanted by persons of better condition than their present occupants, but they are now let off by the week in floors or rooms, and every door has almost as many plates or bell handles as there are apartments within. The windows are, for the same reason, sufficiently diversified in appearance, being ornamented with every variety of common blind and curtain that can easily be imagined, while every doorway is blocked up and rendered nearly impassable by a motley collection of children and porter-pots of all sizes, from the baby in arms and the half-pint pot to the full-grown girl and a half-gallon can. In the parlour of one of these houses, which was perhaps a thought dirtier than any of its neighbours, which exhibited more bell-handles, children, and porter-pots, and caught in all its freshness the first gust of the thick black smoke that poured forth night and day from a large brewery hard by, hung a bill announcing that there was yet one room to let within its walls, though on what story the vacant room could be, regard being had to the outward tokens of many lodgers which the whole front displayed, from the mangle in the kitchen windows to the flower-pots on the parapet, it would have been beyond the power of a calculating boy to discover. The common stairs of this mansion were bare and carpetless, but a curious visitor who had to climb his way to the top might have observed that there were not wanting indications of the progressive poverty of the inmates, although their rooms were shut. Thus the first-floor lodgers, being flush of furniture, kept an old mahogany table, real mahogany, on the landing-place outside, which was only taken in when occasion required. On the second story the spare furniture dwindled down to a couple of old deal chairs, of which one, belonging to the back room, was shorn of a leg and bottomless. The story above boasted no greater excess than a worm-eaten wash-tub, and the garret landing-place displayed no costlier articles than two crippled pitchers and some broken blacking bottles. It was on this garret landing-place that a hard-featured, square-faced man, elderly and shabby, stopped to unlock the door of the front attic, into which, having surmounted the task of turning the rusty key in its still more rusty wards, he walked with the air of legal owner. This person wore a wig of short, coarse, red hair, which he took off with his hat and hung upon a nail. Having adopted in its place a dirty cotton nightcap and groped about in the dark till he found a remnant of candle, he knocked at the partition which divided the two garrets and inquired in a loud voice whether Mr. Noggs had a light. The sounds that came back were stifled by the lath and plaster, and it seemed, moreover, as though the speaker had uttered them from the interior of a mug or other drinking vessel, but they were in the voice of Newman, and conveyed a reply in the affirmative.
"A nasty night, Mr. Noggs,"
said the man in the nightcap, stepping in to light his candle. "Does it rain?" asked Newman.
"Does it?"
replied the other pettishly.
"I'm wet through."
"It doesn't take much to wet you and me through, Mr. Crowle," said Newman, laying his hand upon the lapel of his threadbare coat.
"Well, and that makes it more vexatious,"
observed Mr. Crowle in the same pettish tone. Uttering a low, querulous growl, the speaker, whose harsh countenance was the very epitome of selfishness, raked the scanty fire nearly out of the grate, and, emptying the glass which Noggs had pushed towards him, inquired where he kept his coals. Newman Noggs pointed to the bottom of a cupboard, and Mr. Crowle, seizing the shovel, threw on half the stock, which Noggs very deliberately took off again without saying a word.
"You've not turned saving at this time of day, I hope?"
said Crowle. Newman pointed to the empty glass, as though it were a sufficient refutation of the charge, and briefly said that he was going downstairs to supper.
"To the Kenwigses?"
asked Crowle. Newman nodded assent.
"Think of that now," said Crowle. "If I didn't, thinking that you were certain not to go because you said you wouldn't, tell Kenwigs I couldn't come and make up my mind to spend the evening with you."
"I was obliged to go," said Newman. "They would have me."
"Well, but what's to become of me?"
urged the selfish man, who never thought of anybody else.
"It's all your fault. I'll tell you what, I'll sit by your fire till you come back again."
Newman cast a despairing glance at his small store of fuel, but, not having the courage to say no, a word which in all his life he never had said at the right time, either to himself or any one else, gave way to the proposed arrangement. Mr. Crowle immediately went about making himself as comfortable with Newman Noggs's means as circumstances would admit of his being made. The lodgers to whom Crowle had made allusion under the designation of the Kenwigses were the wife and olive branches of one Mr. Kenwigs, a turner in ivory, who was looked upon as a person of some consideration on the premises, inasmuch as he occupied the whole of the first floor, comprising a suite of 2 rooms. Mrs. Kenwigs, too, was quite a lady in her manners and of a very genteel family, having an uncle who collected a water rate. Besides which distinction, the 2 eldest of her little girls went twice a week to a dancing school in the neighbourhood, and had flaxen hair tied with blue ribbons, hanging in luxuriant pigtails down their backs, and wore little white trousers with frills round the ankles. For all of which reasons, and many more equally valid but too numerous to mention, Mrs. Kenwigs was considered a very desirable person to know, and was the constant theme of all the gossips in the street, and even 3 or 4 doors round the corner, at both ends. It was the anniversary of that happy day on which the Church of England, as by law established, had bestowed Mrs. Kenwigs upon Mr. Kenwigs, and in grateful commemoration of the same, Mrs. Kenwigs had invited a few select friends to cards and a supper in the first floor, and had put on a new gown to receive them in, which gown, being of a flaming colour and made upon a juvenile principle, was so successful that Mr. Kenwigs said the 8 years of matrimony and the 5 children seemed all a dream, and Mrs. Kenwigs younger and more blooming than on the very first Sunday he had kept company with her. Beautiful as Mrs. Kenwigs looked when she was dressed, though, and so stately that you would have supposed she had a cook and a housemaid at least, and nothing to do but order them about, she had a world of trouble with the preparations. More, indeed, than she, being of a delicate and genteel constitution, could have sustained had not the pride of housewifery upheld her. At last, however, all the things that had to be got together were got together, and all the things that had to be got out of the way were got out of the way, and everything was ready, and the collector himself having promised to come, fortune smiled upon the occasion. The party was admirably selected. There were, first of all, Mr. Kenwigs and Mrs. Kenwigs and 4 Olive Kenwigses, who sat up to supper, firstly because it was but right that they should have a treat on such a day, and secondly because their going to bed in presence of the company would have been inconvenient, not to say improper. Then there was a young lady who had made Mrs. Kenwigs's dress, and who, it was the most convenient thing in the world, living in the 2-pair back, gave up her bed to the baby and got a little girl to watch it. Then to match this young lady was a young man who had known Mr. Kenwigs when he was a bachelor, and was much esteemed by the ladies as bearing the reputation of a rake. To these were added a newly married couple who had visited Mr. and Mrs. Kenwigs in their courtship, and a sister of Mrs. Kenwigs's who was quite a beauty, besides whom there was another young man supposed to entertain honourable designs upon the lady last mentioned, and Mr. Noggs, who was a genteel person to ask because he had been a gentleman once. There were also an elderly lady from the back parlour, and one more young lady, who, next to the collector perhaps, was the great lion of the party, being the daughter of a theatrical fireman, who went on in the pantomime and had the greatest turn for the stage that was ever known, being able to sing and recite in a manner that brought the tears into Mrs. Kenwigs's eyes. There was only one drawback upon the pleasure of seeing such friends, and that was that the lady in the back parlour, who was very fat and turned of 60, came in a low book muslin dress and short kid gloves, which so exasperated Mrs. Kenwigs that lady assured her visitors, in private, that if it hadn't happened that the supper was cooking at the back parlour grate at that moment, she certainly would have requested its representative to withdraw.
"My dear," said Mr. Kenwigs, "wouldn't it be better to begin a round game?"
"Kenwigs, my dear," returned his wife, "I am surprised at you. Would you begin without my uncle?"
"I forgot the collector," said Kenwigs. "Oh, no, that would never do."
"He's so particular," said Mrs. Kenwigs, turning to the other married lady, "that if we began without him, I should be out of his will for ever."
"Dear!" cried the married lady.
"You've no idea what he is," replied Mrs. Kenwigs, "and yet as good a creature as ever breathed."
"The kindest-hearted man as ever was," said Kenwigs.
"It goes to his heart, I believe, to be forced to cut the water off when the people don't pay,"
observed the bachelor friend, intending a joke.
"George,"
said Mr. Kenwigs solemnly,
"none of that, if you please."
"It was only my joke," said the friend, abashed.
"George," rejoined Mr. Kenwigs, "a joke is a wery good thing, but when that joke is made at the expense of Mrs. Kenwigs's feelings, I set my face against it. A man in public life expects to be sneered at. It is the fault of his elewated situation, and not of himself. Mrs. Kenwigs' relation is a public man, and that he knows George, and that he can bear, but putting Mrs. Kenwigs out of the question, if I could put Mrs. Kenwigs out of the question on such an occasion as this, I have the honour to be connected with the collector by marriage, and I cannot allow these remarks in my—" Mr. Kenwigs was going to say house, but he rounded the sentence with apartments. At the conclusion of these observations, which drew forth evidences of acute feeling from Mrs. Kenwigs and had the intended effect of impressing the company with a deep sense of the collector's dignity, a ring was heard at the bell.
"That's him," whispered Mr. Kenwigs, greatly excited. "Morleena, my dear, run down and let your uncle in, and kiss him directly you get the door open. Let's be talking."
Adopting Mr. Kenwigs's suggestion, the company spoke very loudly to look easy and unembarrassed, and almost as soon as they had begun to do so, a short old gentleman in drabs and gaiters, with a face that might have been carved out of lignum vitae, for anything that appeared to the contrary, was led playfully in by Miss Morleena Kenwigs, regarding whose uncommon Christian name it may be here remarked that it had been invented and composed by Mrs. Kenwigs previous to her first lying in, for the special distinction of her eldest child, in case it should prove a daughter.
"Oh, uncle, I'm so glad to see you," said Mrs. Kenwigs, kissing the collector affectionately on both cheeks. "So glad."
"Many happy returns of the day, my dear," replied the collector, returning the compliment.
Now, this was an interesting thing. Here was a collector of water rates, without his book, without his pen and ink, without his double knock, without his intimidation, kissing, actually kissing, an agreeable female, and leaving taxes, summonses, notices that he had called, or announcement that he would never call again, for 2 quarters due, wholly out of the question. It was pleasant to see how the company looked on, quite absorbed in the sight, and to behold the nods and winks with which they expressed their gratification at finding so much humanity in a tax-gatherer.
Where will you sit, uncle?
said Mrs. Kenwigs, in the full glow of family pride which the appearance of her distinguished relation occasioned. Anywheres, my dear, said the collector. I'm not particular.
Not particular? What a meek collector!
If he had been an author who knew his place, he couldn't have been more humble.
Mr. Lillywick,
said Kenwigs, addressing the collector, some friends here, sir, are very anxious for the honour of, thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Cutler, Mr. Lillywick.
Proud to know you, sir,
said Mr. Cutler. I've heard of you very often. These were not mere words of ceremony, for Mr. Cutler, having kept house in Mr. Lillywick's parish, had heard of him very often indeed. His attention in calling had been quite extraordinary. George, you know, I think, Mr. Lillywick, said Kenwigs. Lady from downstairs, Mr. Lillywick. Mr. Snooks, Mr. Lillywick. Miss Green, Mr. Lillywick. Mr. Lillywick, Miss Petowker of the Theatre Royal, Drury Lane. Very glad to make two public characters acquainted. Mrs. Kenwigs, my dear, will you sort the counters? Mrs. Kenwigs, with the assistance of Newman Noggs, who, as he performed sundry little acts of kindness for the children at all times and seasons, was humoured in his request to be taken no notice of, and was merely spoken about in a whisper as the decayed gentleman, did as he was desired, and the greater part of the guests sat down to speculation, while Newman himself, Mrs. Kenwigs, and Miss Petowker of the Theatre Royal, Drury Lane, looked after the supper-table. While the ladies were thus busying themselves, Mr. Lillywick was intent upon the game in progress, and as all should be fish that comes to a water-collector's net, the dear old gentleman was by no means scrupulous in appropriating to himself the property of his neighbours, which, on the contrary, he abstracted whenever an opportunity presented itself, smiling good-humouredly all the while, and making so many condescending speeches to the owners that they were delighted with his amiability, and thought in their hearts that he deserved to be Chancellor of the Exchequer at least. After a great deal of trouble, and the administration of many slaps on the head to the infant Kenwigses, whereof two of the most rebellious were summarily banished, the cloth was laid with much elegance, and a pair of boiled fowls, a large piece of pork, apple pie, potatoes, and greens were served, at sight of which the worthy Mr. Lillywick vented a great many witticisms and plucked up amazingly, to the immense delight and satisfaction of the whole body of admirers. Very well and very fast the supper went off, no more serious difficulties occurring than those which arose from the incessant demand for clean knives and forks, which made poor Mrs. Kenwigs wish more than once that private society adopted the principle of schools and required that every guest should bring his own knife, fork, and spoon, which doubtless would be a great accommodation in many cases, and to no one more so than to the lady and gentleman of the house, especially if the school principle were carried out to the full extent, and the articles were expected as a matter of delicacy not to be taken away again. Everybody having eaten everything, the table was cleared in a most alarming hurry, and with great noise, and the spirits, whereat the eyes of Newman Noggs glistened, being arranged in order, with water both hot and cold, the party composed themselves for conviviality. Mr. Lillywick being stationed in a large arm-chair by the fireside, and the four little Kenwigses disposed on a small form in front of the company with their flaxen tails towards them and their faces to the fire, an arrangement which no sooner perfected than Mrs. Kenwigs was overpowered by the feelings of a mother, and fell upon the left shoulder of Mr. Kenwigs, dissolved in tears.
"Oh, they are so beautiful,"
said Mrs. Kenwigs, sobbing. "Oh, dear," said all the ladies, "so they are. It's very natural you should feel proud of that, but don't give way, don't."
"I can not help it, and it don't signify,"
sobbed Mrs. Kenwigs.
"Oh, they're too beautiful to live, much too beautiful."
On hearing this alarming presentiment of their being doomed to an early death in the flower of their infancy, all four little girls raised a hideous cry, and burying their heads in their mother's lap simultaneously, screamed until the 8 flaxen tails vibrated again. Mrs. Kenwigs meanwhile clasping them alternately to her bosom, with attitudes expressive of distraction which Miss Petowker herself might have copied. At length the anxious mother permitted herself to be soothed into a more tranquil state, and the little Kenwigses, being also composed, were distributed among the company to prevent the possibility of Mrs. Kenwigs being again overcome by the blaze of their combined beauty. This done, the ladies and gentlemen united in prophesying that they would live for many, many years, and that there was no occasion at all for Mrs. Kenwigs to distress herself, which, in good truth, there did not appear to be, the loveliness of the children by no means justifying her apprehensions. "This day 8 year," said Mr. Kenwigs after a pause. "Dear me! Ah!" This reflection was echoed by all present, who said "ah" first and "dear me" afterwards.
"I was younger then," tittered Mrs. Kenwigs.
"No," said the collector. "Certainly not," added everybody. "I remember my niece," said Mr. Lillyvick, surveying his audience with a grave air. "I remember her, on that very afternoon, when she first acknowledged to her mother a partiality for Kenwigs. 'Mother,' she says, 'I love him.'"
"Adore him," I said. "Uncle,"
interposed Mrs. Kenwigs. "Love him, I think, my dear," said the collector firmly.
"Perhaps you're right, uncle," replied Mrs. Kenwigs submissively. "I thought it was adore."
"Love, my dear," retorted Mr. Lillyvick. "Mother," she says, "I love him." "What do I hear?" cries her mother, and instantly falls into strong convulsions. A general exclamation of astonishment burst from the company. "Into strong convulsions," repeated Mr. Lillyvick, regarding them with a rigid look. "Kenwigs will excuse my saying, in the presence of friends, that there was a very great objection to him, on the ground that he was beneath the family and would disgrace it. You remember, Kenwigs?" "Certainly," replied that gentleman, in no way displeased at the reminiscence, inasmuch as it proved beyond all doubt what a high family Mrs. Kenwigs came from. "I share in that feeling," said Mr. Lillyvick. "Perhaps it was natural, perhaps it wasn't." A gentle murmur seemed to say that, in one of Mr. Lillyvick's station, the objection was not only natural, but highly praiseworthy. "I came round to him in time," said Mr. Lillyvick, "after they were married, and there was no help for it. I was one of the first to say that Kenwigs must be taken notice of. The family did take notice of him, in consequence, and on my representation I am bound to say, and proud to say, that I have always found him a very honest, well-behaved, upright, respectable sort of man. Kenwigs, shake hands." "I'm proud to do it, sir," said Mr. Kenwigs. "So am I, Kenwigs," rejoined Mr. Lillyvick. "A very happy life I've led with your niece, sir," said Kenwigs. "It would have been your own fault if you had not, sir," remarked Mr. Lillyvick.
"Morlina Kenwigs,"
cried her mother at this crisis, much affected,
"kiss your dear uncle."
The young lady did as she was requested, and the 3 other little girls were successively hoisted up to the collector's countenance and subjected to the same process, which was afterwards repeated on them by the majority of those present. "Oh, dear, Mrs. Kenwigs," said Miss Petowker, "while Mr. Noggs is making that punch to drink happy returns in, do let Morlina go through that figure dance before Mr. Lillyvick."
"Oh, no, no, my dear,"
replied Mrs. Kenwigs.
"It will only worry my uncle."
"It can't worry him, I am sure," said Miss Petowker. "You'll be very much pleased, won't you, sir?" "That I'm sure I shall," replied the collector, glancing at the punch-mixer.
"Well, then, I'll tell you what,"
said Mrs. Kenwigs.
"Morlina shall do the steps if uncle can persuade Miss Petowker to recite us the blood drinker's burial afterwards."
There was a great clapping of hands and stamping of feet at this proposition, the subject whereof gently inclined her head several times in acknowledgment of the reception. "You know," said Miss Petowker reproachfully, "that I dislike doing anything professional in private parties."
"Oh, but not here," said Mrs. Kenwigs. "We're all so very friendly and pleasant that you might as well be going through it in your own room. Besides, the occasion—"
"I can't resist that," interrupted Miss Petowker. "Anything in my humble power I shall be delighted to do." Mrs. Kenwigs and Miss Petowker had arranged a small programme of the entertainments between them, of which this was the prescribed order, but they had settled to have a little pressing on both sides because it looked more natural. The company being all ready, Miss Petowker hummed a tune and Morleena danced a dance, having previously had the soles of her shoes chalked with as much care as if she were going on the tightrope. It was a very beautiful figure, comprising a great deal of work for the arms, and was received with unbounded applause. "If I was blessed with a child," said Miss Petowker, blushing, "of such genius as that, I would have her out at the opera instantly." Mrs. Kenwigs sighed and looked at Mr. Kenwigs, who shook his head and observed that he was doubtful about it.
"Kenwigs is afraid," said Mrs. K.
"What of?" inquired Miss Petowker. "Not of her failing?"
"Oh, no,"
replied Mrs. Kenwigs. "But if she grew up what she is now, only think of the young dukes and marquises."
"Very right," said the collector.
"Still," submitted Miss Petowker, "if she took a proper pride in herself, you know." "There's a good deal in that," observed Mrs. Kenwigs, looking at her husband.
"I only know," faltered Miss Petowker, "it may be no rule to be sure, but I have never found any inconvenience or unpleasantness of that sort." Mr. Kenwigs, with becoming gallantry, said that settled the question at once, and that he would take the subject into his serious consideration. This being resolved upon, Miss Petowker was entreated to begin the blood-drinker's burial, to which end that young lady let down her back hair, and taking up her position at the other end of the room, with the bachelor friend posted in a corner to rush out at the cue "In Death Expire" and catch her in his arms when she died raving mad, went through the performance with extraordinary spirit, and to the great terror of the little Kenwigses, who were all but frightened into fits. The ecstasies consequent upon the effort had not yet subsided, and Newman, who had not been thoroughly sober at so late an hour for a long, long time, had not yet been able to put in a word of announcement that the punch was ready, when a hasty knock was heard at the room door, which elicited a shriek from Mrs. Kenwigs, who immediately divined that the baby had fallen out of bed.
"Who is that?" demanded Mr. Kenwigs sharply.
"Don't be alarmed. It's only me,"
said Crowl, looking in his nightcap.
"The baby's very comfortable, for I peeped into the room as I came down, and it's fast asleep, and so is the girl. I don't think the candle will set fire to the bed curtain unless a draught was to get into the room. It's Mr. Noggs that's wanted."
"Me?" cried Newman, much astonished.
"Why, it is a queer hour, isn't it?"
replied Crowl, who was not best pleased at the prospect of losing his fire.
"And they're queer-looking people, too, all covered with rain and mud. Shall I tell them to go away?"
"No," said Newman, rising. "People? How many?"
"2," rejoined Crowl. "Want me? By name?" asked Newman. "By name," replied Crowl. "Mr. Newman Noggs, as pat as need be."
Newman reflected for a few seconds and then hurried away, muttering that he would be back directly. He was as good as his word, for in an exceedingly short time he burst into the room and, seizing without a word of apology or explanation a lighted candle and tumbler of hot punch from the table, darted away like a madman.
"What the deuce is the matter with him?"
exclaimed Crowl, throwing the door open.
"Hark! Is there any noise above?"
The guests rose in great confusion, and, looking in each other's faces with much perplexity and some fear, stretched their necks forward and listened attentively. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 15 acquaints the reader with the cause and origin of the interruption described in the last chapter, and with some other matters necessary to be known. Newman Noggs scrambled in violent haste upstairs with the steaming beverage, which he had so unceremoniously snatched from the table of Mr. Kenwigs, and indeed from the very grasp of the water-rate collector, who was eyeing the contents of the tumbler at the moment of its unexpected abstraction with lively marks of pleasure visible in his countenance. He bore his prize straight to his own back garret, where, footsore and nearly shoeless, wet, dirty, jaded, and disfigured with every mark of fatiguing travel, sat Nicholas and Smike, at once the cause and partner of his toil, both perfectly worn out by their unwonted and protracted exertion. Newman's first act was to compel Nicholas, with gentle force, to swallow half of the punch at a breath, nearly boiling as it was, and his next to pour the remainder down the throat of Smike, who, never having tasted anything stronger than aperient medicine in his whole life, exhibited various odd manifestations of surprise and delight during the passage of the liquor down his throat, and turned up his eyes most emphatically when it was all gone. "You are wet through," said Newman, passing his hand hastily over the coat which Nicholas had thrown off, "and I haven't even a change," he added with a wistful glance at the shabby clothes he wore himself. "I have dry clothes, or at least such as will serve my turn well in my bundle," replied Nicholas. "If you look so distressed to see me, you will add to the pain I feel already at being compelled for one night to cast myself upon your slender means for aid and shelter." Newman did not look the less distressed to hear Nicholas talking in this strain, but upon his young friend grasping him heartily by the hand and assuring him that nothing but implicit confidence in the sincerity of his professions and kindness of feeling towards himself would have induced him on any consideration even to have made him acquainted with his arrival in London, Mr. Noggs brightened up again and went about making such arrangements as were in his power for the comfort of his visitors with extreme alacrity. These were simple enough, poor Newman's means halting at a very considerable distance short of his inclinations, but slight as they were not made without much bustling and running about. As Nicholas had husbanded his scanty stock of money so well that it was not yet quite expended, a supper of bread and cheese, with some cold beef from the cook's shop, was soon placed upon the table, and these viands being flanked by a bottle of spirits and a pot of porter, there was no ground for apprehension on the score of hunger or thirst, at all events. Such preparations as Newman had it in his power to make for the accommodation of his guests during the night occupied no very great time in completing, and as he had insisted as an express preliminary that Nicholas should change his clothes and that Smike should invest himself in his solitary coat, which no entreaties would dissuade him from stripping off for the purpose, the travellers partook of their frugal fare with more satisfaction than one of them at least had derived from many a better meal. They then drew near the fire, which Newman Noggs had made up as well as he could after the inroads of Crowle upon the fuel, and Nicholas, who had hitherto been restrained by the extreme anxiety of his friend that he should refresh himself after his journey, now pressed him with earnest questions concerning his mother and sister. "Well," returned Newman with his accustomed taciturnity, "both well." "They are living in the city still?" inquired Nicholas. "They are," said Newman. "And my sister?" added Nicholas. "Is she still engaged in the business which she wrote to tell me she thought she should like so much?" Newman opened his eyes rather wider than usual, but merely replied by a gasp, which, according to the action of the head that accompanied it, was interpreted by his friends as meaning yes or no. In the present instance the pantomime consisted of a nod and not a shake, so Nicholas took the answer as a favourable one. "Now, listen to me," said Nicholas, laying his hand on Newman's shoulder. "Before I would make an effort to see them, I deemed it expedient to come to you, lest by gratifying my own selfish desire I should inflict an injury upon them which I can never repair. What has my uncle heard from Yorkshire?" Newman opened and shut his mouth several times, as though he were trying his utmost to speak, but could make nothing of it, and finally fixed his eyes on Nicholas with a grim and ghastly stare. "What has he heard?" urged Nicholas, colouring. "You see that I am prepared to hear the very worst that malice can have suggested. Why should you conceal it from me? I must know it sooner or later, And what purpose can be gained by trifling with the matter for a few minutes, when half the time would put me in possession of all that has occurred? Tell me at once, pray." "To-morrow morning," said Newman. "Hear it to-morrow." "What purpose would that answer?" urged Nicholas. "You would sleep the better," replied Newman. "I should sleep the worse," answered Nicholas impatiently. "Sleep? Exhausted as I am, and standing in no common need of rest, I cannot hope to close my eyes all night unless you tell me everything." "And if I should tell you everything," said Newman, hesitating, "why, then you may rouse my indignation or wound my pride," rejoined Nicholas, "but you will not break my rest. For if the scene were acted over again, I could take no other part than I have taken, and whatever consequences may accrue to myself from it, I shall never regret doing as I have done. Never, if I starve or beg in consequence. What is a little poverty or suffering to the disgrace of the basest and most inhuman cowardice? I tell you, if I had stood by tamely and passively, I should have hated myself and merited the contempt of every man in existence. The black-hearted scoundrel!" With this gentle allusion to the absent Mr. Squeers, Nicholas repressed his rising wrath, and relating to Newman exactly what had passed at Dotheboys Hall, entreated him to speak out without more pressing. Thus adjured, Mr. Noggs took from an old trunk a sheet of paper which appeared to have been scrawled over in great haste, and after sundry extraordinary demonstrations of reluctance, delivered himself in the following terms. "My dear young man, you mustn't give way to this sort of thing will never do, you know, as to getting on in the world if you take everybody's part that's ill-treated. Damn it, I'm proud to hear of it, and would have done it myself." Newman accompanied this very unusual outbreak with a violent blow upon the table, as if, in the heat of the moment, he had mistaken it for the chest or ribs of Mr. Wackford Squeers. Having by this open declaration of his feelings quite precluded himself from offering Nicholas any cautious worldly advice, which had been his first intention, Mr. Noggs went straight to the point. "The day before yesterday," said Newman, "your uncle received this letter. I took a hasty copy of it while he was out. Shall I read it?" "If you please," replied Nicholas. Newman Noggs accordingly read as follows. "Dotheboys Hall, Thursday morning. Sir, my pa requests me to write to you, the doctors considering it doubtful whether he will ever recover the use of his legs, which prevents his holding a pen. We are in a state of mind beyond everything, and my pa is one mask of bruises, both blue and green, likewise. 2 forms are steepled in his gore. We were compelled to have him carried down into the kitchen, where he now lays. You will judge from this that he has been brought very low. When your nephew, that you recommended for a teacher, had done this to my pa, and jumped upon his body with his feet, and also language, which I will not pollute my pen with describing, he assaulted my ma with dreadful violence, dashed her to the earth, and drove her back comb several inches into her head. A very little more, and it must have entered her skull. We have a medical certificate that if it had, the tortoise-shell would have affected the brain. Me and my brother were then the victims of his fury, since which we have suffered very much, which leads us to the harrowing belief that we have received some injury in our insides, especially as no marks of violence are visible externally. I am screaming out loud all the time I write, and so is my brother, which takes off my attention rather, and I hope will excuse mistakes. The monster, having satiated his thirst for blood, ran away, taking with him a boy of desperate character that he had excited to rebellion, and a garnet ring belonging to my ma, and not having been apprehended by the constables, is supposed to have been took up by some stagecoach. My pa begs that if he comes to you, the ring may be returned, and that you will let the thief and assassin go, as if we prosecuted him he would only be transported, and if he is let go he is sure to be hung before long, which will save us trouble and be much more satisfactory. Hoping to hear from you when convenient,
I remain, yours and cetera, Fanny Squeers. P.S. I pity his ignorance and despise him." A profound silence succeeded to the reading of this choice epistle, during which Newman Noggs, as he folded it up, gazed with a kind of grotesque pity at the boy of desperate character therein referred to, who, having no more distinct perception of the matter in hand than that he had been the unfortunate cause of heaping trouble and falsehood upon Nicholas, sat mute and dispirited, with a most woebegone and heart-stricken look. "Mr. Noggs," said Nicholas after a few moments' reflection, "I must go out at once." "Go out?" cried Newman. "Yes," said Nicholas, "to Golden Square. Nobody who knows me would believe this story of the ring, but it may suit the purpose, or gratify the hatred of Mr. Ralph Nickleby, to feign to attach credence to it. It is due not to him but to myself that I should state the truth, and moreover I have a word or two to exchange with him which will not keep cool." "They must," said Newman. "They must not indeed," rejoined Nicholas firmly as he prepared to leave the house. "Hear me speak," said Newman, planting himself before his impetuous young friend. "He's not there. He's away from town. He will not be back for 3 days, and I know that letter will not be answered before he returns." "Are you sure of this?" asked Nicholas, chafing violently and pacing the narrow room with rapid strides. "Quite," rejoined Newman. "He had hardly read it when he was called away. Its contents are known to nobody but himself and us." "Are you certain?" demanded Nicholas precipitately. "Not even to my mother or sister? If I thought that they... I will go there. I must see them. Which is the way? Where is it?" "Now, be advised by me," said Newman, speaking for the moment in his earnestness like any other man. "Make no effort to see even them till he comes home. I know the man. Do not seem to have been tampering with anybody. When he returns, go straight to him and speak as boldly as you like, guessing at the real truth. He knows it as well as you or I. Trust him for that." "You mean well to me, and should know him better than I can," replied Nicholas after some consideration. "Well, let it be so." Newman, who had stood during the foregoing conversation with his back planted against the door, ready to oppose any egress from the apartment by force if necessary, resumed his seat with much satisfaction, and as the water in the kettle was by this time boiling, made a glassful of spirits and water for Nicholas and a cracked mugful for the joint accommodation of himself and Smike, of which the two partook in great harmony, while Nicholas, leaning his head upon his hand, remained buried in melancholy meditation. Meanwhile, the company below stairs, after listening attentively and not hearing any noise which would justify them in interfering for the gratification of their curiosity, returned to the chamber of the Kenwigses and employed themselves in hazarding a great variety of conjectures relative to the cause of Mr. Noggs's sudden disappearance and detention.
"Law, I'll tell you what," said Mrs. Kenwigs. "Suppose it should be an express sent up to say that his property has all come back again."
"Dear me," said Mr. Kenwigs, "it's not impossible. Perhaps in that case we'd better send up and ask if he won't take a little more punch." "Kenwigs," said Mr. Lillyvick in a loud voice, "I'm surprised at you."
"What's the matter, sir?"
asked Mr. Kenwigs with becoming submission to the collector of water rates. "Making such a remark as that, sir?" replied Mr. Lillyvick angrily. "He has had punch already, has he not, sir? I consider the way in which that punch was cut off, if I may use the expression, highly disrespectful to this company, scandalous, perfectly scandalous. It may be the custom to allow such things in this house, but it's not the kind of behaviour that I've been used to see displayed, and so I don't mind telling you, Kenwigs. A gentleman has a glass of punch before him to which he is just about to set his lips, when another gentleman comes and collars that glass of punch without a with your leave or by your leave, and carries that glass of punch away. This may be good manners, I dare say it is, but I don't understand it, that's all, and what's more, I don't care if I never do. It's my way to speak my mind, Kenwigs, and that is my mind, and if you don't like it, it's past my regular time for going to bed, and I can find my way home without making it later." Here was an untoward event.
The collector had sat swelling and fuming in offended dignity for some minutes, and had now fairly burst out. The great man, the rich relation, the unmarried uncle who had it in his power to make Morleena an heiress and the very baby a legatee, was offended. Gracious powers, where was this to end? I'm very sorry, sir," said Mr. Kenwigs humbly. "Don't tell me you're sorry," retorted Mr. Lillyvick with much sharpness. "You should have prevented it then." The company were quite paralysed by this domestic crash. The back parlour sat with her mouth wide open, staring vacantly at the collector in a stupor of dismay. The other guests were scarcely less overpowered by the great man's irritation. Mr. Kenwigs, not being skilful in such matters, only fanned the flame in attempting to extinguish it. "I didn't think of it, I'm sure, sir," said that gentleman. "I didn't suppose that such a little thing as a glass of punch would have put you out of temper." "Out of temper? What the devil do you mean by that piece of impertinence, Mr. Kenwigs?" said the collector. "Morleena, child, give me my hat."
"Oh, you're not going, Mr. Lillyvick, sir?" interposed Miss Petowker with her most bewitching smile. But still Mr. Lillyvick, regardless of the siren, cried obdurately, "Morleena, my hat!" Upon the fourth repetition of which demand, Mrs. Kenwigs sunk back in her chair with a cry that might have softened a water-butt, not to say a water-collector, while the four little girls, privately instructed to that effect, clasped their uncle's drab shorts in their arms and prayed him in imperfect English to remain. "Why should I stop here, my dears?" said Mr. Lillyvick. "I am not wanted here."
Oh, do not speak so cruelly, uncle," sobbed Mrs. Kenwigs, "unless you wish to kill me."
"I shouldn't wonder if some people were to say I did," replied Mr. Lillyvick, glancing angrily at Kenwigs. "Out of temper."
"Oh, I cannot bear to see him look so at my husband," cried Mrs. Kenwigs. "He's so dreadful in families. Oh!"
"Mr. Lillyvick," said Kenwigs, "I hope, for the sake of your niece, that you won't object to be reconciled." The collector's features relaxed as the company added their entreaties to those of his nephew-in-law. He gave up his hat and held out his hand. "There, Kenwigs," said Mr. Lillyvick, "and let me tell you, at the same time, to show you how much out of temper I was, that if I had gone away without another word, it would have made no difference respecting that pound or two which I shall leave among your children when I die."
"Morleena Kenwigs," cried her mother in a torrent of affection, "go down upon your knees to your dear uncle and beg him to love you all his life through, for he's more an angel than a man, and I've always said so."
Miss Morleena, approaching to do homage in compliance with this injunction, was summarily caught up and kissed by Mr. Lillyvick, and thereupon Mrs. Kenwigs darted forward and kissed the collector, and an irrepressible murmur of applause broke from the company who had witnessed his magnanimity. The worthy gentleman then became once more the life and soul of the society, being again reinstated in his old post of lion, from which high station the temporary distraction of their thoughts had for a moment dispossessed him. Quadruped lions are said to be savage only when they are hungry. Biped lions are rarely sulky longer than when their appetite for distinction remains unappeased. Mr. Lillyvick stood higher than ever, for he had shown his power, hinted at his property and testamentary intentions, gained great credit for disinterestedness and virtue, and in addition to all was finally accommodated with a much larger tumbler of punch than that which Newman Noggs had so feloniously made off with.
"I say, I beg everybody's pardon for intruding again,"
said Crowl, looking in at this happy juncture,
"but what a queer business this is, isn't it? Noggs has lived in this house now going on for 5 years, and nobody has ever been to see him before within the memory of the oldest inhabitant."
"It's a strange time of night to be called away, sir, certainly," said the collector, "and the behaviour of Mr. Noggs himself is, to say the least of it, mysterious."
"Well, so it is," rejoined Crowl, "and I'll tell you what's more. I think these two geniuses, whoever they are, have run away from somewhere."
"What makes you think that, sir?" demanded the collector, who seemed by a tacit understanding to have been chosen an elected mouthpiece to the company. "You have no reason to suppose that they have run away from anywhere without paying the rates and taxes due, I hope?" Mr. Crowl, with a look of some contempt, was about to enter a general protest against the payment of rates or taxes under any circumstances when he was checked by a timely whisper from Kenwigs and several frowns and winks from Mrs. K, which providentially stopped him. "Why, the fact is," said Crowl, who had been listening at Newman's door with all his might and main, "the fact is that they have been talking so loud that they quite disturbed me in my room, and so I couldn't help catching a word here and a word there, and all I heard certainly seemed to refer to their having bolted from some place or other. I don't wish to alarm Mrs. Kenwigs, but I hope they haven't come from any jail or hospital and brought away a fever or some unpleasantness of that sort which might be catching for the children." Mrs. Kenwigs was so overpowered by this supposition that it needed all the tender attentions of Miss Petowker of the Theatre Royal Drury Lane to restore her to anything like a state of calmness, not to mention the assiduity of Mr. Kenwigs, who held a fat smelling-bottle to his lady's nose until it became matter of some doubt whether the tears which coursed down her face were the result of feelings or sal volatile. The ladies, having expressed their sympathy, singly and separately, fell, according to custom, into a little chorus of soothing expressions, among which such condolences as "Poor dear, I should feel just the same if I was her," "To be sure it's a very trying thing," and "Nobody but a mother knows what a mother's feelings is," were among the most prominent and most frequently repeated. In short, the opinion of the company was so clearly manifested that Mr. Kenwigs was on the point of repairing to Mr. Noggs's room to demand an explanation, and had indeed swallowed a preparatory glass of punch with great inflexibility and steadiness of purpose, when the attention of all present was diverted by a new and terrible surprise. This was nothing less than the sudden pouring forth of a rapid succession of the shrillest and most piercing screams from an upper story, and to all appearance from the very two-pair back in which the infant Kenwigs was at the moment enshrined. They were no sooner audible than Mrs. Kenwigs, opining that a strange cat had come in and sucked the baby's breath while the girl was asleep, made for the door, wringing her hands and shrieking dismally, to the great consternation and confusion of the company.
"Mr. Kenwigs, see what it is! Make haste!" cried the sister, laying violent hands upon Mrs. Kenwigs and holding her back by force. "Oh, don't twist so, dear! I can never hold you."
"My baby! My blessed, 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 blessed baby!" screamed Mrs. Kenwigs, making every blessed louder than the last. "My own darling, sweet, innocent Lillyvick! Oh, let me go to him! Let me go!" Pending the utterance of these frantic cries and the wails and lamentations of the four little girls, Mr. Kenwigs rushed upstairs to the room whence the sounds proceeded, at the door of which he encountered Nicholas, with the child in his arms, who darted out with such violence that the anxious father was thrown down 6 stairs and alighted on the nearest landing-place before he had time to open his mouth to ask what was the matter. "Don't be alarmed," cried Nicholas, running down. "Here it is. It's all out. It's all over. Pray compose yourselves. There's no harm done." And with these and 1,000 other assurances, he delivered the baby, whom in his hurry he had carried upside down, to Mrs. Kenwigs, and ran back to assist Mr. Kenwigs, who was rubbing his head very hard and looking much bewildered by his tumble. Reassured by this cheering intelligence, the company in some degree recovered from their fears, which had been productive of some most singular instances of a total want of presence of mind. Thus the bachelor friend had, for a long time, supported in his arms Mrs. Kenwigs's sister instead of Mrs. Kenwigs, and the worthy Mr. Lillyvick had been actually seen, in the perturbation of his spirits, to kiss Miss Petowker several times behind the room door, as calmly as if nothing distressing were going forward. "It is a mere nothing," said Nicholas, returning to Mrs. Kenwigs. "The little girl, who was watching the child, being tired, I suppose, fell asleep and set her hair on fire." "Oh, you malicious little wretch!" cried Mrs. Kenwigs, impressively shaking her forefinger at the small unfortunate, who might be 13 years old, and was looking on with a singed head and a frightened face. "I heard her cries,"
continued Nicholas, and ran down in time to prevent her setting fire to anything else. "You may depend upon it that the child is not hurt, for I took it off the bed myself and brought it here to convince you." This brief explanation over, the infant who, as he was christened after the collector, rejoiced in the names of Lillyvick Kenwigs, was partially suffocated under the caresses of the audience and squeezed to his mother's bosom until he roared again. The attention of the company was then directed, by a natural transition, to the little girl who had had the audacity to burn her hair off, and who, after receiving sundry small slaps and pushes from the more energetic of the ladies, was mercifully sent home, the ninepence with which she was to have been rewarded being escheated to the Kenwigs family.
"And whatever we are to say to you, sir," exclaimed Mrs. Kenwigs, addressing young Lillyvick's deliverer, "I'm sure I don't know."
"You need say nothing at all," replied Nicholas. "I have done nothing to found any very strong claim upon your eloquence, I am sure."
"He might have been burnt to death if it hadn't been for you, sir," simpered Miss Petowker.
"Not very likely, I think," replied Nicholas, "for there was abundance of assistance here which must have reached him before he had been in any danger." "You will let us drink your health anyway, sir," said Mr. Kenwigs, motioning towards the table. "In my absence, by all means," rejoined Nicholas with a smile. "I have had a very fatiguing journey and should be most indifferent company. A far greater check upon your merriment than a promoter of it, even if I kept awake, which I think very doubtful. If you will allow me, I'll return to my friend, Mr. Noggs, who went upstairs again when he found nothing serious had occurred. Good night." Excusing himself in these terms from joining in the festivities, Nicholas took a most winning farewell of Mrs. Kenwigs and the other ladies, and retired after making a very extraordinary impression upon the company.
"What a delightful young man!"
cried Mrs. Kenwigs. "Uncommon gentlemanly, really," said Mr. Kenwigs. "Don't you think so, Mr. Lillyvick?" "Yes," said the collector with a dubious shrug of his shoulders. "He is gentlemanly, very gentlemanly, in appearance."
"I hope you don't see anything against him, uncle?"
inquired Mrs. Kenwigs. "No, my dear," replied the collector. "No. I trust he may not turn out, well, no matter. My love to you, my dear, and long life to the baby."
"Your namesake,"
said Mrs. Kenwigs with a sweet smile. "And I hope a worthy namesake," observed Mr. Kenwigs, willing to propitiate the collector. "I hope a baby as will never disgrace his godfather, and as may be considered in arter years of a piece with the Lillyvicks whose name he bears. I do say, and Mrs. Kenwigs is of the same sentiment, and feels it as strong as I do, that I consider his being called Lillyvick one of the greatest blessings and honours of my existence."
"The greatest blessing, Kenwigs,"
murmured his lady. "The greatest blessing," said Mr. Kenwigs, correcting himself. "A blessing that I hope one of these days I may be able to deserve." This was a politic stroke of the Kenwigses, because it made Mr. Lillyvick the great head and fountain of the baby's importance. The good gentleman felt the delicacy and dexterity of the touch, and at once proposed the health of the gentleman, name unknown, who had signalized himself that night by his coolness and alacrity. "Who, I don't mind saying," observed Mr. Lillyvick, as a great concession, "is a good-looking young man enough, with manners that I hope his character may be equal to."
"He has a very nice face and style, really,"
said Mrs. Kenwigs. "He certainly has," added Miss Petowker. "There's something in his appearance quite dear, what's that word again?" "What word?" inquired Mr. Lillyvick. "Why, dear me, how stupid I am," replied Miss Petowker, hesitating. What do you call it when lords break off door-knockers and beat policemen and play at coaches with other people's money and all that sort of thing?" "Aristocratic," suggested the collector.
"Ah,
aristocratic," replied Miss Petowker. "Something very aristocratic about him, isn't there?" The gentlemen held their peace and smiled at each other as who should say, "Well, there's no accounting for tastes." But the ladies resolved unanimously that Nicholas had an aristocratic air, and nobody caring to dispute the position, it was established triumphantly. The punch being by this time drunk out, and the little Kenwigses, who had for some time previously held their little eyes open with their little forefingers, becoming fractious and requesting rather urgently to be put to bed, the collector made a move by pulling out his watch and acquainting the company that it was nigh 2 o'clock, whereat some of the guests were surprised and others shocked, and hats and bonnets being groped for under the tables and in course of time found, their owners went away, after a vast deal of shaking of hands and many remarks how they had never spent such a delightful evening, and how they marvelled to find it so late, expecting to have heard that it was 10:30 at the very latest, and how they wished that Mr. and Mrs. Kenwigs had a wedding day once a week, and how they wondered by what hidden agency Mrs. Kenwigs could possibly have managed so well, and a great deal more of the same kind. To all of which flattering expressions Mr. and Mrs. Kenwigs replied by thanking every lady and gentleman, seriatim, for the favour of their company, and hoping they might have enjoyed themselves only half as well as they said they had. As to Nicholas, quite unconscious of the impression he had produced, he had long since fallen asleep, leaving Mr. Newman Noggs and Smike to empty the spirit bottle between them, and this office they performed with such extreme goodwill that Newman was equally at a loss to determine whether he himself was quite sober, and whether he had ever seen any gentleman so heavily, drowsily, and completely intoxicated as his new acquaintance. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 16. Nicholas seeks to employ himself in a new capacity, and being unsuccessful, accepts an engagement as tutor in a private family. The first care of Nicholas next morning was to look after some room in which, until better times dawned upon him, he could contrive to exist without trenching upon the hospitality of Newman Noggs, who would have slept upon the stairs with pleasure so that his young friend was accommodated. The vacant apartment to which the bill in the parlour window bore reference appeared on inquiry to be a small back room on the second floor, reclaimed from the leads and overlooking a soot-bespeckled prospect of tiles and chimney-pots. For the letting of this portion of the house from week to week, on reasonable terms, the parlour lodger was empowered to treat, he being deputed by the landlord to dispose of the rooms as they became vacant and to keep a sharp look-out that the lodgers didn't run away. As a means of securing the punctual discharge of which last service, he was permitted to live rent-free, lest he should at any time be tempted to run away himself. Of this chamber Nicholas became the tenant, and having hired a few common articles of furniture from a neighbouring broker, and paid the first week's hire in advance out of a small fund raised by the conversion of some spare clothes into ready money, he sat himself down to ruminate upon his prospects, which, like the prospect outside his window, were sufficiently confined and dingy. As they by no means improved on better acquaintance, and that familiarity breeds contempt, he resolved to banish them from his thoughts by dint of hard walking. So, taking up his hat and leaving poor Smike to arrange and rearrange the room with as much delight as if it had been the costliest palace, he betook himself to the streets and mingled with the crowd which thronged them. Although a man may lose a sense of his own importance when he is a mere unit among a busy throng, all utterly regardless of him, it by no means follows that he can dispossess himself with equal facility of a very strong sense of the importance and magnitude of his cares. The unhappy state of his own affairs was the one idea which occupied the brain of Nicholas, walk as fast as he would, and when he tried to dislodge it by speculating on the situation and prospects of the people who surrounded him, he caught himself in a few seconds contrasting their condition with his own and gliding almost imperceptibly back into his old train of thought again. Occupied in these reflections, as he was making his way along one of the great public thoroughfares of London, he chanced to raise his eyes to a blue board whereon was inscribed in characters of gold, General Agency Office, for places and situations of all kinds inquire within. It was a shop front fitted up with a gauze blind and an inner door, and in the window hung a long and tempting array of written placards announcing vacant places of every grade, from a secretary's to a footboy's. Nicholas halted instinctively before this temple of promise and ran his eye over the capital text openings in life which were so profusely displayed. When he had completed his survey, he walked on a little way, and then back, and then on again. At length, after pausing irresolutely several times before the door of the General Agency Office, he made up his mind and stepped in. He found himself in a little floor-clothed room with a high desk railed off in one corner, behind which sat a lean youth with cunning eyes and a protruding chin, whose performances in capital text darkened the window. He had a thick ledger lying open before him, and with the fingers of his right hand inserted between the leaves, and his eyes fixed on a very fat old lady in a mob cap, evidently the proprietress of the establishment, who was airing herself at the fire, seemed to be only waiting her directions to refer to some entries contained within its rusty clasps. As there was a board outside which acquainted the public that servants of all work were perpetually in waiting to be hired from 10 till 4, Nicholas knew at once that some half-dozen strong young women, each with pattens and an umbrella, who were sitting upon a form in one corner, were in attendance for that purpose, especially as the poor things looked anxious and weary. He was not quite so certain of the callings and stations of 2 smart young ladies who were in conversation with the fat lady before the fire, until, having sat himself down in a corner and remarked that he would wait until the other customers had been served, the fat lady resumed the dialogue which his entrance had interrupted. "Cook, Tom," said the fat lady, still airing herself as aforesaid. "Cook," said Tom, turning over some leaves of the ledger. "Well?" "Read out an easy place or 2," said the fat lady. "Pick out very light ones, if you please, young man," interposed a genteel female in shepherd's plaid boots, who appeared to be the client. "Mrs. Marker," said Tom, reading. "Russell Place, Russell Square, offers 18 guineas, tea and sugar found, 2 in family, and see very little company, 5 servants kept, no man, no followers." "Oh, law!" tittered the client. "That won't do. Read another, young man, will you?" "Mrs. Rymug," said Tom. "Pleasant Place, Finsbury. Wages 12 guineas, no tea, no sugar. Serious family—" "Ah, you needn't mind reading that," interrupted the client. "3 serious footmen," said Tom impressively. "3, did you say?" asked the client in an altered tone. "3 serious footmen," replied Tom. "Cook, housemaid and nursemaid, each female servant required to join the Little Bethel congregation 3 times every Sunday, with a serious footman. If the cook is more serious than the footman, she will be expected to improve the footman. If the footman is more serious than the cook, he will be expected to improve the cook." "I'll take the address of that place," said the client. "I don't know but what it mightn't suit me pretty well." "Here's another," remarked Tom, turning over the leaves. "Family of Mr. Gallanbile, M.P., 15 guineas, tea and sugar, and servants allowed to see male cousins, if godly. Note: cold dinner in the kitchen on the Sabbath, Mr. Gallanbile being devoted to the observance question. No victuals whatever cooked on the Lord's Day, with the exception of dinner for Mr. and Mrs. Gallanbile, which, being a work of piety and necessity, is exempted. Mr. Gallanbile dines late on the day of rest in order to prevent the sinfulness of the cook's dressing herself." "I don't think that'll answer as well as the other," said the client, after a little whispering with her friend. "I'll take the other direction, if you please, young man. I can but come back again if it don't do." Tom made out the address as requested, and the genteel client, having satisfied the fat lady with a small fee, meanwhile went away accompanied by her friend. As Nicholas opened his mouth to request the young man to turn to letter S and let him know what secretaryships remained undisposed of, there came into the office an applicant in whose favour he immediately retired, and whose appearance both surprised and interested him. This was a young lady who could be scarcely 18, a very slight and delicate figure, but exquisitely shaped, who, walking timidly up to the desk, made an inquiry in a very low tone of voice relative to some situation as governess or companion to a lady. She raised her veil for an instant while she preferred the inquiry, and disclosed a countenance of most uncommon beauty, though shaded by a cloud of sadness, which, in one so young, was doubly remarkable. Having received a card of reference to some person on the books, she made the usual acknowledgment and glided away. She was neatly but very quietly attired, so much so indeed that it seemed as though her dress, if it had been worn by one who imparted fewer graces of her own to it, might have looked poor and shabby. Her attendant, for she had one, was a red-faced, round-eyed, slovenly girl, who, from a certain roughness about the bare arms that peeped from under her draggled shawl, and the half-washed-out traces of smut and black lead which tattooed her countenance, was clearly of a kin with the servants of all work on the form, between whom and herself there had passed various grins and glances, indicative of the freemasonry of the craft. This girl followed her mistress, and before Nicholas had recovered from the first effects of his surprise and admiration, the young lady was gone. It is not a matter of such complete and utter improbability as some sober people may think, that he would have followed them out, had he not been restrained by what passed between the fat lady and her book-keeper.
"When is she coming again, Tom?"
asked the fat lady.
"To-morrow morning,"
replied Tom, mending his pen.
"Where have you sent her to?"
asked the fat lady.
"Mrs. Clark's," replied Tom. "She'll have a nice life of it if she goes there,"
observed the fat lady, taking a pinch of snuff from a tin box. Tom made no other reply than thrusting his tongue into his cheek and pointing the feather of his pen towards Nicholas, reminders which elicited from the fat lady an inquiry of, "Now, sir, what can we do for you?" Nicholas briefly replied that he wanted to know whether there was any such post to be had as secretary or amanuensis to a gentleman.
"Any such?" rejoined the mistress. "A dozen such, aren't there, Tom?" "I should think so," answered that young gentleman, and as he said it, he winked towards Nicholas with a degree of familiarity which he, no doubt, intended for a rather flattering compliment, but with which Nicholas was most ungratefully disgusted. Upon reference to the book, it appeared that the dozen secretaryships had dwindled down to one. Mr. Gregsbury, the great Member of Parliament of Manchester Buildings, Westminster, wanted a young man to keep his papers and correspondence in order, and Nicholas was exactly the sort of young man that Mr. Gregsbury wanted. "I don't know what the terms are, as he said he'd settle them himself with the party," observed the fat lady, "but they must be pretty good ones, because he's a Member of Parliament."
Inexperienced as he was, Nicholas did not feel quite assured of the force of this reasoning or the justice of this conclusion, but without troubling himself to question it, he took down the address and resolved to wait upon Mr. Gregsbury without delay.
"I don't know what the number is," said Tom, "but Manchester Buildings isn't a large place, and if the worst comes to the worst, it won't take you very long to knock at all the doors on both sides of the way till you find him out. I say, what a good-looking girl that was, wasn't she?"
"What girl?" demanded Nicholas sternly.
"Oh, yes, I know. What gal, eh?" whispered Tom, shutting one eye and cocking his chin in the air. "You didn't see her, you didn't. I say, don't you wish you was me when she comes to-morrow morning?"
Nicholas looked at the ugly clerk as if he had a mind to reward his admiration of the young lady by beating the ledger about his ears, but he refrained and strode haughtily out of the office, setting at defiance in his indignation those ancient laws of chivalry which not only made it proper and lawful for all good knights to hear the praise of the ladies to whom they were devoted, but rendered it incumbent upon them to roam about the world and knock at head all such matter-of-fact and unpoetical characters as declined to exalt above all the earth damsels whom they had never chanced to look upon or hear of, as if that were any excuse. Thinking no longer of his own misfortunes, but wondering what could be those of the beautiful girl he had seen, Nicholas, with many wrong turns and many inquiries and almost as many misdirections, bent his step towards the place whither he had been directed. Within the precincts of the ancient city of Westminster, and within 1/4 of a mile of its ancient sanctuary, is a narrow and dirty region, the sanctuary of the smaller members of Parliament in modern days. It is all comprised in one street of gloomy lodging-houses, from whose windows, in vacation time, there frown long melancholy rows of bills, which say, as plainly as did the countenances of their occupiers, ranged on ministerial and opposition benches in the session which slumbers with its fathers, "To let. To let." In busier periods of the year these bills disappear, and the houses swarm with legislators. There are legislators in the parlours, in the first floor, in the second, in the third, in the garrets. The small apartments reek with the breath of deputations and delegates. In damp weather the place is rendered close by the steams of moist Acts of Parliament and frowsy petitions. General postmen grow faint as they enter its infected limits, and shabby figures in quest of franks flit restlessly to and fro like the troubled ghosts of complete letter-writers departed. This is Manchester Buildings, and here at all hours of the night may be heard the rattling of latch-keys in their respective keyholes, with now and then, when a gust of wind sweeping across the water which washes the building's feet impels the sound towards its entrance, the weak shrill voice of some young member practising tomorrow's speech. All the livelong day there is a grinding of organs and clashing and clanging of little boxes of music, for Manchester Buildings is an eel-pot which has no outlet but its awkward mouth, a case-bottle which has no thoroughfare, and a short and narrow neck, and in this respect it may be typical of the fate of some few among its more adventurous residents, who, after wriggling themselves into Parliament by violent efforts and contortions, find that it, too, is no thoroughfare for them, that, like Manchester Buildings, it leads to nothing beyond itself, and that they are fain at last to back out, no wiser, no richer, not one whit more famous than they went in. Into Manchester Buildings Nicholas turned with the address of the great Mr. Gregsbury in his hand. As there was a stream of people pouring into a shabby house not far from the entrance, he waited until they had made their way in, and then making up to the servant, ventured to inquire if he knew where Mr. Gregsbury lived. The servant was a very pale, shabby boy, who looked as if he had slept underground from his infancy, as very likely he had.
"Mr. Gregsbury," said he, "Mr. Gregsbury lodges here. It's all right. Come in."
Nicholas thought he might as well get in while he could, so in he walked, and he had no sooner done so than the boy shut the door and made off. This was odd enough, but what was more embarrassing was that all along the passage and all along the narrow stairs, blocking up the window and making the dark entry darker still, was a confused crowd of persons with great importance depicted in their looks, who were, to all appearance, waiting in silent expectation of some coming event. From time to time one man would whisper his neighbour, or a little group would whisper together, and then the whisperers would nod fiercely to each other, or give their heads a relentless shake as if they were bent upon doing something very desperate and were determined not to be put off whatever happened. As a few minutes elapsed without anything occurring to explain this phenomenon, and as he felt his own position a peculiarly uncomfortable one, Nicholas was on the point of seeking some information from the man next him, when a sudden move was visible on the stairs, and a voice was heard to cry, "Now, gentlemen, have the goodness to walk up." So far from walking up, the gentleman on the stairs began to walk down with great alacrity, and to entreat with extraordinary politeness that the gentleman nearest the street would go first. The gentlemen nearest the street retorted with equal courtesy that they couldn't think of such a thing on any account, but they did it without thinking of it, inasmuch as the other gentleman, pressing some half-dozen, among whom was Nicholas, forward, and closing up behind, pushed them not merely up the stairs, but into the very sitting-room of Mr. Gregsbury, which they were thus compelled to enter with most unseemly precipitation and without the means of retreat, the press behind them more than filling the apartment. "Gentlemen," said Mr. Gregsbury, "you are welcome. I am rejoiced to see you." For a gentleman who was rejoiced to see a body of visitors, Mr. Gregsbury looked as uncomfortable as might be, but perhaps this was occasioned by senatorial gravity and a statesmanlike habit of keeping his feelings under control. He was a tough, burly, thick-headed gentleman, with a loud voice, a pompous manner, a tolerable command of sentences with no meaning in them, and, in short, every requisite for a very good member indeed. "Now, gentlemen," said Mr. Gregsbury, tossing a great bundle of papers into a wicker-basket at his feet, and throwing himself back in his chair with his arms over the elbows, "you are dissatisfied with my conduct, I see, by the newspapers."
Yes, Mr. Gregsbury, we are," said a plump old gentleman in a violent heat, bursting out of the throng and planting himself in the front. "Do my eyes deceive me?" said Mr. Gregsbury, looking towards the speaker. "Or is that my old friend Pugstyles?" "I am that man, and no other, sir,"
replied the plump old gentleman. "Give me your hand, my worthy friend," said Mr. Gregsbury. "Pugstyles, my dear friend, I am very sorry to see you here."
"I am very sorry to be here, sir,"
said Mr. Pugstyles.
"but your conduct, Mr. Gregsbury, has rendered this deputation from your constituents imperatively necessary."
"My conduct, Pugstyles?" said Mr. Gregsbury, looking round upon the deputation with gracious magnanimity. "My conduct has been, and ever will be, regulated by a sincere regard for the true and real interests of this great and happy country. Whether I look at home or abroad, whether I behold the peaceful industrious communities of our island home, her rivers covered with steamboats, her roads with locomotives, her streets with cabs, her skies with balloons of a power and magnitude hitherto unknown in the history of aeronautics in this or any other nation, I say, whether I look merely at home or, stretching my eyes farther, contemplate the boundless prospect of conquest and possession, achieved by British perseverance and British valour, which is outspread before me, I clasp my hands, and turning my eyes to the broad expanse above my head, exclaim, 'Thank heaven I am a Briton!'" The time had been when this burst of enthusiasm would have been cheered to the very echo, but now the deputation received it with chilling coldness. The general impression seemed to be that as an explanation of Mr. Gregsbury's political conduct it did not enter quite enough into detail, and one gentleman in the rear did not scruple to remark aloud that for his purpose it savoured rather too much of a gammon tendency. "The meaning of that term, gammon," said Mr. Gregsbury, "is unknown to me. If it means that I grow a little too fervid, or perhaps even hyperbolical, in extolling my native land, I admit the full justice of the remark. I am proud of this free and happy country. My form dilates, my eye glistens, my breast heaves, my heart swells, my bosom burns, when I call to mind her greatness and her glory."
"We wish, sir," remarked Mr. Pugstyles calmly, "to ask you a few questions."
"If you please, gentlemen, my time is yours, and my country's, said Mr. Gregsbury. This permission being conceded, Mr. Pugstyles put on his spectacles and referred to a written paper which he drew from his pocket. Whereupon nearly every other member of the deputation pulled a written paper from his pocket to check Mr. Pugstyles off as he read the questions. This done, Mr. Pugstyles proceeded to business.
"Question number 1. Whether, sir, you did not give a voluntary pledge previous to your election that in event of your being returned you would immediately put down the practice of coughing and groaning in the House of Commons, and whether you did not submit to be coughed and groaned down in the very first debate of the session, and have since made no effort to effect reform in this respect, whether you did not also pledge yourself to astonish the government and make them shrink in their shoes, and whether you have astonished them and made them shrink in their shoes or not.
"Go on to the next one, my dear Pugstyles," said Mr. Gregsbury.
"Have you any explanation to offer with reference to that question, sir?"
asked Mr. Pugstyles. "Certainly not," said Mr. Gregsbury. The members of the deputation looked fiercely at each other, and afterwards at the member. Dear Pugstyles, having taken a very long stare at Mr. Gregsbury over the tops of his spectacles, resumed his list of inquiries.
Question number 2. Whether, sir, you did not likewise give a voluntary pledge that you would support your colleague on every occasion, and whether you did not, the night before last, desert him and vote upon the other side because the wife of a leader on that other side had invited Mrs. Gregsbury to an evening party?
"Go on," said Mr. Gregsbury.
"Nothing to say on that either, sir?"
asked the spokesman. "Nothing whatever," replied Mr. Gregsbury. The deputation, who had only seen him at canvassing or election time, were struck dumb by his coolness. He didn't appear like the same man. Then he was all milk and honey. Now he was all starch and vinegar. But men are so different at different times.
"Question number 3, and last,"
said Mr. Pugstyles emphatically.
"Whether, sir, you did not state upon the hustings that it was your firm and determined intention to oppose everything proposed, to divide the House upon every question, to move for returns on every subject, to place a motion on the books every day, and, in short, in your own memorable words, to play the very devil with everything and everybody?"
With this comprehensive inquiry, Mr. Pugstyles folded up his list of questions, as did all his backers. Mr. Gregsbury reflected, blew his nose, threw himself further back in his chair, came forward again, leaning his elbows on the table, made a triangle with his 2 thumbs and his 2 forefingers, and tapping his nose with the apex thereof, replied, smiling as he said it, "I deny everything." At this unexpected answer, a hoarse murmur arose from the deputation, and the same gentleman who had expressed an opinion relative to the gammoning nature of the introductory speech again made a monosyllabic demonstration by growling out, "Resign!" which growl, being taken up by his fellows, swelled into a very earnest and general remonstrance.
"I am requested, sir, to express a hope," said Mr. Pugstyles with a distant bow, "that on receiving a requisition to that effect from a great majority of your constituents, you will not object at once to resign your seat in favour of some candidate whom they think they can better trust."
To this Mr. Gregsbury read the following reply, which, anticipating the request, he had composed in the form of a letter, whereof copies had been made to send round to the newspapers. "My dear Mr. Pugstyles, next to the welfare of our beloved island, this great and free and happy country, whose powers and resources are, I sincerely believe, illimitable, I value that noble independence which is an Englishman's proudest boast, and which I fondly hope to bequeath to my children untarnished and unsullied, actuated by no personal motives, but moved only by high and great constitutional considerations, which I will not attempt to explain, for they are really beneath the comprehension of those who have not made themselves masters, as I have, of the intricate and arduous study of politics. I would rather keep my seat, and intend doing so. Will you do me the favour to present my compliments to the constituent body and acquaint them with this circumstance? With great esteem, my dear Mr. Pugstyles, and etc., and etc.
"Then you will not resign under any circumstances?"
asked the spokesman. Mr. Gregsbury smiled and shook his head.
"Then good morning, sir," said
Pugstyles angrily. "Heaven bless you," said Mr. Gregsbury. and the deputation, with many growls and scowls, filed off as quickly as the narrowness of the staircase would allow of their getting down. The last man being gone, Mr. Gregsbury rubbed his hands and chuckled, as merry fellows will when they think they have said or done a more than commonly good thing. He was so engrossed in his self-congratulation that he did not observe that Nicholas had been left behind in the shadow of the window-curtains, until that young gentleman, fearing he might otherwise overhear some soliloquy intended to have no listeners, coughed twice or thrice to attract the member's notice. "What's that?" said Mr. Gregsbury in sharp accents. Nicholas stepped forward and bowed. "What do you do here, sir?" asked Mr. Gregsbury. "A spy upon my privacy? A concealed voter? You have heard my answer, sir. Pray follow the deputation." "I should have done so if I had belonged to it, but I do not," said Nicholas. "Then how came you here, sir?" was the natural inquiry of Mr. Gregsbury, M.P. "And where the devil have you come from, sir?" was the question which followed it. "I brought this card from the General Agency Office, sir," said Nicholas, "wishing to offer myself as your secretary and understanding that you stood in need of one." "That's all you have come for, is it?" said Mr. Gregsbury, eyeing him in some doubt. Nicholas replied in the affirmative. "You have no connection with any of those rascally papers, have you?" said Mr. Gregsbury. "You didn't get into the room to hear what was going forward and put it in print, eh?" "I have no connection, I am sorry to say, with anything at present," rejoined Nicholas, politely enough, but quite at his ease. "Oh," said Mr. Gregsbury. "How did you find your way up here, then?" Nicholas related how he had been forced up by the deputation. "That was the way, was it?" said Mr. Gregsbury. "Sit down." Nicholas took a chair, and Mr. Gregsbury stared at him for a long time, as if to make certain, before he asked any further questions, that there were no objections to his outward appearance. "You want to be my secretary, do you?" he said at length. "I wish to be employed in that capacity, sir," replied Nicholas. "Well," said Mr. Gregsbury, "now, what can you do?" "I suppose," replied Nicholas, smiling, "that I can do what usually falls to the lot of other secretaries." "What's that?" inquired Mr. Gregsbury. "What is it?" replied Nicholas. "Ah, what is it?" retorted the member, looking shrewdly at him, with his head on one side. "A secretary's duties are rather difficult to define, perhaps," said Nicholas, considering. "They include, I presume, correspondence?" "Good," interposed Mr. Gregsbury. "The arrangement of papers and documents?" "Very good." "Occasionally, perhaps, the writing from your dictation, and possibly, sir," said Nicholas with a half-smile, "the copying of your speech for some public journal when you have made one of more than usual importance." "Certainly," rejoined Mr. Gregsbury. "What else?" "Really," said Nicholas after a moment's reflection, "I am not able at this instant to recapitulate any other duty of a secretary beyond the general one of making himself as agreeable and useful to his employer as he can, consistently with his own respectability and without overstepping that line of duties which he undertakes to perform and which the designation of his office is usually understood to imply." Mr. Gregsbury looked fixedly at Nicholas for a short time, and then, glancing warily round the room, said in a suppressed voice, "This is all very well, Mr. What is your name?" "Nickleby." "This is all very well, Mr. Nickleby, and very proper so far as it goes. So far as it goes. But it doesn't go far enough. There are other duties, Mr. Nickleby, which a secretary to a parliamentary gentleman must never lose sight of. I should require to be crammed, sir." "I beg your pardon," interposed Nicholas, doubtful whether he had heard right. "To be crammed, sir," repeated Mr. Gregsbury. "May I beg your pardon again if I inquire what you mean, sir?" said Nicholas. "My meaning, sir, is perfectly plain,"
replied Mr. Gregsbury with a solemn aspect. "My secretary would have to make himself master of the foreign policy of the world, as it is mirrored in the newspapers, to run his eye over all accounts of public meetings, all leading articles, and accounts of the proceedings of public bodies, and to make notes of anything which it appeared to him might be made a point of in any little speech upon the question of some petition lying on the table, or anything of that kind. Do you understand?" "I think I do, sir," replied Nicholas. "Then," said Mr. Gregsbury, "it would be necessary for him to make himself acquainted from day to day with newspaper paragraphs on passing events, such as mysterious disappearance and supposed suicide of a pot-boy, or anything of that sort upon which I might found a question to the Secretary of State for the Home Department. Then he would have to copy the question as much as I remembered of the answer, including a little compliment about the independence and good sense, and to send the manuscript in a frank to the local paper, with perhaps half a dozen lines of leader to the effect that I was always to be found in my place in Parliament and never shrunk from the responsible and arduous duties, and so forth. You see?" Nicholas bowed. "Besides which," continued Mr. Gregsbury, "I should expect him now and then to go through a few figures in the printed tables and to pick out a few results, so that I might come out pretty well on timber duty questions and finance questions and so on. And I should like him to get up a few little arguments about the disastrous effects of a return to cash payments in a metallic currency, with a touch now and then about the exportation of bullion, and the Emperor of Russia, and banknotes, and all that kind of thing, which it's only necessary to talk fluently about, because nobody understands it. Do you take me?" "I think I understand," said Nicholas. "With regard to such questions as are not political," continued Mr. Gregsbury, warming, "and which one can't be expected to care a curse about, beyond the natural care of not allowing inferior people to be as well off as ourselves, else where are our privileges? I should wish my secretary to get together a few little flourishing speeches of a patriotic cast. For instance, if any preposterous bill were brought forward for giving poor grubbing devils of authors a right to their own property, I should like to say that I for one would never consent to opposing an insurmountable bar to the diffusion of literature among the people. You understand? That the creations of the pocket, being man's, might belong to one man or one family, but that the creations of the brain, being God's, ought as a matter of course to belong to the people at large. And if I was pleasantly disposed, I should like to make a joke about posterity, and say that those who wrote for posterity should be content to be rewarded by the approbation of posterity. It might take with the house, and could never do me any harm, because posterity can't be expected to know anything about me or my jokes either. Do you see?" "I see that, sir," replied Nicholas. "You must always bear in mind in such cases as this, where our interests are not affected," said Mr. Gregsbury, "to put it very strong about the people, because it comes out very well at election time. And you could be as funny as you like about the authors, because I believe the greater part of them live in lodgings and are not voters. This is a hasty outline of the chief things you'd have to do, except waiting in the lobby every night in case I forgot anything and should want fresh cramming, and now and then during great debates sitting in the front row of the gallery and saying to the people about, 'You see that gentleman with his hand to his face and his arm twisted round the pillar? That's Mr. Gregsbury, the celebrated Mr. Gregsbury,' with any other little eulogium that might strike you at the moment. And for salary," said Mr. Gregsbury, winding up with great rapidity, for he was out of breath, "and for salary I don't mind saying it once in round numbers to prevent any dissatisfaction, though it's more than I've been accustomed to give, 15 shillings a week, and find yourself there." With this handsome offer, Mr. Gregsbury once more threw himself back in his chair and looked like a man who had been most profligately liberal, but is determined not to repent of it notwithstanding. 15 shillings a week is not much," said Nicholas mildly. "Not much? 15 shillings a week not much, young man?" cried Mr. Gregsbury. 15 shillings a— "Pray, do not suppose that I quarrel with the sum, sir," replied Nicholas, "for I am not ashamed to confess that whatever it may be in itself, to me it is a great deal. But
the duties and responsibilities make the recompense small, and they are so very heavy that I fear to undertake them." "Do you decline to undertake them, sir?" inquired Mr. Gregsbury, with his hand on the bell-rope. "I fear they are too much for my powers, however good my will may be, sir," replied Nicholas. "That is as much as to say that you had rather not accept the place, and that you consider 15 shillings a week too little," said Mr. Gregsbury, ringing. "Do you decline it, sir?" "I have no alternative but to do so," replied Nicholas. "Door, Matthews," said Mr. Gregsbury, as the boy appeared. "I am sorry I have troubled you unnecessarily, sir," said Nicholas. "I am sorry you have," rejoined Mr. Gregsbury, turning his back upon him. "Door, Matthews." "Good morning, sir," said Nicholas. "Door, Matthews," cried Mr. Gregsbury. The boy beckoned Nicholas, and tumbling lazily downstairs before him, opened the door and ushered him into the street. With a sad and pensive air he retraced his steps homewards. Smike had scraped a meal together from the remnant of last night's supper and was anxiously awaiting his return. The occurrences of the morning had not improved Nicholas's appetite, and by him the dinner remained untasted. He was sitting in a thoughtful attitude, with the plate which the poor fellow had assiduously filled with the choicest morsels, untouched by his side, when Newman Noggs looked into the room. "Come back?" asked Newman. "Yes," replied Nicholas, "tired to death, and what is worse, might have remained at home for all the good I have done." "Couldn't expect to do much in one morning," said Newman. "Maybe so, but I am sanguine, and did expect," said Nicholas, "and am proportionately disappointed." Saying which, he gave Newman an account of his proceedings. "If I could do anything," said Nicholas, "anything, however slight, until Ralph Nickleby returns, and I have eased my mind by confronting him, I should feel happier. I should think it no disgrace to work, heaven knows. Lying indolently here like a half-tamed, sullen beast distracts me." "I don't know," said Newman. "Small things offer. They would pay the rent and more. But you wouldn't like 'em. No, no. You could hardly be expected to undergo it. No, no." "What could I hardly be expected to undergo?" asked Nicholas, raising his eyes. "Show me, in this wide waste of London, any honest means by which I could even defray the weekly hire of this poor room, and see if I shrink from resorting to them. Undergo? I have undergone too much, my friend, to feel pride or squeamishness now, except," added Nicholas hastily after a short silence, "except such squeamishness as is common honesty, and so much pride as constitutes self-respect. I see little to choose between assistant to a brutal pedagogue and toad-eater to a mean and ignorant upstart, be he member or no member." "I hardly know whether I should tell you what I heard this morning or not," said Newman. "Has it reference to what you said just now?" asked Nicholas. "It has." "Then in heaven's name, my good friend, tell it me," said Nicholas. "For God's sake, consider my deplorable condition, and while I promise to take no step without taking counsel with you, give me at least a vote in my own behalf." Moved by this entreaty, Newman stammered forth a variety of most unaccountable and entangled sentences, the upshot of which was that Mrs. Kenwigs had examined him at great length that morning, touching the origin of his acquaintance with, and the whole life, adventures, and pedigree of, Nicholas. That Newman had parried these questions as long as he could, but being at length hard-pressed and driven into a corner, had gone so far as to admit that Nicholas was a tutor of great accomplishments, involved in some misfortunes which he was not at liberty to explain, and bearing the name of Johnson. That Mrs. Kenwigs, impelled by gratitude, or ambition, or maternal pride, or maternal love, or all four powerful motives conjointly, had taken secret conference with Mr. Kenwigs, and had finally returned to propose that Mr. Johnson should instruct the four Miss Kenwigses in the French language as spoken by natives, at the weekly stipend of 5 shillings, current coin of the realm, being at the rate of 1 shilling per week per each Miss Kenwigs, and 1 shilling over until such time as the baby might be able to take it out in grammar.
Which, unless I am very much mistaken, observed Mrs. Kenwigs in making the proposition, will not be very long, for such clever children, Mr. Noggs, never were born into this world, I do believe.
There, said Newman, that's all. It's beneath you, I know, but I thought that perhaps you might. Might! Cried Nicholas with great alacrity. Of course I shall. I accept the offer at once. Tell the worthy mother so, without delay, my dear fellow, and that I am ready to begin whenever she pleases. Newman hastened with joyful steps to inform Mrs. Kenwigs of his friend's acquiescence, and soon returning brought back word that they would be happy to see him in the first floor as soon as convenient, that Mrs. Kenwigs had, upon the instant, sent out to secure a second-hand French grammar and dialogues, which had long been fluttering in the sixpenny box at the bookstall round the corner, and that the family, highly excited at the prospect of this addition to their gentility, wished the initiatory lesson to come off immediately. And here it may be observed that Nicholas was not, in the ordinary sense of the word, a young man of high spirit. He would resent an affront to himself, or interpose to redress a wrong offered to another, as boldly and freely as any knight that ever set lance in rest. But he lacked that peculiar excess of coolness and great-minded selfishness which invariably distinguish gentlemen of high spirit. In truth, for our own part, we are disposed to look upon such gentlemen as being rather encumbrances than otherwise in rising families, happening to be acquainted with several whose spirit prevents their settling down to any grovelling occupation, and only display itself in a tendency to cultivate moustachios and look fierce. And although moustachios and ferocity are both very pretty things in their way and very much to be commended, we confess to a desire to see them bred at the owner's proper cost, rather than at the expense of low-spirited people. Nicholas, therefore, not being a high-spirited young man according to common parlance, and deeming it a greater degradation to borrow for the supply of his necessities from Newman Noggs than to teach French to the little Kenwigses for 5 shillings a week, accepted the offer with the alacrity already described, and betook himself to the first floor with all convenient speed. Here he was received by Mrs. Kenwigs with a genteel air, kindly intended to assure him of her protection and support, and here too he found Mr. Lillyvick and Miss Petowker. The 4 Miss Kenwigses, on their form of audience, and the baby in a dwarf porter's chair with a deal tray before it, amusing himself with a toy horse without a head, the said horse being composed of a small wooden cylinder, not unlike an Italian iron, supported on 4 crooked pegs, and painted in ingenious resemblance of red wafers set in blacking.
"How do you do, Mr. Johnson?" said Mrs. Kenwigs. "Uncle, Mr. Johnson."
"How do you do, sir?" said Mr. Lillyvick, rather sharply, for he had not known what Nicholas was on the previous night, and it was rather an aggravating circumstance if a tax-collector had been too polite to a teacher.
"Mr. Johnson is engaged as private master to the children, uncle," said Mrs. Kenwigs.
"So you said just now, my dear," replied Mr. Lillyvick.
"But I hope," said Mrs. Kenwigs, drawing herself up, "that will not make them proud, but that they will bless their own good fortune, which has borne them superior to common people's children. Do you hear, Morlena?" "Yes, Ma," replied Miss Kenwigs. "And when you go out in the streets or elsewhere, I desire that you don't boast of it to the other children," said Mrs. Kenwigs, "and that if you must say anything about it, you don't say no more than, 'We've got a private master comes to teach us at home, but we ain't proud because Ma says it's sinful.' Do you hear, Morlena?" "Yes, Ma," replied Miss Kenwigs again. "Then mind you recollect, and do as I tell you," said Mrs. Kenwigs. "Shall Mr. Johnson begin, uncle?"
"I am ready to hear if Mr. Johnson is ready to commence, my dear," said the collector, assuming the air of a profound critic. "What sort of language do you consider French, sir?"
"How do you mean?" asked Nicholas.
"Do you consider it a good language, sir?" said the collector. "A pretty language, a sensible language?" "A pretty language, certainly," replied Nicholas, "and as it has a name for everything and admits of elegant conversation about everything, I presume it is a sensible one." "I don't know," said Mr. Lillyvick doubtfully. "Do you call it a cheerful language now?" "Yes," replied Nicholas. "I should say it was, certainly." "It's very much changed since my time, then," said the collector. "Very much." "Was it a dismal one in your time?" asked Nicholas, scarcely able to repress a smile. "Very," replied Mr. Lillyvick with some vehemence of manner. "It's the war time that I speak of, the last war. It may be a cheerful language. I should be sorry to contradict anybody, but I can only say that I've heard the French prisoners, who were natives and ought to know how to speak it, talking in such a dismal manner that it made one miserable to hear them. Aye, that I have. 50 times, sir, 50 times." Mr. Lillyvick was waxing so cross that Mrs. Kenwigs thought it expedient to motion to Nicholas not to say anything, and it was not until Miss Petowker had practised several blandishments to soften the excellent old gentleman that he deigned to break silence by asking, "What's the water in French, sir?" "L'eau," replied Nicholas. "Ah," said Mr. Lillyvick, shaking his head mournfully. "I thought as much. Low, eh? I don't think anything of that language. Nothing at all."
"I suppose the children may begin, uncle?"
said Mrs. Kenwigs. "Oh, yes, they may begin, my dear," replied the collector discontentedly. "I have no wish to prevent them." This permission being conceded, the four Miss Kenwigses sat in a row, with their tails all one way and Morleena at the top, while Nicholas, taking the book, began his preliminary explanations. Miss Petowker and Mrs. Kenwigs looked on in silent admiration, broken only by the whispered assurance of the latter that Morleena would have it all by heart in no time, and Mr. Lillyvick regarded the group with frowning and attentive eyes, lying in wait for something upon which he could open a fresh discussion on the language. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 17 follows the fortunes of Miss Nickleby. It was with a heavy heart and many sad forebodings which no effort could banish that Kate Nickleby, on the morning appointed for the commencement of her engagement with Madame Mantalini, left the city when its clocks yet wanted a quarter of an hour of 8, and threaded her way alone amid the noise and bustle of the streets towards the West End of London. At this early hour many sickly girls, whose business, like that of the poor worm, is to produce with patient toil the finery that bedecks the thoughtless and luxurious, traverse our streets, making towards the scene of their daily labour, and catching as if by stealth in their hurried walk the only gasp of wholesome air and glimpse of sunlight which cheer their monotonous existence during the long train of hours that make a working day. As she drew nigh to the more fashionable quarter of the town, Kate marked many of this class as they passed by, hurrying like herself to their painful occupation, and saw in their unhealthy looks and feeble gait but too clear an evidence that her misgivings were not wholly groundless. She arrived at Madame Mantalini's some minutes before the appointed hour, and after walking a few times up and down in the hope that some other female might arrive and spare her the embarrassment of stating her business to the servant, knocked timidly at the door, which after some delay was opened by the footman, who had been putting on his striped jacket as he came upstairs and was now intent on fastening his apron.
"Is Madame Mantalini in?"
faltered Kate. "Not often out at this time, miss," replied the man in a tone which rendered "miss" something more offensive than "my dear."
"Can I see her?"
asked Kate. "Eh?" replied the man, holding the door in his hand and honouring the inquiry with a stare and a broad grin. "Lord, no!"
"I came by her own appointment," said Kate. I am to be employed here."
"Oh, you should have rung the workers' bell," said the footman, touching the handle of one in the door-post. "Let me see, though. I forgot.
Miss Nickleby, is it?" "Yes," replied Kate. "You ought to walk upstairs then, please," said the man. "Madame Mantalini wants to see you. This way. Take care of these things on the floor." Cautioning her in these terms not to trip over a heterogeneous litter of pastry-cook's trays, lamps, waiters full of glasses, and piles of rout seats which were strewn about the hall, plainly bespeaking a late party on the previous night, the man led the way to the second story and ushered Kate into a back room, communicating by folding doors with the apartment in which she had first seen the mistress of the establishment. "If you'll wait here a minute," said the man, "I'll tell her presently." Having made this promise with much affability, he retired and left Kate alone. There was not much to amuse in the room, of which the most attractive feature was a half-length portrait in oil of Mr. Mantalini, whom the artist had depicted scratching his head in an easy manner and thus displaying to advantage a diamond ring, the gift of Madame Mantalini before her marriage. There was, however, the sound of voices in conversation in the next room, and as the conversation was loud and the partition thin, Kate could not help discovering that they belonged to Mr. and Mrs. Mantalini. "If you will be odiously, damnably, outrageously jealous, my soul," said Mr. Mantalini, "you will be very miserable, horrid miserable, damnation miserable." And then there was a sound as though Mr. Mantalini was sipping his coffee.
"I am miserable," returned Madame Mantalini, evidently pouting.
"Then you are an ungrateful, unworthy, damned, unthankful little fairy," said Mr. Mantalini.
"I am not," returned Madame with a sob.
"Do not put itself out of humour," said Mr. Mantalini, breaking an egg. "It is a pretty, bewitching little damned countenance, and it should not be out of humour, for it spoils its loveliness, and it makes it cross and gloomy, like a frightful, naughty, damned hobgoblin."
"I am not to be brought round in that way always," rejoined Madame sulkily.
"It shall be brought round in any way it likes best, and not brought round at all if it likes that better," retorted Mr. Mantalini with his egg-spoon in his mouth.
"It's very easy to talk,"
said Mrs. Mantalini. "Not so easy when one is eating a demnition egg," replied Mr. Mantalini, "for the yolk runs down the waistcoat, and the yolk of a egg does not match any waistcoat but a yellow waistcoat. Damn it!"
"You were flirting with her during the whole night,"
said Madame Mantalini, apparently desirous to lead the conversation back to the point from which it had strayed. "No, no, my life."
"You were,"
said Madame. "I had my eye upon you all the time." "Bless the little winking, twinkling eye! Was it on me all the time?" cried Mantalini in a sort of lazy rapture. "Oh, damn it!"
"And I say once more," resumed Madame, "that you ought not to waltz with anybody but your own wife. And I will not bear it, Mantalini, if I take poison first."
"She will not take poison and have horrid pains, will she?" said Mantalini, who, by the altered sound of his voice, seemed to have moved his chair and taken up his position nearer to his wife. "She will not take poison because she has a damned fine husband who might have married 2 countesses and a dowager."
"2 countesses?" interposed Madame. "You told me 1 before."
"2!" cried Mantalini. "2 damned fine women, real countesses and splendid fortunes. Damn it!"
"And why didn't you?"
asked Madame playfully. "Why didn't I?" replied her husband. "Had I not seen at our morning concert the damnedest little fascinator in all the world? And while that little fascinator is my wife, may not all the countesses and dowagers in England be—" Mr. Mantalini did not finish the sentence, but he gave Madame Mantalini a very loud kiss, which Madame Mantalini returned, after which there seemed to be some more kissing mixed up with the progress of the breakfast. "And what about the cash, my existence's jewel?" said Mantalini, when these endearments ceased. "How much have we in hand?"
"Very little indeed,"
replied Madame. "We must have some more," said Mantalini. "We must have some discount out of old Nickleby to carry on the war with, damn it!"
"You can't want any more just now," said Madam coaxingly.
"My life and soul," returned her husband. "There is a horse for sale at Scrubb's, which it would be a sin and a crime to lose. Going, my senses' joy, for nothing."
"For nothing?"
cried Madam. "I am glad of that." "For actually nothing," replied Mantalini. 100 guineas down will buy him. Mane and crest and legs and tail, all of the damnedest beauty. I will ride him in the park before the very chariots of the rejected countesses. The damned old dowager will faint with grief and rage. The other two will say, 'He is married. He has made away with himself. It is a damned thing. It is all up.' They will hate each other damnably and wish you dead and buried. Ha, 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 ha! Damn it!"
Madame Mantalini's prudence, if she had any, was not proof against these triumphal pictures. After a little jingling of keys, she observed that she would see what her desk contained, and rising for that purpose, opened the folding door and walked into the room where Kate was seated. "Dear me, child!" exclaimed Madame Mantalini, recoiling in surprise. "How came you here?"
"Child!" cried Mantalini, hurrying in. "How came... oh, damn it! How do you do?"
"I have been waiting here for some time, ma'am," said Kate, addressing Madame Mantalini. "The servant must have forgotten to let you know that I was here, I think." "You really must see to that man," said Madame, turning to her husband. "He forgets everything."
"I will twist his damned nose off his countenance for leaving such a very pretty creature all alone by herself," said her husband.
"Mantalini," cried Madame, "you forget yourself."
"I don't forget you, my soul, and never shall, and never can," said Mantalini, kissing his wife's hand and grimacing aside to Miss Nickleby, who turned away. Appeased by this compliment, the lady of the business took some papers from her desk, which she handed over to Mr. Mantalini, who received them with great delight. She then requested Kate to follow her, and after several feints on the part of Mr. Mantalini to attract the young lady's attention, they went away, leaving that gentleman extended at full length on the sofa with his heels in the air and a newspaper in his hand. Madame Mantalini led the way down a flight of stairs and through a passage to a large room at the back of the premises, where were a number of young women employed in sewing, cutting out, making up, altering, and various other processes known only to those who are cunning in the arts of millinery and dressmaking. It was a close room with a skylight, and as dull and quiet as a room need be. On Madame Mantalini calling aloud for Miss Nagg, a short, bustling, overdressed female full of importance, presented herself, and all the young ladies, suspending their operations for the moment, whispered to each other sundry criticisms upon the make and texture of Miss Nickleby's dress, her complexion, cast of features, and personal appearance, with as much good breeding as could have been displayed by the very best society in a crowded ball-room.
"Oh, Miss Nagg," said Madame Mantalini, "this is the young person I spoke to you about." Miss Nagg bestowed a reverential smile upon Madame Mantalini, which she dexterously transformed into a gracious one for Kate, and said that certainly, although it was a great deal of trouble to have young people who were wholly unused to the business, still she was sure the young person would try to do her best, impressed with which conviction she, Miss Nagg, felt an interest in her already. "I think that for the present, at all events, it will be better for Miss Nickleby to come into the show-room with you and try things on for people," said Madame Mantalini. "She will not be able for the present to be of much use in any other way, and her appearance will—"
"Suit very well with mine, Madame Mantalini," interrupted Miss Nagg. "So it will. And to be sure I might have known that you would not be long in finding that out, for you have so much taste in all those matters that really, as I often say to the young ladies, I do not know how, when, or where you possibly could have acquired all you know. Miss Nickleby and I are quite a pair, Madame Mantalini, only I am a little darker than Miss Nickleby, and I think my foot may be a little smaller. Miss Nickleby, I am sure, will not be offended at my saying that when she hears that our family always have been celebrated for small feet ever since our family had any feet at all. Indeed, I think. I had an uncle once, Madame Mantalini, who lived in Cheltenham, and had a most excellent business as a tobacconist, who had such small feet that they were no bigger than those which I usually join to wooden legs, the most symmetrical feet, Madame Mantalini, that even you can imagine.
They must have had something of the appearance of club feet, Miss Knag, said Madame.
Well, now, that is so like you, returned Miss Knag. Of club feet. Oh, very good. As I often remark to the young ladies. Well, I must say, and I do not care who knows it, of all the ready humour I ever heard anywhere, and I have heard a good deal, for when my dear brother was alive I kept house for him, Miss Nickleby. We had to supper once a week or two 3 young men highly celebrated in those days for their humour, Madame Mantalini. Of all the ready humour, I say to the young ladies, I ever heard, Madame Mantalini's is the most remarkable. It is so gentle, so sarcastic, and yet so good-natured, as I was observing to Miss Simmons only this morning, that how or when or by what means she acquired it is to me a mystery indeed.
Here Miss Knag paused to take breath, and while she pauses, it may be observed, not that she was marvellously loquacious and marvellously deferential to Madame Mantalini, since these are facts which require no comment, but that every now and then she was accustomed, in the torrent of her discourse, to introduce a loud, shrill, clear the important meaning of which was variously interpreted by her acquaintance, some holding that Miss Knag dealt in exaggeration, and introduced the monosyllable when any fresh invention was in course of coinage in her brain, others that when she wanted a word she threw it in to gain time, and prevent anybody else from striking into the conversation. It may be further remarked that Miss Knag still aimed at youth, although she had shot beyond it years ago, and that she was weak and vain, and one of those people who are best described by the axiom that you may trust them as far as you can see them, and no farther. "You'll take care that Miss Nickleby understands her hours and so forth," said Madame Mantalini, "and so I'll leave her with you. You'll not forget my directions, Miss Knag?" Miss Knag, of course, replied that to forget anything Madame Mantalini had directed was a moral impossibility, and that lady, dispensing a general good morning among her assistants, sailed away.
"Charming creature, isn't she, Miss Nickleby?" said Miss Knag, rubbing her hands together.
"I have seen very little of her," said Kate. "I hardly know yet."
"Have you seen Mr. Mantalini?"
inquired Miss Knag. "Yes, I have seen him twice."
"Isn't he a charming creature?"
"Indeed, he does not strike me as being so by any means," replied Kate.
"No, my dear?"
cried Miss Knag, elevating her hands.
"Why, goodness gracious mercy, where's your taste?
Such a fine, tall, full-whiskered, dashing, gentlemanly man, with such teeth and hair and—
Well, now, you do astonish me."
"I dare say I am very foolish," replied Kate, laying aside her bonnet, "but as my opinion is of very little importance to him or any one else, I do not regret having formed it, and shall be slow to change it, I think."
"He is a very fine man, don't you think so?"
asked one of the young ladies.
"Indeed, he may be, for anything I could say to the contrary,"
replied Kate.
"And drives very beautiful horses, doesn't he?"
inquired another. "I dare say he may, but I never saw them," answered Kate.
"Never saw them?" interposed Miss Knag. "Oh, well, there it is at once, you know. How can you possibly pronounce an opinion about a gentleman, if you don't see him as he turns out altogether?"
There was so much of the world, even of the little world of the country girl, in this idea of the old milliner, that Kate, who was anxious for every reason to change the subject, made no further remark and left Miss Knag in possession of the field. After a short silence, during which most of the young people made a closer inspection of Kate's appearance and compared notes respecting it, one of them offered to help her off with her shawl, and the offer being accepted, inquired whether she did not find black very uncomfortable wear.
"I do indeed," replied Kate with a bitter sigh. "So dusty and hot," observed the same speaker, adjusting her dress for her.
Kate might have said that mourning is sometimes the coldest wear which mortals can assume, that it not only chills the breasts of those it clothes, but extending its influence to summer friends, freezes up their sources of goodwill and kindness, and withering all the buds of promise they once so liberally put forth, leaves nothing but bared and rotten hearts exposed. There are few who have lost a friend or relative constituting in life their sole dependence, who have not keenly felt this chilling influence of their sable garb. She had felt it acutely, and feeling it at the moment, could not quite restrain her tears.
"I'm very sorry to have wounded you by my thoughtless speech," said her companion. "I did not think of it. You are in mourning for some near relation?"
"For my father," answered Kate.
"For what relation, Miss Simmons?"
asked Miss Knag in an audible voice.
"Her father,"
replied the other softly.
"Her father, eh?"
said Miss Knag, without the slightest depression of her voice.
"Ah! A long illness, Miss Simmons?"
"Hush!"
replied the girl.
"I don't know."
"Our misfortune was very sudden," said Kate, turning away, "or I might perhaps, at a time like this, be enabled to support it better." There had existed not a little desire in the room, according to invariable custom when any new young person came, to know who Kate was, and what she was, and all about her. But although it might have been very naturally increased by her appearance and emotion, the knowledge that it pained her to be questioned was sufficient to repress even this curiosity, and Miss Knag, finding it hopeless to attempt extracting any further particulars just then, reluctantly commanded silence and bade the work proceed. In silence, then, the tasks were plied until 1:30, when a baked leg of mutton with potatoes to correspond was served in the kitchen. The meal over, and the young ladies having enjoyed the additional relaxation of washing their hands, the work began again, and was again performed in silence, until the noise of carriages rattling through the streets and of loud double knocks at doors gave token that the day's work of the more fortunate members of society was proceeding in its turn. One of these double knocks at Madame Mantalini's door announced the equipage of some great lady, or rather a rich one, for there is occasionally a distinction between riches and greatness, who had come with her daughter to approve of some court dresses which had been a long time preparing, and upon whom Kate was deputed to wait, accompanied by Miss Knag, and officered, of course, by Madame Mantalini. Kate's part in the pageant was humble enough, her duties being limited to holding articles of costume until Miss Knag was ready to try them on, and now and then tying a string or fastening a hook and eye. She might, not unreasonably, have supposed herself beneath the reach of any arrogance or bad humour, but it happened that the lady and daughter were both out of temper that day, and the poor girl came in for her share of their revilings. She was awkward. Her hands were cold, dirty, coarse. She could do nothing right. They wondered how Madame Mantalini could have such people about her, requested they might see some other young woman the next time they came, and so forth. So common an occurrence would be hardly deserving of mention, but for its effect. Kate shed many bitter tears when these people were gone, and felt for the first time humbled by her occupation. She had, it is true, quailed at the prospect of drudgery and hard service, but she had felt no degradation in working for her bread until she found herself exposed to insolence and pride. Philosophy would have taught her that the degradation was on the side of those who had sunk so low as to display such passions habitually and without cause, but she was too young for such consolation, and her honest feeling was hurt. May not the complaint that common people are above their station often take its rise in the fact of uncommon people being below theirs? In such scenes and occupations the time wore on until 9 o'clock, when Kate, jaded and dispirited with the occurrences of the day, hastened from the confinement of the workroom to join her mother at the street corner and walk home, the more sadly from having to disguise her real feelings and feign to participate in all the sanguine visions of her companion.
"Bless my soul, Kate," said Mrs. Nickleby, "I've been thinking all day what a delightful thing it would be for Madame Mantalini to take you into partnership. Such a likely thing, too, you know. Why, your poor dear papa's cousin's sister-in-law, a Miss Browndock, was taken into partnership by a lady that kept a school at Hammersmith, and made her fortune in no time at all. I forget, by the by, whether that Miss Browndock was the same lady that got the £10,000 prize in the lottery, but I think she was. Indeed, now I come to think of it, I'm sure she was. Mantalini and Nickleby, how well it would sound! And if Nicholas has any good fortune, you might have Dr. Nickleby, the headmaster of Westminster School, living in the same street."
"Dear Nicholas," cried Kate, taking from her reticule her brother's letter from Dotheboys Hall, "in all our misfortunes, how happy it makes me, mamma, to hear he is doing so well, and to find him writing in such good spirits. It consoles me for all we may undergo to think that he is comfortable and happy." Poor Kate! She little thought how weak her consolation was, and how soon she would be undeceived. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 18. Miss Knagg, after doting on Kate Nickleby for 3 whole days, makes up her mind to hate her for evermore. The causes which led Miss Knagg to form this resolution. There are many lives of much pain, hardship, and suffering, which, having no stirring interest for any but those who lead them, are disregarded by persons who do not want thought or feeling, but who pamper their compassion and need high stimulants to rouse it. There are not a few among the disciples of charity who require, in their vocation, scarcely less excitement than the votaries of pleasure in theirs, and hence it is that diseased sympathy and compassion are every day expended on out-of-the-way objects, when only too many demands upon the legitimate exercise of the same virtues in a healthy state are constantly within the sight and hearing of the most unobservant person alive. In short, charity must have its romance, as the novelist or playwright must have his. A thief in fustian is a vulgar character, scarcely to be thought of by persons of refinement, but dress him in green velvet with a high-crowned hat, and change the scene of his operations from a thickly peopled city to a mountain road, and you shall find in him the very soul of poetry and adventure. So it is with the one great cardinal virtue, which, properly nourished and exercised, leads to, if it does not necessarily include, all the others. It must have its romance, and the less of real hard, struggling, workaday life there is in that romance, the better. The life to which poor Kate Nickleby was devoted, in consequence of the unforeseen train of circumstances already developed in this narrative, was a hard one, but lest the very dullness, unhealthy confinement, and bodily fatigue which made up its sum and substance should deprive it of any interest with the mass of the charitable and sympathetic, I would rather keep Miss Nickleby herself in view just now than chill them in the outset by a minute and lengthened description of the establishment presided over by Madame Mantalini.
"Well now, indeed, Madame Mantalini,"
said Miss Knagg, as Kate was taking her weary way homewards on the first night of her novitiate,
"that Miss Nickleby is a very creditable young person. A very creditable young person indeed. Upon my word, Madame Mantalini, it does very extraordinary credit, even to your discrimination, that you should have found such a very excellent, very well-behaved, very unassuming young woman to assist in the fitting on." I've seen some young women, when they had the opportunity of displaying before their betters, behave in such a... Oh, dear, well, but you're always right, Madame Mantalini, always. And as I very often tell the young ladies, how you do contrive to be always right when so many people are so often wrong is to me a mystery indeed. Beyond putting a very excellent client out of humour, Miss Nickleby has not done anything very remarkable to-day that I am aware of at least, said Madame Mantalini in reply. Oh, dear, said Miss Knag. But you must allow a great deal for inexperience, you know. And youth? inquired Madame. Oh, I say nothing about that, Madame Mantalini, replied Miss Knag, reddening, because if youth were any excuse, you wouldn't have quite so good a forewoman as I have, I suppose, suggested Madame. Well, I never did know anybody like you, Madame Mantalini, rejoined Miss Knag most complacently, and that's the fact. For you know what one's going to say before it has time to rise to one's lips. Oh, very good. For myself, observed Madame Mantalini, glancing with affected carelessness at her assistant and laughing heartily in her sleeve, I consider Miss Nickleby the most awkward girl I ever saw in my life. Ah, poor dear thing, said Miss Knag. It's not her fault. If it was, we might hope to cure it. But as it's her misfortune, Madame Mantalini, why really, you know, as the man said about the blind horse, we ought to respect it. Her uncle told me she had been considered pretty, remarked Madame Mantalini. I think her one of the most ordinary girls I ever met with. Ordinary? cried Miss Knag, with a countenance beaming delight. And awkward. Well, all I can say is, Madame Mantalini, that I quite love the poor girl, and that if she was twice as indifferent-looking and twice as awkward as she is, I should be only so much the more her friend, and that's the truth of it. In fact, Miss Knag had conceived an incipient affection for Kate Nickleby. After witnessing her failure that morning, and this short conversation with her superior increased the favourable prepossession to a most surprising extent, which was the more remarkable as when she first scanned that young lady's face and figure she had entertained certain inward misgivings that they would never agree. But now, said Miss Knag, glancing at the reflection of herself in a mirror at no great distance, I love her. I quite love her. I declare I do. Of such a highly disinterested quality was this devoted friendship, and so superior was it to the little weaknesses of flattery or ill nature, that the kind-hearted Miss Knag candidly informed Kate Nickleby next day that she saw she would never do for the business, but that she need not give herself the slightest uneasiness on this account, for that she, Miss Knag, by increased exertions on her own part, would keep her as much as possible in the background, and that all she would have to do would be to remain perfectly quiet before company and to shrink from attracting notice by every means in her power. This last suggestion was so much in accordance with the timid girl's own feelings and wishes that she readily promised implicit reliance on the excellent spinster's advice, without questioning or indeed bestowing a moment's reflection upon the motives that dictated it. I take quite a lively interest in you, my dear soul, upon my word, said Miss Knag. A sister's interest, actually. It's the most singular circumstance I ever knew. Undoubtedly it was singular that if Miss Knag did feel a strong interest in Kate Nickleby, it should not rather have been the interest of a maiden aunt or grandmother, that being the conclusion to which the difference in their respective ages would have naturally tended. But Miss Knag wore clothes of a very youthful pattern, and perhaps her feelings took the same shape. Bless you, said Miss Knag, bestowing a kiss upon Kate at the conclusion of the second day's work. How very awkward you have been all day. I fear your kind and open communication, which has rendered me more painfully conscious of my own defects, has not improved me, sighed Kate. No, I dare say not, rejoined Miss Knag, in a most uncommon flow of good humour. But how much better that you should know it at first, and so be able to go on straight and comfortable. Which way are you walking, my love?
Towards the city, replied Kate.
The city,
cried Miss Knag, regarding herself with great favour in the glass as she tied her bonnet.
Goodness gracious me! Now, do you really live in the city?
Is it so very unusual for anybody to live there? Asked Kate, half smiling.
I couldn't have believed it possible that any young woman could have lived there, under any circumstances whatever, for 3 days together,
replied Miss Knag. Reduced, I should say poor people, answered Kate, correcting herself hastily, for she was afraid of appearing proud, must live where they can.
Ah, very true. So they must. Very proper indeed,
rejoined Miss Knag, with that sort of half-sigh which, accompanied by 2 or 3 slight nods of the head, is pity's small change in general society.
And that's what I very often tell my brother when our servants go away ill, one after another, and he thinks the back kitchen's rather too damp for him to sleep in. These sort of people, I tell him, are glad to sleep anywhere. Heaven suits the back to the burden. What a nice thing it is to think that it should be so, isn't it?
Very, replied Kate.
I'll walk with you part of the way, my dear, said Miss Knag, for you must go very near our house, and as it's quite dark, and our last servant went to the hospital a week ago with St. Anthony's fire in her face, I shall be glad of your company.
Kate would willingly have excused herself from this flattering companionship, but Miss Knag, having adjusted her bonnet to her entire satisfaction, took her arm with an air which plainly showed how much she felt the compliment she was conferring, and they were in the street before she could say another word.
I fear, said Kate, hesitating, that Mamma, my mother, I mean, is waiting for me.
You needn't make the least apology, my dear, said Miss Knag, smiling sweetly as she spoke. I dare say she is a very respectable old person, and I shall be quite pleased to know her.
As poor Mrs. Nickleby was cooling, not her heels alone, but her limbs generally, at the street corner, Kate had no alternative but to make her known to Miss Knag, who, doing the last new carriage customer at second hand, acknowledged the introduction with condescending politeness. The 3 then walked away arm in arm, with Miss Knag in the middle, in a special state of amiability.
I have taken such a fancy to your daughter, Mrs. Nickleby, you can't think, said Miss Knag, after she had proceeded a little distance in dignified silence. I am delighted to hear it, said Mrs. Nickleby, though it is nothing new to me that even strangers should like Kate. Cried Miss Knag. You will like her better when you know how good she is, said Mrs. Nickleby. It is a great blessing to me, in my misfortunes, to have a child who knows neither pride nor vanity, and whose bringing up might very well have excused a little of both at first. You don't know what it is to lose a husband, Miss Knag.
As Miss Knag had never yet known what it was to gain one, it followed very nearly as a matter of course that she didn't know what it was to lose one. So she said in some haste,
No, indeed I don't,
and said it with an air intending to signify that she should like to catch herself marrying anybody. No, no, she knew better than that.
Kate has improved even in this little time, I have no doubt,
said Mrs. Nickleby, glancing proudly at her daughter.
Oh, of course, said Miss Knag. And will improve still more, added Mrs. Nickleby. That she will, I'll be bound,
replied Miss Knag, squeezing Kate's arm in her own to point the joke.
She always was clever, said poor Mrs. Nickleby, brightening up, always from a baby. I recollect, when she was only 2 years and a half old, that a gentleman who used to visit very much at our house, Mr. Watkins, you know, Kate, my dear, that your poor papa went bail for, who afterwards ran away to the United States and sent us a pair of snowshoes with such an affectionate letter that it made your poor dear father cry for a week. You remember the letter? in which he said that he was very sorry he couldn't repay the £50 just then, because his capital was all out at interest, and he was very busy making his fortune. But that he didn't forget you were his goddaughter, and you should take it very unkind if we didn't buy you a silver coral and put it down to his old account. Dear me, yes, my dear, how stupid you are, and spoke so affectionately of the old port wine that he used to drink a bottle and a half of every time he came. You must remember, Kate.
Yes, mamma. What of him?
Why, that Mr. Watkins, my dear,
said Mrs. Nickleby slowly, as if she were making a tremendous effort to recollect something of paramount importance,
that Mr. Watkins. He wasn't any relation, Miss Nagg will understand, to the Watkins who kept the old boar in the village. Oh, by the by, I don't remember whether it was the old boar of George III, but it was one of the two, I know, and it's much the same. That Mr. Watkins said, when you were only 2 years and a half old, that you were one of the most astonishing children he ever saw. He did indeed, Miss Nagg, and he wasn't at all fond of children, and couldn't have had the slightest motive for doing it. I know it was he who said so, because I recollect, as well as if it was only yesterday, his borrowing £20 of her poor dear papa the very moment afterwards.
Having quoted this extraordinary and most disinterested testimony to her daughter's excellence, Mrs. Nickleby stopped to breathe, and Miss Nagg, finding that the discourse was turning upon family greatness, lost no time in striking in with a small reminiscence on her own account.
Don't talk of lending money, Mrs. Nickleby,
said Miss Nagg,
or you'll drive me crazy, perfectly crazy. My mamma, was the most lovely and beautiful creature, the most striking and exquisite, the most exquisite nose that ever was put upon a human face, I do believe, Mrs. Nickleby.
Here Miss Nagg rubbed her own nose sympathetically.
The most delightful and accomplished woman, perhaps, that ever was seen. But she had that one failing of lending money, and carried it to such an extent that she lent thousands of pounds, all our little fortunes. And what's more, Mrs. Nickleby, I don't think if we were to live till the very end of time that we should ever get them back again. I don't indeed.
After concluding this effort of invention, without being interrupted, Miss Nagg fell into many more recollections, no less interesting than true, the full tide of which Mrs. Nickleby, in vain attempting to stem, at length sailed smoothly down by adding an undercurrent of her own recollections. And so both ladies went on talking together in perfect contentment, the only difference between them being that whereas Miss Nagg addressed herself to Kate and talked very loud, Mrs. Nickleby kept on in one unbroken monotonous flow, perfectly satisfied to be talking and caring very little whether anybody listened or not. In this manner they walked on, very amicably, until they arrived at Miss Nagg's brother's, who was an ornamental stationer and small circulating library-keeper, in a by-street off Tottenham Court Road, and who let out by the day, week, month, or year, the newest old novels, whereof the titles were displayed in pen and ink characters on a sheet of pasteboard swinging at his door-post. As Miss Nagg happened at the moment to be in the middle of an account of her 22nd offer from a gentleman of large property, she insisted upon their all going in to supper together, and in they went.
"Don't go away, Mortimer," said Miss Nagg as they entered the shop. "It's only one of our young ladies and her mother, Mrs. and Miss Nickleby."
"No, indeed," said Mr. Mortimer Nagg. "Ah!" Having given utterance to these ejaculations with a very profound and thoughtful air, Mr. Nagg slowly snuffed 2 kitchen candles on the counter and 2 more in the window, and then snuffed himself from a box in his waistcoat pocket. There was something very impressive in the ghostly air with which all this was done, and as Mr. Nagg was a tall, lank gentleman of solemn features, wearing spectacles, and garnished with much less hair than a gentleman bordering on 40 or thereabouts usually boasts, Mrs. Nickleby whispered her daughter that she thought he must be literary. "Past 10," said Mr. Nagg, consulting his watch. "Thomas, close the warehouse." Thomas was a boy nearly half as tall as a shutter, and the warehouse was a shop about the size of 3 hackney coaches. "Ah!" said Mr. Nagg once more, heaving a deep sigh as he restored to its parent shelf the book he had been reading. "Well, yes, I believe supper is ready, sister." With another sigh, Mr. Nagg took up the kitchen candles from the counter and preceded the ladies with mournful steps to a back parlour, where a charwoman, employed in the absence of the sick servant, and remunerated with certain 18 pences to be deducted from her wages due, was putting the supper out.
"Mrs. Blockson," said Miss Nagg reproachfully, "how very often I have begged you not to come into the room with your bonnet on." "I can't help it, Miss Nagg," said the charwoman, bridling up on the shortest notice. "There's been a deal of cleaning to do in this house, and if you don't like it, I must trouble you to look out for somebody else, for it don't hardly pay me, and that's the truth, if I was to be hung this minute."
"I don't want any remarks, if you please," said Miss Nagg with a strong emphasis on the personal pronoun. "Is there any fire downstairs for some hot water presently?"
"No, there is not indeed, Miss Nagg," replied the substitute, "and so I won't tell you no stories about it."
"Then why isn't there?" said Miss Nagg.
"Because there aren't no coals left out. And if I could make coals, I would. But as I can't, I won't. And so I make bold to tell you, mem,"
replied Mrs. Blockson.
"Will you hold your tongue, female?"
said Mr. Mortimer Nagg, plunging violently into this dialogue.
"By your leave, Mr. Nagg,"
retorted the charwoman, turning sharply round.
"I'm only too glad not to speak in this house, excepting when and where I'm spoke to, sir. And with regard to being a female, sir, I should wish to know what you consider yourself."
"A miserable wretch!"
exclaimed Mr. Nagg, striking his forehead.
"A miserable wretch!"
"I'm very glad to find that you don't call yourself out of your name, sir," said Mrs. Blockson. "And as I had 2 twin children the day before yesterday was only 7 weeks, and my little Charlie fell down a area and put his elbow out last Monday, I should take it as a favour if you'd send 9 shillings for 1 week's work to my house afore the clock strikes 10 tomorrow."
With these parting words, the good woman quitted the room with great ease of manner, leaving the door wide open. Mr. Nagg at the same moment flung himself into the warehouse and groaned aloud.
"Oh, what is the matter with that gentleman, pray?"
inquired Mrs. Nickleby, greatly disturbed by the sound.
"Is he ill?"
inquired Kate, really alarmed.
"Hush!"
replied Miss Nagg.
"A most melancholy history. He was once most devotedly attached to Madame Mantalini."
"Bless me!"
exclaimed Mrs. Nickleby.
"Yes,"
continued Miss Nagg,
"and received great encouragement too, and confidentially hoped to marry her. He has a most romantic heart, Mrs. Nickleby, as indeed all our family have, and the disappointment was a dreadful blow. He is a wonderfully accomplished man, most extraordinary accomplished, reads every novel that comes out. I mean every novel that has any fashion in it, of course. The fact is that he did find so much in the books he read applicable to his own misfortunes, and did find himself in every respect so much like the heroes, because of course he is conscious of his own superiority, as we all are, and very naturally, that he took to scorning everything and became a genius. And I'm quite sure that he is, at this very present moment, writing another book."
"Another book?" repeated Kate, finding that a pause was left for somebody to say something.
"Yes,"
said Miss Nagg, nodding in great triumph.
"Another book, in 3 volumes post octavo. Of course, it's a great advantage to him in all his little fashionable descriptions to have the benefit of my experience, because, of course, few authors who write about such things can have such opportunities of knowing them as I have. He's so wrapped up in high life, at the least allusion to business or worldly matters, like that woman just now, for instance, quite distracts him. But, as I often say, I think his disappointment a great thing for him, because if he hadn't been disappointed, he couldn't have written about blighted hopes and all that. And the fact is, if it hadn't happened as it has, I don't believe his genius would ever have come out at all.
How much more communicative Miss Knag might have become under more favourable circumstances, it is impossible to divine. But as the gloomy one was within earshot, and the fire wanted making up, her disclosures stopped here. To judge from all appearances, and the difficulty of making the water warm, the last servant could not have been much accustomed to any other fire than St. Anthony's. But a little brandy and water was made at last, and the guests, having been previously regaled with cold leg of mutton and bread and cheese, soon afterwards took leave. Kate amusing herself all the way home with the recollection of her last glimpse of Mr. Mortimer Knag, deeply abstracted in the shop, and Mrs. Nickleby by debating within herself whether the dressmaking firm would ultimately become Mantalini, Knag and Nickleby, or Mantalini, Nickleby and Knag. At this high point Miss Knag's friendship remained for 3 whole days, much to the wonderment of Madame Mantalini's young ladies, who had never beheld such a constancy in that quarter before. But on the 4th it received a check, no less violent than sudden, which thus occurred. It happened that an old lord of great family, who was going to marry a young lady of no family in particular, came with the young lady and the young lady's sister to witness the ceremony of trying on 2 nuptial bonnets, which had been ordered the day before. And Madame Mantalini announcing the fact in a shrill treble through the speaking pipe which communicated with the workroom, Miss Knag darted hastily upstairs with a bonnet in each hand and presented herself in the show-room in a charming state of palpitation, intended to demonstrate her enthusiasm in the cause. The bonnets were no sooner fairly on than Miss Knag and Madame Mantalini fell into convulsions of admiration.
"A most elegant appearance," said Madame Mantalini. "I never saw anything so exquisite in all my life," said Miss Knag.
Now, the old lord, who was a very old lord, said nothing, but mumbled and chuckled in a state of great delight, no less with the nuptial bonnets and their wearers than with his own address in getting such a fine woman for his wife. And the young lady, who was a very lively young lady, seeing the old lord in this rapturous condition, chased the old lord behind a cheval glass, and then and there kissed him, while Madame Mantalini and the other young lady looked discreetly another way. But, pending the salutation, Miss Knag, who was tinged with curiosity, stepped accidentally behind the glass and encountered the lively young lady's eye just at the very moment when she kissed the old lord, upon which the young lady, in a pouting manner, murmured something about an old thing and great impertinence, and finished by darting a look of displeasure at Miss Knag and smiling contemptuously.
"Madame Mantalini,"
said the young lady. "Ma'am," said Madame Mantalini.
"Pray, have that pretty young creature we saw yesterday." "Oh, yes, do," said the sister. "Of all things in the world, Madame Mantalini," said the Lord's intended, throwing herself languidly on a sofa, "I hate being waited upon by frights or elderly persons. Let me always see that young creature, I beg, whenever I come."
"By all means," said the old lord. "The lovely young creature, by all means."
"Everybody is talking about her," said the young lady in the same careless manner, "and my lord, being a great admirer of beauty, must positively see her."
"She is universally admired," replied Madame Mantalini. "Miss Knag, send up Miss Nickleby. You needn't return."
"I beg your pardon, Madame Mantalini. What did you say last?"
asked Miss Knag, trembling. "You needn't return," repeated the superior sharply. Miss Knag vanished without another word, and in all reasonable time was replaced by Kate, who took off the new bonnets and put on the old ones, blushing very much to find that the old lord and the two young ladies were staring her out of countenance all the time.
"Why, how you colour, child!"
said the lord's chosen bride.
"She is not quite so accustomed to her business as she will be in a week or two," interposed Madame Mantalini with a gracious smile. "I am afraid you have been giving her some of your wicked looks, my lord," said the intended.
"Oh, no," replied the old lord. No. I'm going to be married and lead a new life. A new life.
It was a satisfactory thing to hear that the old gentleman was going to lead a new life, for it was pretty evident that his old one would not last him much longer. The mere exertion of protracted chuckling reduced him to a fearful ebb of coughing and gasping. It was some minutes before he could find breath to remark that the girl was too pretty for a milliner.
"I hope you don't think good looks a disqualification for the business, my lord," said Madame Mantalini, simpering.
"Oh, no, not by any means," replied the old lord, "or you would have left it long ago."
"You naughty creature,"
said the lively lady, poking the pier with her parasol.
"I won't have you talk so. How dare you?"
This playful inquiry was accompanied with another poke, and another, and then the old lord caught the parasol and wouldn't give it up again, which induced the other lady to come to the rescue, and some very pretty sportiveness ensued.
"You will see that those little alterations are made, Madame Mantalini,"
said the lady.
"Nay, you bad man, you positively shall go first. I wouldn't leave you behind with that pretty girl, not for half a second. I know you too well. Jane, my dear, let him go first, and we shall be quite sure of him."
The old lord, evidently much flattered by this suspicion, bestowed a grotesque leer upon Kate as he passed, and, receiving another tap with the parasol for his wickedness, tottered downstairs to the door, where his sprightly body was hoisted into the carriage by two stout footmen.
"Phew!" said Madame Mantalini. "How he ever gets into a carriage without thinking of a hearse, I can't think. There, take the things away, my dear, take them away." Kate, who had remained during the whole scene with her eyes modestly fixed upon the ground, was only too happy to avail herself of the permission to retire, and hastened joyfully downstairs to Miss Nagg's dominion. The circumstances of the little kingdom had greatly changed, however, during the short period of her absence. In place of Miss Nagg being stationed in her accustomed seat, preserving all the dignity and greatness of Madame Mantalini's representative, that worthy soul was reposing on a large box, bathed in tears, while 3 or 4 of the young ladies in close attendance upon her, together with the presence of hartshorn, vinegar, and other restoratives, would have borne ample testimony, even without the derangement of the head-dress and front row of curls, to her having fainted desperately.
"Bless me,"
said Kate, stepping hastily forward.
"What is the matter?"
This inquiry produced in Miss Nagg violent symptoms of a relapse, and several young ladies, darting angry looks at Kate, applied more vinegar and hartshorn, and said it was a shame.
"What is a shame?" demanded Kate. "What is the matter? What has happened? Tell me."
"Matter!" cried Miss Nagg, coming all at once bolt upright, to the great consternation of the assembled maidens. "Matter! Fie upon you, you nasty creature!"
"Gracious!"
cried Kate, almost paralysed by the violence with which the adjective had been jerked out from between Miss Nagg's closed teeth.
"Have I offended you?"
"You offended me?" retorted Miss Nagg. "You, a chit, a child, an upstart nobody."
"Oh, indeed!"
Now it was evident, as Miss Nagg laughed, that something struck her as being exceedingly funny, and as the young ladies took their tone from Miss Nagg, she being the chief, they all got up a laugh without a moment's delay, and nodded their heads a little, and smiled sarcastically to each other, as much as to say how very good that was.
"Here she is,"
continued Miss Knag, getting off the box and introducing Kate with much ceremony and many low curtsies to the delighted throng.
"Here she is. Everybody is talking about her. The belle ladies, the beauty, the... Oh, you bold-faced thing!"
At this crisis Miss Knag was unable to repress a virtuous shudder, which immediately communicated itself to all the young ladies, after which Miss Knag laughed, and after that cried. "For 15 years," exclaimed Miss Knag, sobbing in a most affecting manner, "for 15 years I have been the credit and ornament of this room and the one upstairs, thank God," said Miss Knag, stamping first her right foot and then her left with remarkable energy. "I have never, in all that time till now, been exposed to the arts, the vile arts of a creature who disgraces us with all her proceedings and makes proper people blush for themselves. But I feel it. I do feel it, although I am disgusted." Miss Knag here relapsed into softness, and the young ladies, renewing their attentions, murmured that she ought to be superior to such things, and that for their part they despised them, and considered them beneath their notice, in witness whereof they called out more emphatically than before that it was a shame, and that they felt so angry they hardly knew what to do with themselves. "Have I lived to this day to be called a fright?" cried Miss Knag, suddenly becoming convulsive and making an effort to tear her front off. "Oh, no, no," replied the chorus. "Pray don't say so. Don't now." "Have I deserved to be called an elderly person?" screamed Miss Knag, wrestling with the supernumeraries. "Don't think of such things, dear," answered the chorus. "I hate her," cried Miss Knag. "I detest and hate her. Never let her speak to me again. Never let anybody who is a friend of mine speak to her. A slut, a hussy, an impudent, artful hussy." Having denounced the object of her wrath in these terms, Miss Knag screamed once, hiccuped thrice, gurgled in her throat several times, slumbered, shivered, woke, came to, composed her headdress, and declared herself quite well again. Poor Kate had regarded these proceedings at first in perfect bewilderment. She had then turned red and pale by turns, and once or twice essayed to speak, but as the true motives of this altered behaviour developed themselves, she retired a few paces and looked calmly on without deigning a reply. Nevertheless, although she walked proudly to her seat and turned her back upon the group of little satellites who clustered round their ruling planet in the remotest corner of the room, she gave way in secret to some such bitter tears as would have gladdened Miss Knag's inmost soul if she could have seen them fall. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 19. Descriptive of a dinner at Mr. Ralph Nickleby's, and of the manner in which the company entertained themselves before dinner, at dinner, and after dinner. The bile and rancour of the worthy Miss Knag undergoing no diminution during the remainder of the week, but rather augmenting with every successive hour, and the honest ire of all the young ladies rising or seeming to rise in exact proportion to the good spinster's indignation, and both waxing very hot every time Miss Nickleby was called upstairs, it will be readily imagined that that young lady's daily life was none of the most cheerful or enviable kind. She hailed the arrival of Saturday night as a prisoner would a few delicious hours' respite from slow and wearing torture, and felt that the poor pittance for her first week's labour would have been dearly and hardly earned had its amount been trebled. When she joined her mother as usual at the street corner, she was not a little surprised to find her in conversation with Mr. Ralph Nickleby, but her surprise was soon redoubled, no less by the matter of their conversation than by the smoothed and altered manner of Mr. Nickleby himself. "Ah, my dear," said Ralph, "we were at that moment talking about you."
"Indeed?" replied Kate, shrinking, though she scarce knew why, from her uncle's cold glistening eye.
"That instant," said Ralph. "I was coming to call for you, making sure to catch you before you left, but your mother and I have been talking over family affairs, and the time has slipped away so rapidly."
"Well now, hasn't it?"
interposed Mrs. Nickleby, quite insensible to the sarcastic tone of Ralph's last remark.
"Upon my word, I couldn't have believed it possible that such a... Kate, my dear, you're to dine with your uncle at 6:30 tomorrow."
Triumphing in having been the first to communicate this extraordinary intelligence, Mrs. Nickleby nodded and smiled a great many times to impress its full magnificence on Kate's wondering mind, and then flew off at an acute angle to a committee of ways and means.
"Let me see," said the good lady. "Your black silk frock would be quite dress enough, my dear, with that pretty little scarf and a plain band in your hair and a pair of black silk Oh, dear, dear!" cried Mrs. Nickleby, flying off at another angle. "If I had but those unfortunate amethysts of mine! You recollect them, Kate, my love, how they used to sparkle, you know. But your papa, your poor dear papa, ah, there never was anything so cruelly sacrificed as those jewels were. Never."
Overpowered by this agonizing thought, Mrs. Nickleby shook her head in a melancholy manner and applied her handkerchief to her eyes. "I don't want them, mamma, indeed," said Kate. "Forget that you ever had them."
"Lord, Kate, my dear," rejoined Mrs. Nickleby pettishly, "how like a child you talk! 24 silver teaspoons, brother-in-law, 2 gravies, 4 salts, all the amethysts, necklace, brooch, and earrings, all made away with at the same time, and I saying almost on my bended knees to that poor good soul, 'Why don't you do something, Nicholas? Why don't you make some arrangement?' I am sure that anybody who was about us at that time will do me the justice to own that if I said that once, I said it 50 times a day. Didn't I, Kate, my dear? Did I ever lose an opportunity of impressing it on your poor papa?"
"No, no, mamma, never," replied Kate. And to do Mrs. Nickleby justice, she never had lost, and to do married ladies as a body justice, they seldom do lose, any occasion of inculcating similar golden percepts, whose only blemish is the slight degree of vagueness and uncertainty in which they are usually enveloped.
"Ah!" said Mrs. Nickleby with great fervour, "if my advice had been taken at the beginning, well, I have always done my duty, and that's some comfort."
When she had arrived at this reflection, Mrs. Nickleby sighed, rubbed her hands, cast up her eyes, and finally assumed a look of meek composure, thus importing that she was a persecuted saint, but that she wouldn't trouble her hearers by mentioning a circumstance which must be so obvious to everybody.
"Now," said Ralph with a smile, which, in common with all other tokens of emotion, seemed to skulk under his face rather than play boldly over it, "to return to the point from which we have strayed, I have a little party of gentlemen with whom I am connected in business just now at my house to-morrow, and your mother has promised that you shall keep house for me. I am not much used to parties, but this is one of business, and such fooleries are an important part of it sometimes. You don't mind obliging me?"
"Mind?" cried Mrs. Nickleby. "My dear Kate, why—"
"Pray," interrupted Ralph, motioning her to be silent, "I spoke to my niece."
"I shall be very glad, of course, uncle," replied Kate, "but I am afraid you will find me awkward and embarrassed."
"Oh, no," said Ralph. "Come when you like, in a hackney coach. I'll pay for it. Good night. God bless you." The blessing seemed to stick in Mr. Ralph Nickleby's throat, as if it were not used to the thoroughfare and didn't know the way out. But it got out somehow, though awkwardly enough, and having disposed of it, he shook hands with his two relatives and abruptly left them. "What a very strongly marked countenance your uncle has!" said Mrs. Nickleby, quite struck with his parting look. "I don't see the slightest resemblance to his poor brother." "Mamma," said Kate reprovingly, "to think of such a thing!" "No," said Mrs. Nickleby, musing, "there certainly is none, but it's a very honest face." The worthy matron made this remark with great emphasis and elocution, as if it comprised no small quantity of ingenuity and research, and in truth it was not unworthy of being classed among the extraordinary discoveries of the age. Kate looked up hastily, and as hastily looked down again. "What has come over you, my dear, in the name of goodness?" asked Mrs. Nickleby, when they had walked on for some time in silence.
"I was only thinking, mamma," answered Kate. "Thinking?" repeated Mrs. Nickleby. "Aye, and indeed plenty to think about too. Your uncle has taken a strong fancy to you, that's quite clear, and if some extraordinary good fortune doesn't come to you after this, I shall be a little surprised, that's all." With this she launched out into sundry anecdotes of young ladies who had had £1,000 notes given them in reticules by eccentric uncles, and of young ladies who had accidentally met amiable gentlemen of enormous wealth at their uncles' houses and married them after short but ardent courtships. And Kate, listening first in apathy and afterwards in amusement, felt, as they walked home, something of her mother's sanguine complexion gradually awakening in her own bosom, and began to think that her prospects might be brightening and that better days might be dawning upon them. Such is hope, heaven's own gift to struggling mortals, pervading like some subtle essence from the skies all things, both good and bad, as universal as death and more infectious than disease. The feeble winter's sun, and winter's suns in the city are very feeble indeed, might have brightened up as he shone through the dim windows of the large old house on witnessing the unusual sight which one half-furnished room displayed. In a gloomy corner, where for years had stood a silent, dusty pile of merchandise, sheltering its colony of mice, and frowning a dull and lifeless mass upon the panelled room, save when, responding to the roll of heavy waggons in the street, without, it quaked with sturdy tremblings, and caused the bright eyes of its tiny citizens to grow brighter still with fear, and struck them motionless with attentive ear and palpitating heart until the alarm had passed away. In this dark corner was arranged, with scrupulous care, all Kate's little finery for the day, each article of dress partaking of that indescribable air of jauntiness and individuality which empty garments, whether by association or that they become moulded, as it were, to the owner's form, will take in eyes accustomed to or picturing the wearer's smartness. In place of a bale of musty goods there lay the black silk dress, the neatest possible figure in itself. The small shoes, with toes delicately turned out, stood upon the very pressure of some old iron weight, and a pile of harsh discoloured leather had unconsciously given place to the very same little pair of black silk stockings which had been the objects of Mrs. Nickleby's peculiar care. Rats and mice and such small gear had long ago been starved or had emigrated to better quarters, and in their stead appeared gloves, bands, scarfs, hairpins, and many other little devices, almost as ingenious in their way as rats and mice themselves, for the tantalization of mankind. About and among them all moved Kate herself, not the least beautiful or unwonted relief to the stern old gloomy building. In good time or in bad time, as the reader likes to take it, for Mrs. Nickleby's impatience went a great deal faster than the clocks at that end of the town, and Kate was dressed to the very last hairpin a full hour and a half before it was at all necessary to begin to think about it. In good time or in bad time the toilet was completed, and it being at length the hour agreed upon for starting, the milkman fetched a coach from the nearest stand, and Kate, with many adieux to her mother and many kind messages to Miss La Creevy, who was to come to tea, seated herself in it and went away in state, if ever anybody went away in state in a hackney coach yet. And the coach,
and the coachman, and the horses, rattled and jangled and whipped and cursed and swore and tumbled on together until they came to Golden Square. The coachman gave a tremendous double knock at the door, which was opened long before he had done, as quickly as if there had been a man behind it, with his hand tied to the latch. Kate, who had expected no more uncommon appearance than Newman Noggs in a clean shirt, was not a little astonished to see that the opener was a man in handsome livery, and that there were 2 or 3 others in the hall. There was no doubt about its being the right house, however, for there was the name upon the door. So she accepted the laced coat-sleeve which was tendered her, and entered the house, was ushered upstairs into a back drawing-room, where she was left alone. If she had been surprised at the apparition of the footman, she was perfectly absorbed in amazement at the richness and splendour of the furniture. The softest and most elegant carpets, the most exquisite pictures, the costliest mirrors, articles of richest ornament, quite dazzling from their beauty and perplexing from the prodigality with which they were scattered around, encountered her on every side. The very staircase nearly down to the hall door was crammed with beautiful and luxurious things, as though the house were brimful of riches, which, with a very trifling addition, would fairly run over into the street. Presently she heard a series of loud double knocks at the street door, and after every knock some new voice in the next room. The tones of Mr. Ralph Nickleby were easily distinguishable at first, but by degrees they merged into the general buzz of conversation, and all she could ascertain was that there were several gentlemen with no very musical voices, who talked very loud, laughed very heartily, and swore more than she would have thought quite necessary. But this was a question of taste. At length the door opened, and Ralph himself, divested of his boots, and ceremoniously embellished with black silks and shoes, presented his crafty face. "I couldn't see you before, my dear," he said in a low tone, and pointing as he spoke to the next room. "I was engaged in receiving them. Now, shall I take you in?" "Oh, pray, uncle," said Kate, a little flurried, as people much more conversant with society often are when they are about to enter a room full of strangers and have had time to think of it previously. "Are there any ladies here?" "No," said Ralph shortly. "I don't know any." "Must I go in immediately?" asked Kate, drawing back a little. "As you please," said Ralph, shrugging his shoulders. "They are all come, and dinner will be announced directly afterwards. That's all." Kate would have entreated a few minutes' respite, but reflecting that her uncle might consider the payment of the hackney coach fare a sort of bargain for her punctuality, she suffered him to draw her arm through his and to lead her away. 7 or 8 gentlemen were standing round the fire when they went in, and, as they were talking very loud, were not aware of their entrance until Mr. Ralph Nickleby, touching one on the coat-sleeve, said in a harsh, emphatic voice, as if to attract general attention, "Lord Frederick Verisopht, my niece, Miss Nickleby." The group dispersed, as if in great surprise, and the gentleman addressed, turning round, exhibited a suit of clothes of the most superlative cut, a pair of whiskers of similar quality, a moustache, a head of hair, and a young face. "Eh?" said the gentleman. "What the devil!" With which broken ejaculations he fixed his glass in his eye and stared at Miss Nickleby in great surprise. "My niece, my lord," said Ralph. "Then my ears did not deceive me, and it's not a waxwork," said his lordship. "How-de-do? I'm very happy." And then his lordship turned to another superlative gentleman, something older, something stouter, something redder in the face, and something longer upon town, and said in a loud whisper that the girl was devilish pretty. "Introduce me, Nickleby," said this second gentleman, who was lounging with his back to the fire and both elbows on the chimney-piece. "Sir Mulberry Hawk," said Ralph. "Otherwise the most knowing card in the pack, Miss Nickleby," said Lord Frederick Verisopht. "Don't leave me out, Nickleby," cried a sharp-faced gentleman who was sitting on a low chair with a high back, reading the paper. "Mr. Pike," said Ralph.
Nor me, Nickleby," cried a gentleman with a flushed face and a flash air from the elbow of Sir Mulberry Hawk. "Mr. Pluck," said Ralph. Then wheeling about again towards a gentleman with the neck of a stork and the legs of no animal in particular, Ralph introduced him as the Honourable Mr. Snob, and a white-headed person at the table as Colonel Chowser. The colonel was in conversation with somebody who appeared to be a make-weight and was not introduced at all. There were two circumstances which, in this early stage of the party, struck home to Kate's bosom and brought the blood tingling to her face. One was the flippant contempt with which the guests evidently regarded her uncle, and the other the easy insolence of their manner towards herself. That the first symptom was very likely to lead to the aggravation of the second, it needed no great penetration to foresee. And here Mr. Ralph Nickleby had reckoned without his host, for however fresh from the country a young lady, by nature, may be, and however unacquainted with conventional behaviour, the chances are that she will have quite as strong an innate sense of the decencies and proprieties of life as if she had run the gauntlet of a dozen London seasons, possibly a stronger one, for such senses have been known to blunt in this improving process. When Ralph had completed the ceremonial of introduction, he led his blushing niece to a seat. As he did so, he glanced warily round as though to assure himself of the impression which her unlooked-for appearance had created.
"An unexpected pleasure, Nickleby," said Lord Frederick Verisopht, taking his glass out of his right eye, where it had until now done duty on Kate, and fixing it in his left to bring it to bear on Ralph.
"Designed to surprise you, Lord Frederick," said Mr. Pluck.
"Not a bad idea," said his lordship, "and one that would almost warrant the addition of an extra 2.5%.
"Nickleby," said Sir Mulberry Hawk in a thick, coarse voice, "take the hint, and tack it on the other 25, or whatever it is, and give me half for the advice." Sir Mulberry garnished this speech with a hoarse laugh, and terminated it with a pleasant oath regarding Mr. Nickleby's limbs, whereat Messrs. Pyke and Pluck laughed consumedly. These gentlemen had not yet quite recovered the jest when dinner was announced, and then they were thrown into fresh ecstasies by a similar cause. For Sir Mulberry Hawk, in an excess of humour, shot dexterously past Lord Frederick Verisopht, who was about to lead Kate downstairs, and drew her arm through his up to the elbow.
"No, damn it, Verisopht," said Sir Mulberry. "Fair play is a jewel, and Miss Nickleby and I settled the matter with our eyes 10 minutes ago."
laughed the Honourable Mr. Snob. "Very good, very good." Rendered additionally witty by this applause, Sir Mulberry Hawk leered upon his friends most facetiously, and led Kate downstairs with an air of familiarity which roused in her gentle breast such burning indignation as she felt it almost impossible to repress. Nor was the intensity of these feelings at all diminished when she found herself placed at the top of the table with Sir Mulberry Hawk and Lord Frederick Verisopht on either side.
"Oh, you have found your way into our neighbourhood, have you?"
said Sir Mulberry as his lordship sat down.
"Of course,"
replied Lord Frederick, fixing his eyes on Miss Nickleby.
"How can you ask me?" "Well, you attend to your dinner," said Sir Mulberry, "and don't mind Miss Nickleby and me, for we shall prove very indifferent company, I dare say."
"I wish you'd interfere here, Nickleby," said Lord Frederick.
"What is the matter, my lord?" demanded Ralph from the bottom of the table, where he was supported by Messrs. Pyke and Pluck.
"This fellow Hawk is monopolizing your niece," said Lord Frederick.
"He has a tolerable share of everything that you lay claim to, my lord," said Ralph with a sneer.
"Gad, so he has," replied the young man. "Devil take me if I know which is master in my house, he or I."
"I know," muttered Ralph. "I think I shall cut him off with a shilling," said the young nobleman jocosely. "No, no, curse it!" said Sir Mulberry. "When you come to the shilling, the last shilling, I'll cut you fast enough. But till then, I'll never leave you. You may take your oath of it." This sally, which was strictly founded on fact, was received with a general roar, above which was plainly distinguishable the laughter of Mr. Pike and Mr. Pluck, who were evidently Sir Mulberry's toads in ordinary. Indeed, it was not difficult to see that the majority of the company preyed upon the unfortunate young lord, who, weak and silly as he was, appeared by far the least vicious of the party. Sir Mulberry Hawk was remarkable for his tact in ruining, by himself and his creatures, young gentlemen of fortune, a genteel and elegant profession of which he had undoubtedly gained the head. With all the boldness of an original genius, he had struck out an entirely new course of treatment, quite opposed to the usual method, his custom being, when he had gained the ascendancy over those he took in hand, rather to keep them down than to give them their own way, and to exercise his vivacity upon them openly and without reserve. Thus he made them butts in a double sense, and while he emptied them with great address, caused them to ring with sundry well-administered taps for the diversion of society. The dinner was as remarkable for the splendour and completeness of its appointments as the mansion itself, and the company were remarkable for doing it ample justice, in which respect Messrs. Pike and Pluck particularly signalized themselves, these two gentlemen eating of every dish and drinking of every bottle with a capacity and perseverance truly astonishing. They were remarkably fresh, too, notwithstanding their great exertions, for on the appearance of the dessert they broke out again as if nothing serious had taken place since breakfast. "Well," said Lord Frederick, sipping his first glass of port, "if this is a discounting dinner, all I have to say is, devil take me if it wouldn't be a good plan to get a discount every day." "You'll have plenty of it in your time," returned Sir Mulberry Hawk. "Nickleby will tell you that." "What do you say, Nickleby?" inquired the young man. "Am I to be a good customer?" "It depends entirely on circumstances, my lord," replied Ralph.
"On your lordship's circumstances,"
interposed Colonel Chowser of the militia and the racecourses. The gallant colonel glanced at Messrs. Pike and Pluck, as if he thought they ought to laugh at his joke, but those gentlemen, being only engaged to laugh for Sir Mulberry Hawk, were, to his signal discomfiture, as grave as a pair of undertakers. To add to his defeat, Sir Mulberry, considering any such efforts an invasion of his peculiar privilege, eyed the offender steadily through his glass, as if astonished at his presumption, and audibly stated his impression that it was an infernal liberty, which being a hint to Lord Frederick, he put up his glass and surveyed the object of censure as if he were some extraordinary wild animal then exhibiting for the first time. As a matter of course, Messrs. Pike and Pluck stared at the individual whom Sir Mulberry Hawk stared at. So the poor colonel, to hide his confusion, was reduced to the necessity of holding his port before his right eye and affecting to scrutinize its colour with the most lively interest. All this while Kate had sat as silently as she could, scarcely daring to raise her eyes lest they should encounter the admiring gaze of Lord Frederick Verisopht, or, what was still more embarrassing, the bold looks of his friend Sir Mulberry. The latter gentleman was obliging enough to direct general attention towards her. "Here is Miss Nickleby," observed Sir Mulberry, "wondering why the deuce somebody doesn't make love to her."
"No, indeed," said Kate, looking hastily up. "I—"
And then she stopped, feeling it would have been better to have said nothing at all.
"I'll hold any man £50," said Sir Mulberry, "that Miss Nickleby can't look in my face and tell me she wasn't thinking so."
"Done!" cried the noble gull. "Within 10 minutes."
"Done!" responded Sir Mulberry.
The money was produced on both sides, and the Honourable Mr. Snob was elected to the double office of stakeholder and timekeeper.
"Pray,"
said Kate in great confusion while these preliminaries were in course of completion,
"pray do not make me the subject of any bets, uncle. I cannot really—"
"Why not, my dear?" replied Ralph, in whose grating voice, however, there was an unusual huskiness, as though he spoke unwillingly and would rather that the proposition had not been broached. "It is done in a moment. There is nothing in it. If the gentlemen insist on it—" "I don't insist on it," said Sir Mulberry with a loud laugh. "That is, I by no means insist upon Miss Nickleby's making the denial, for if she does, I lose. But I shall be glad to see her bright eyes, especially as she favours the mahogany so much." "So she does, and it's too bad of you, Miss Nickleby," said the noble youth. "Quite cruel," said Mr. Pike. "Horrid cruel," said Mr. Pluck. "I don't care if I do lose," said Sir Mulberry, "for one tolerable look at Miss Nickleby's eyes is worth double the money." "More," said Mr. Pike. "Far more," said Mr. Pluck. "How goes the enemy, Snob?" asked Sir Mulberry Hawk. 4 minutes gone." "Bravo!" "Won't you make one effort for me, Miss Nickleby?" asked Lord Frederick after a short interval. "You needn't trouble yourself to inquire, my buck," said Sir Mulberry. "Miss Nickleby and I understand each other. She declares on my side and shows her taste. You haven't a chance, old fellow. Time, Snob." 8 minutes gone." "Get the money ready," said Sir Mulberry. "You'll soon hand over." laughed Mr. Pike. Mr. Pluck, who always came second and topped his companion if he could, screamed outright. The poor girl, who was so overwhelmed with confusion that she scarcely knew what she did, had determined to remain perfectly quiet. But fearing that by so doing she might seem to countenance Sir Mulberry's boast, which had been uttered with great coarseness and vulgarity of manner, raised her eyes and looked him in the face. There was something so odious, so insolent, so repulsive in the look which met her, that, without the power to stammer forth a syllable, she rose and hurried from the room. She restrained her tears by a great effort until she was alone upstairs, and then gave them vent. "Capital!" said Sir Mulberry Hawk, putting the stakes in his pocket. "That's a girl of spirit. We'll drink her health." It is needless to say that Pike and Co. responded with great warmth of manner to this proposal, or that the toast was drunk with many little insinuations from the firm relative to the completeness of Sir Mulberry's conquest. Ralph, who, while the attention of the other guests were attracted to the principals in the preceding scene, had eyed them like a wolf, appeared to breathe more freely now his niece was gone. The decanters passing quickly round, he leaned back in his chair and turned his eyes from speaker to speaker as they warmed with wine, with looks that seemed to search their hearts and lay bare for his distempered sport every idle thought within them. Meanwhile Kate, left wholly to herself, had in some degree recovered her composure. She had learnt from a female attendant that her uncle wished to see her before she left, and had also gleaned the satisfactory intelligence that the gentleman would take coffee at table. The prospect of seeing them no more contributed greatly to calm her agitation, and taking up a book she composed herself to read. She started sometimes when the sudden opening of the dining-room door let loose a wild shout of noisy revelry, and more than once rose in great alarm as a fancied footstep on the staircase impressed her with the fear that some stray member of the party was returning alone. Nothing occurring, however, to realize her apprehensions, she endeavoured to fix her attention more closely on her book, in which by degrees she became so much interested that she had read on through several chapters without heed of time or place, when she was terrified by suddenly hearing her name pronounced by a man's voice close at her ear. The book fell from her hand. Lounging on an ottoman close beside her was Sir Mulberry Hawk, evidently the worse, if a man be a ruffian at heart he is never the better, for wine.
"What a delightful studiousness!" said this accomplished gentleman. "Was it real now, or only to display the eyelashes?"
Kate, looking anxiously towards the door, made no reply.
"I have looked at 'em for 5 minutes," said Sir Mulberry. "Upon my soul, they're perfect. Why did I speak and destroy such a pretty little picture?"
"Do me the favour to be silent now, sir," replied Kate.
"No, don't," said Sir Mulberry, folding his crushed hat to lay his elbow on and bringing himself still closer to the young lady. "Upon my life, you oughtn't to. Such a devoted slave of yours, Miss Nickleby. It's an infernal thing to treat him so harshly. Upon my soul, it is."
"I wish you to understand, sir," said Kate, trembling in spite of herself, but speaking with great indignation, "that your behaviour offends and disgusts me. If you have a spark of gentlemanly feeling remaining, you will leave me."
"Now why," said Sir Mulberry, "will you keep up this appearance of excessive rigour, my sweet creature? Now be more natural, my dear Miss Nickleby, be more natural, do."
Kate hastily rose, but as she rose, Sir Mulberry caught her dress and forcibly detained her. "Let me go, sir!" she cried, her heart swelling with anger. "Do you hear? Instantly! This moment!"
Sit down, said Sir Mulberry. "I want to talk to you."
"Unhand me, sir, this instant!" cried Kate.
"Not for the world," rejoined Sir Mulberry.
Thus speaking, he leaned over as if to replace her in her chair, but the young lady, making a violent effort to disengage herself, he lost his balance and measured his length upon the ground. As Kate sprung forward to leave the room, Mr. Ralph Nickleby appeared in the doorway and confronted her.
"What is this?"
said Ralph. "It is this, sir," replied Kate, violently agitated, "that beneath the roof where I, a helpless girl, your dead brother's child, should most have found protection, I have been exposed to insult which should make you shrink to look upon me. Let me pass you." Ralph did shrink, as the indignant girl fixed her kindling eye upon him. But he did not comply with her injunction, nevertheless, for he led her to a distant seat, and returning and approaching Sir Mulberry Hawk, who had by this time risen, motioned towards the door.
"Your way lies there, sir,"
said Ralph in a suppressed voice that some devil might have owned with pride.
"What do you mean by that?"
demanded his friend fiercely. The swollen veins stood out like sinews on Ralph's wrinkled forehead, and the nerves about his mouth worked as though some unendurable emotion wrung them. But he smiled disdainfully, and again pointed to the door.
"Do you know me, you old madman?"
asked Sir Mulberry. "Well," said Ralph. The fashionable vagabond for the moment quite quailed under the steady look of the older sinner, and walked towards the door, muttering as he went.
"You wanted the Lord, did you?"
he said, stopping short when he reached the door, as if a new light had broken in upon him, and confronting Ralph again.
"Damn! I was in the way, was I?"
Ralph smiled again, but made no answer.
"Who brought him to you first?" pursued Sir Mulberry. "And how, without me, could you ever have wound him in your net as you have?"
"The net is a large one and rather full," said Ralph.
"Take care that it chokes nobody in the meshes." "You would sell your flesh and blood for money yourself if you have not already made a bargain with the devil," retorted the other. "Do you mean to tell me that your pretty niece was not brought here as a decoy for the drunken boy downstairs?"
Although this hurried dialogue was carried on in a suppressed tone on both sides, Ralph looked involuntarily round to ascertain that Kate had not moved her position so as to be within hearing. His adversary saw the advantage he had gained and followed it up.
"Do you mean to tell me," he asked again, "that it is not so? Do you mean to say that if he had found his way up here instead of me, you wouldn't have been a little more blind and a little more deaf and a little less flourishing than you have been? Come, Nickleby, answer me that. I'll tell you this, replied Ralph, that if I brought her here as a matter of business— "Aye, that's the word," interposed Sir Mulberry with a laugh. "You're coming to yourself again now."
"As a matter of business," pursued Ralph, speaking slowly and firmly, as a man who has made up his mind to say no more, "because I thought she might make some impression on the silly youth you have taken in hand and are lending good help to ruin. I knew, knowing him, that it would be long before he outraged her girl's feelings, and that unless he offended by mere puppyism and emptiness, he would, with a little management, respect the sex and conduct even of his usurer's niece. But if I thought to draw him on more gently by this device, I did not think of subjecting the girl to the licentiousness and brutality of so old a hand as you. And now we understand each other."
"Especially as there was nothing to be got by it, eh?"
sneered Sir Mulberry. "Exactly so," said Ralph. He had turned away and looked over his shoulder to make this last reply. The eyes of the two worthies met with an expression as if each rascal felt that there was no disguising himself from the other, and Sir Mulberry Hawk shrugged his shoulders and walked slowly out. His friend closed the door and looked restlessly towards the spot where his niece still remained in the attitude in which he had left her. She had flung herself heavily upon the couch, and with her head drooping over the cushion and her face hidden in her hands, seemed to be still weeping in an agony of shame and grief. Ralph would have walked into any poverty-stricken debtor's house and pointed him out to a bailiff, though in attendance upon a young child's death-bed, without the smallest concern, because it would have been a matter quite in the ordinary course of business, and the man would have been an offender against his only code of morality. But here was a young girl who had done no wrong save that of coming into the world alive, who had patiently yielded to all his wishes, who had tried hard to please him, above all, who didn't owe him money, and he felt awkward and nervous. Ralph took a chair at some distance, then another chair a little nearer, then moved a little nearer still, then nearer again, and finally sat himself on the sofa and laid his hand on Kate's arm. "Hush, my dear," he said, as she drew it back and her sobs burst out afresh. "Hush, hush. Don't mind it now. Don't think of it."
"Oh, for pity's sake, let me go home," cried Kate. "Let me leave this house and go home."
"Yes, yes," said Ralph. "You shall. But you must dry your eyes first and compose yourself. Let me raise your head. There, there."
"Oh, uncle," exclaimed Kate, clasping her hands, "what have I done? What have I done, that you should subject me to this? If I had wronged you in thought, or word, or deed, it would have been most cruel to me, and the memory of one you must have loved in some old time. But—"
"Only listen to me for a moment," interrupted Ralph, seriously alarmed by the violence of her emotions. "I didn't know it would be so. It was impossible for me to foresee it. I did all I could. Come, let us walk about. You are faint with the closeness of the room and the heat of these lamps. You'll be better now if you make the slightest effort."
"I will do anything," replied Kate, "if you will only send me home."
"Well, well, I will," said Ralph, "but you must get back your own looks, for those you have will frighten them, and nobody must know of this but you and I. Now, let us walk the other way. There, you look better even now." With such encouragements as these, Ralph Nickleby walked to and fro, with his niece leaning on his arm, actually trembling beneath her touch. In the same manner, when he judged it prudent to allow her to depart, he supported her downstairs, after adjusting her shawl and performing such little offices most probably for the first time in his life. Across the hall and down the steps Ralph led her too, nor did he withdraw his hand until she was seated in the coach. As the door of the vehicle was roughly closed, a comb fell from Kate's hair, close at her uncle's feet, and as he picked it up and returned it into her hand, the light of a neighbouring lamp shone upon her face. The lock of hair that had escaped and curled loosely over her brow, the traces of tears yet scarcely dry, the flushed cheek, the look of sorrow, all fired some dormant train of recollection in the old man's breast, and the face of his dead brother seemed present before him, with the very look it bore on some occasion of boyish grief, of which every minutest circumstance flashed upon his mind, with the distinctness of a scene of yesterday. Ralph Nickleby was proof against all appeals of blood and kindred, who was steeled against every tale of sorrow and distress, staggered while he looked, and went back into his house as a man who had seen a spirit from some world beyond the grave. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 20. Wherein Nicholas at length encounters his uncle, to whom he expresses his sentiments with much candour. His resolution. Little Miss La Creevy trotted briskly through divers streets at the west end of the town early on Monday morning, the day after the dinner, charged with the important commission of acquainting Madame Mantalini that Miss Nickleby was too unwell to attend that day, but hoped to be enabled to resume her duties on the morrow. And as Miss La Creevy walked along, revolving in her mind various genteel forms and elegant turns of expression with a view to the selection of the very best in which to couch her communication, she cogitated a good deal upon the probable causes of her young friend's indisposition.
"I don't know what to make of it," said Miss La Creevy. "Her eyes were decidedly red last night. She said she had a headache. Headaches don't occasion red eyes. She must have been crying."
Arriving at this conclusion, which indeed she had established to her perfect satisfaction on the previous evening, Miss La Creevy went on to consider, as she had done nearly all night, what new cause of unhappiness her young friend could possibly have had.
"I can't think of anything,"
said the little portrait painter.
"Nothing at all, unless it was the behaviour of that old bear. Cross to her, I suppose. Unpleasant brute."
Relieved by this expression of opinion, albeit it was vented upon empty air, Miss La Creevy trotted on to Madame Mantalini's, and being informed that the governing power was not yet out of bed, requested an interview with the second in command, whereupon Miss Nagg appeared.
"So far as I am concerned,"
said Miss Nagg when the message had been delivered, with many ornaments of speech,
"I could spare Miss Nickleby for evermore." "Oh, indeed, ma'am,"
rejoined Miss La Creevy, highly offended.
"But, you see, you are not the mistress of the business, and therefore it's of no great consequence." "Very good, ma'am," said Miss Nagg. "Have you any further commands for me?" "No, I have not, ma'am," rejoined Miss La Creevy. "Then good morning, ma'am," said Miss Nagg. "Good morning to you, ma'am, and many obligations for your extreme politeness and good breeding," rejoined Miss La Creevy.
Thus terminating the interview, during which both ladies had trembled very much and been marvellously polite, certain indications that they were within an inch of a very desperate quarrel, Miss La Creevy bounced out of the room and into the street.
"I wonder who that is," said the queer little soul. "A nice person to know, I should think. I wish I had the painting of her. I'd do her justice."
So, feeling quite satisfied that she had said a very cutting thing at Miss Nagg's expense, Miss La Creevy had a hearty laugh and went home to breakfast in great good humour. Here was one of the advantages of having lived alone so long. The little bustling, active, cheerful creature existed entirely within herself, talked to herself, made a confidant of herself, was as sarcastic as she could be on people who offended her by herself, pleased herself, and did no harm. If she indulged in scandal, nobody's reputation suffered, and if she enjoyed a little bit of revenge, no living soul was one atom the worse. One of the many to whom, from straitened circumstances, a consequent inability to form the associations they would wish, and a disinclination to mix with the society they could obtain, London is as complete a solitude as the plains of Syria. The humble artist had pursued her lonely but contented way for many years, and, until the peculiar misfortunes of the Nickleby family attracted her attention, had made no friends, though brimful of the friendliest feelings to all mankind. There are many warm hearts in the same solitary guise as poor little Miss La Creevy's. However, that's neither here nor there just now. She went home to breakfast and had scarcely caught the full flavour of her first sip of tea when the servant announced a gentleman, whereat Miss La Creevy, at once imagining a new sitter, transfixed by admiration at the street-door case, was in unspeakable consternation at the presence of the tea-things.
"Here, take him away. Run with him into the bedroom, anywhere," said Miss La Creevy. "Dear, dear, to think that I should be late on this particular morning of all others, after being ready for 3 weeks by 8:30 and not a soul coming near the place."
"Don't let me put you out of the way," said a voice Miss La Creevy knew. "I told the servant not to mention my name because I wished to surprise you."
"Mr. Nicholas!"
cried Miss La Creevy, starting in great astonishment. "You have not forgotten me, I see," replied Nicholas, extending his hand.
"Why, I think I should even have known you if I had met you in the street," said Miss La Creevy with a smile. "Hannah, another cup and saucer. Now, I'll tell you what, young man, I'll trouble you not to repeat the impertinence you were guilty of on the morning you went away."
"You would not be very angry, would you?" asked Nicholas.
"Wouldn't I?" said Miss La Creevy. "You had better try, that's all."
Nicholas, with becoming gallantry, immediately took Miss La Creevy at her word, who uttered a faint scream and slapped his face, but it was not a very hard slap, and that's the truth.
"I never saw such a rude creature!"
exclaimed Miss La Creevy. "You told me to try," said Nicholas.
"Well, but I was speaking ironically," rejoined Miss La Creevy.
"Oh, that's another thing," said Nicholas. "You should have told me that too."
"I dare say you didn't know indeed," retorted Miss La Creevy. "But now I look at you again, you seem thinner than when I saw you last, and your face is haggard and pale. And how come you to have left Yorkshire?"
She stopped here, for there was so much heart in her altered tone and manner that Nicholas was quite moved. "I need look somewhat changed," he said after a short silence, "for I have undergone some suffering, both of mind and body, since I left London. I have been very poor too, and have even suffered from want."
"Good heaven, Mr. Nicholas!"
exclaimed Miss La Creevy.
"What are you telling me?"
"Nothing which need distress you quite so much," answered Nicholas with a more sprightly air. "Neither did I come here to bewail my lot, but on matter more to the purpose. I wish to meet my uncle face to face. I should tell you that first."
"Then all I have to say about that is," interposed Miss La Creevy, "that I don't envy you your taste, and that sitting in the same room with his very boots would put me out of humour for a fortnight."
"In the main," said Nicholas, "there may be no great difference of opinion between you and me, so far. But you will understand that I desire to confront him, to justify myself, and to cast his duplicity and malice in his throat."
"That's quite another matter," rejoined Miss La Creevy. "Heaven forgive me, but I shouldn't cry my eyes quite out of my head if they choked him. Well!"
"To this end I called upon him this morning," said Nicholas.
He only returned to town on Saturday, and I knew nothing of his arrival until late last night."
"And did you see him?"
asked Miss La Creevy. "No," replied Nicholas. "He had gone out."
"Ha!"
said Miss La Creevy.
"On some kind, charitable business, I dare say."
"I have reason to believe," pursued Nicholas, "from what has been told me by a friend of mine who is acquainted with his movements, that he intends seeing my mother and sister to-day and giving them his version of the occurrences that have befallen me. I will meet him there."
"That's right,"
said Miss La Creevy, rubbing her hands.
"And yet, I don't know," she added. "There is much to be thought of, others to be considered."
"I have considered others," rejoined Nicholas, "but as honesty and honour are both at issue, nothing shall deter me."
"You should know best,"
said Miss La Creevy. "In this case, I hope so," answered Nicholas. "And all I want you to do for me is to prepare them for my coming. They think me a long way off, and if I went wholly unexpected, I should frighten them. If you can spare time to tell them that you have seen me, and that I shall be with them in a quarter of an hour afterwards, you will do me a great service."
"I wish I could do you or any of you a greater," said Miss La Creevy, "but the power to serve is as seldom joined with the will as the will is with the power, I think."
Talking on very fast and very much, Miss La Creevy finished her breakfast with great expedition, put away the tea-caddy and hid the key under the fender, resumed her bonnet, and, taking Nicholas's arm, sallied forth at once to the city. Nicholas left her near the door of his mother's house and promised to return within a quarter of an hour. It so chanced that Ralph Nickleby, at length seeing fit, for his own purposes, to communicate the atrocities of which Nicholas had been guilty, had, instead of first proceeding to another quarter of the town on business, as Newman Noggs supposed he would, gone straight to his sister-in-law. Hence, when Miss La Creevy, admitted by a girl who was cleaning the house, made her way to the sitting-room, she found Mrs. Nickleby and Kate in tears, and Ralph just concluding his statement of his nephew's misdemeanours. Kate beckoned her not to retire, and Miss La Creevy took a seat in silence. "You are here already, are you, my gentleman?" thought the little woman. "Then he shall announce himself and see what effect that has on you." "This is pretty," said Ralph, folding up Miss Squeers's note. "Very pretty. I recommend him, against all my previous conviction, for I knew he would never do any good, to a man with whom, behaving himself properly, he might have remained in comfort for years. What is the result? Conduct for which he might hold up his hand at the Old Bailey."
"I never will believe it," said Kate indignantly. "Never. It is some base conspiracy which carries its own falsehood with it."
"My dear," said Ralph, "you wrong the worthy man. These are not inventions. The man is assaulted. Your brother is not to be found. This boy of whom they speak goes with him. Remember, remember."
"It is impossible," said Kate. "Nicholas, and a thief too. Mamma, how can you sit and hear such statements?"
Poor Mrs. Nickleby, who had at no time been remarkable for the possession of a very clear understanding, and who had been reduced by the late changes in her affairs to a most complicated state of perplexity, made no other reply to this earnest remonstrance than exclaiming from behind a mass of pocket-handkerchief that she never could have believed it, thereby most ingeniously leaving her hearers to suppose that she did believe it. "It would be my duty, if he came in my way, to deliver him up to justice," said Ralph. "My bounden duty. I should have no other course, as a man of the world and a man of business, to pursue. And yet," said Ralph, speaking in a very marked manner and looking furtively but fixedly at Kate, "and yet I would not. I would spare the feelings of his sister. And his mother, of course," added Ralph as though by an afterthought and with far less emphasis.
Kate very well understood that this was held out as an additional inducement to her to preserve the strictest silence regarding the events of the preceding night. She looked involuntarily towards Ralph as he ceased to speak, but he had turned his eyes another way and seemed for the moment quite unconscious of her presence. "Everything," said Ralph after a long silence, broken only by Mrs. Nickleby's sobs, "everything combines to prove the truth of this letter, if indeed there were any possibility of disputing it. Do innocent men steal away from the sight of honest folks and skulk in hiding-places like outlaws? Do innocent men inveigle nameless vagabonds and prowl with them about the country as idle robbers do? Assault, riot, theft, what do you call these?" "A lie!" cried a voice as the door was dashed open and Nicholas came into the room. In the first moment of surprise, and possibly of alarm, Ralph rose from his seat and fell back a few paces, quite taken off his guard by this unexpected apparition. In another moment he stood, fixed and immovable, with folded arms, regarding his nephew with a scowl, while Kate and Miss La Creevy threw themselves between the two to prevent the personal violence which the fierce excitement of Nicholas appeared to threaten.
"Dear Nicholas,"
cried his sister, clinging to him, "be calm. Consider." "Consider, Kate," cried Nicholas, clasping her hand so tight in the tumult of his anger that she could scarcely bear the pain. "When I consider all and think of what has passed, I need be made of iron to stand before him." "Or bronze," said Ralph quietly. "There is not hardihood enough in flesh and blood to face it out."
"Oh, dear, dear!" cried Mrs. Nickleby. "That thing should have come to such a pass as this."
"Who speaks in a tone as if I had done wrong and brought disgrace on them?" said Nicholas, looking round. "Your mother, sir," replied Ralph, motioning towards her. "Whose ears have been poisoned by you," said Nicholas. "By you, who, under pretence of deserving the thanks she poured upon you, heaped every insult, wrong, and indignity upon my head. You who sent me to a den where sordid cruelty, worthy of yourself, runs wanton, and youthful misery stalks precocious, where the lightness of childhood shrinks into the heaviness of age, and its every promise blights and withers as it grows. I call heaven to witness," said Nicholas, looking eagerly round, "that I have seen all this, and that he knows it."
"Refute these calumnies," said Kate, "and be more patient, so that you may give them no advantage. Tell us what you really did, and show they are untrue."
"Of what do they, or of what does he, accuse me?" said Nicholas. "First, of attacking your master, and being within an ace of qualifying yourself to be tried for murder," interposed Ralph. "I speak plainly, young man, bluster as you will." "I interfered," said Nicholas, "to save a miserable creature from the vilest cruelty. In so doing, I inflicted such punishment upon a wretch as he will not readily forget, though far less than he deserved from me. If the same scene were renewed before me now, I would take the same part, but I would strike harder and heavier, and brand him with such marks as he should carry to his grave, go to it when he would. You hear?" said Ralph, turning to Mrs. Nickleby. "Penitence, this?"
"Oh, dear me!"
cried Mrs. Nickleby.
"I don't know what to think. I really don't."
"Do not speak just now, mamma, I entreat you," said Kate. "Dear Nicholas, I only tell you that you may know what wickedness can prompt, but they accuse you of a ring is missing, and they dare to say that—"
"The woman," said Nicholas haughtily, "the wife of the fellow from whom these charges come, dropped, as I suppose, a worthless ring among some clothes of mine early in the morning on which I left the house. At least, I know that she was in the bedroom where they lay, struggling with an unhappy child, and that I found it when I opened my bundle on the road. I returned it at once by coach, and they have it now."
I knew, said Kate, looking towards her uncle. About this boy, love. In whose company they say you left?
The boy, a silly, helpless creature from brutality and hard usage, is with me now, rejoined Nicholas. You hear? Said Ralph, appealing to the mother again. Everything proved, even upon his own confession. Do you choose to restore that boy, sir?
No, I do not, replied Nicholas.
You do not? Sneered Ralph. No, repeated Nicholas, not to the man with whom I found him. I would that I knew on whom he has the claim of birth. I might wring something from his sense of shame if he were dead to every tie of nature. Indeed, said Ralph. Now, sir, will you hear a word or two from me? You can speak when and what you please, replied Nicholas, embracing his sister. I take little heed of what you say or threaten. Mighty well, sir, retorted Ralph, but perhaps it may concern others, who may think it worth their while to listen and consider what I tell them. I will address your mother, sir, who knows the world.
Oh, and I only too dearly wish I didn't,
sobbed Mrs. Nickleby. There really was no necessity for the good lady to be much distressed upon this particular head, the extent of her worldly knowledge being, to say the least, very questionable, and so Ralph seemed to think, for he smiled as she spoke. He then glanced steadily at her and Nicholas by turns, as he delivered himself in these words. Of what I have done, or what I meant to do, for you, ma'am, and my niece, I say not one syllable. I held out no promise, and leave you to judge for yourself. I hold out no threat now, but I say that this boy, headstrong, wilful, and disorderly as he is, should not have one penny of my money, or one crust of my bread, or one grasp of my hand to save him from the loftiest gallows in all Europe. I will not meet him, come where he comes, or hear his name. I will not help him, or those who help him. With a full knowledge of what he brought upon you by so doing, he has come back in his selfish sloth, to be an aggravation of your wants and a burden upon his sister's scanty wages. I regret to leave you, and more to leave her now, but I will not encourage this compound of meanness and cruelty, and as I will not ask you to renounce him, I see you no more. If Ralph had not known and felt his power in wounding those he hated, his glances at Nicholas would have shown it him in all its force as he proceeded into the above address. Innocent as the young man was of all wrong, every artful insinuation stung, every well-considered sarcasm cut him to the quick, and when Ralph noted his pale face and quivering lip, he hugged himself to mark how well he had chosen the taunts best calculated to strike deep into a young and ardent spirit.
I can't help it, cried Mrs. Nickleby. I know you have been very good to us, and meant to do a good deal for my dear daughter. I am quite sure of that. I know you did, and it was very kind of you, having her at your house and all, and of course it would have been a great thing for her and for me too. But I can't, you know, brother-in-law, I can't renounce my own son, even if he has done all you say he has. It's not possible. I couldn't do it. So we must go to rack and ruin, Kate, my dear. I can bear it, I dare say. Pouring forth these and a perfectly wonderful train of other disjointed expressions of regret, which no mortal power but Mrs. Nickleby's could ever have strung together, that lady wrung her hands, and her tears fell faster.
Why do you say, if Nicholas has done what they say he has, mamma?
asked Kate with honest anger.
You know he has not.
I don't know what to think, one way or another, my dear, said Mrs. Nickleby. Nicholas is so violent, and your uncle has so much composure, that I can only hear what he says and not what Nicholas does. Never mind, don't let us talk any more about it. We can go to the workhouse, or the refuge for the destitute, or the Magdalen Hospital, I dare say, and the sooner we go, the better. with this extraordinary jumble of charitable institutions, Mrs. Nickleby again gave way to her tears. "Stay," said Nicholas as Ralph turned to go. "You need not leave this place, sir, for it will be relieved of my presence in 1 minute, and it will be long, very long, before I darken these doors again."
"Nicholas!" cried Kate, throwing herself on her brother's shoulder. "Do not say so. My dear brother, you will break my heart. Mamma, speak to him. Do not mind her, Nicholas. She does not mean it. You should know her better. Uncle, somebody, for heaven's sake, speak to him."
"I never meant, Kate," said Nicholas tenderly, "I never meant to stay among you. Think better of me than to suppose it possible. I may turn my back on this town a few hours sooner than I intended, but what of that? We shall not forget each other apart, and better days will come when we shall part no more. Be a woman, Kate," he whispered proudly, "and do not make me one while he looks on."
"No, no, I will not," said Kate eagerly. "But you will not leave us. Oh, think of all the happy days we have had together before these terrible misfortunes came upon us, of all the comfort and happiness of home, and the trials we have to bear now, of our having no protector under all the slights and wrongs that poverty so much favours, and you cannot leave us to bear them alone, without one hand to help us."
"You will be helped when I am away," replied Nicholas hurriedly. "I am no help to you, no protector. I should bring you nothing but sorrow and want and suffering. My own mother sees it, and her fondness and fears for you point to the course that I should take. And so all good angels bless you, Kate, till I can carry you to some home of mine where we may revive the happiness denied to us now, and talk of these trials as of things gone by. Do not keep me here, but let me go at once. There, dear girl, dear girl." The grasp which had detained him relaxed, and Kate swooned in his arms. Nicholas stooped over her for a few seconds, and placing her gently in a chair, confided her to their honest friend. "I need not entreat your sympathy," he said, wringing her hand, "for I know your nature. You will never forget them." He stepped up to Ralph, who remained in the same attitude which he had preserved throughout the interview, and moved not a finger. "Whatever step you take, sir," he said in a voice inaudible beyond themselves, "I shall keep a strict account of. I leave them to you at your desire. There will be a day of reckoning sooner or later, and it will be a heavy one for you if they are wronged." Ralph did not allow a muscle of his face to indicate that he had heard one word of this parting address. He hardly knew that it was concluded, and Mrs. Nickleby had scarcely made up her mind to detain her son by force if necessary, when Nicholas was gone. As he hurried through the streets to his obscure lodging, seeking to keep pace, as it were, with the rapidity of the thoughts which crowded upon him, many doubts and hesitations arose in his mind, and almost tempted him to return. But what would they gain by this? Supposing he were to put Ralph Nickleby at defiance, and were even fortunate enough to obtain some small employment, his being with them could only render their present condition worse, and might greatly impair their future prospects. For his mother had spoken of some new kindnesses towards Kate which she had not denied. "No," thought Nicholas, "I have acted for the best." But before he had gone 500 yards, some other and different feeling would come upon him, and then he would lag again, and pulling his hat over his eyes, give way to the melancholy reflections which pressed thickly upon him. To have committed no fault, and yet to be so entirely alone in the world, to be separated from the only persons he loved, and to be proscribed like a criminal when 6 months ago he had been surrounded by every comfort and looked up to as the chief hope of his family, this was hard to bear. He had not deserved it either. Well, there was comfort in that, and poor Nicholas would brighten up again, to be again depressed as his quickly shifting thoughts presented every variety of light and shade before him. Undergoing these alternations of hope and misgiving, which no one, placed in a situation of ordinary trial, can fail to have experienced, Nicholas at length reached his poor room, where, no longer borne up by the excitement which had hitherto sustained him, but depressed by the revulsion of feeling it left behind, he threw himself on the bed and, turning his face to the wall, gave free vent to the emotions he had so long stifled. He had not heard anybody enter, and was unconscious of the presence of Smike, until, happening to raise his head, he saw him, standing at the upper end of the room, looking wistfully towards him. He withdrew his eyes when he saw that he was observed, and affected to be busied with some scanty preparations for dinner. "Well, Smike," said Nicholas, as cheerfully as he could speak, "let me hear what new acquaintances you have made this morning, or what new wonder you have found out in the compass of this street and the next one." "No," said Smike, shaking his head mournfully. "I must talk of something else to-day." "Of what you like," replied Nicholas good-humouredly. "Of this," said Smike. "I know you are unhappy and have got into great trouble by bringing me away. I ought to have known that and stopped behind. I would, indeed, if I had thought it then. You are not rich. You have not enough for yourself, and I should not be here. You grow," said the lad, laying his hand timidly on that of Nicholas. "You grow thinner every day. Your cheek is paler, and your eye more sunk. Indeed, I cannot bear to see you so, and think how I am burdening you. I tried to go away to-day, but the thought of your kind face drew me back. I could not leave you without a word." The poor fellow could say no more, for his eyes filled with tears, and his voice was gone. "The word which separates us," said Nicholas, grasping him heartily by the shoulder, "shall never be said by me, for you are my only comfort and stay. I would not lose you now, Smike, for all the world could give. The thought of you has upheld me through all I have endured to-day, and shall through 50 times such trouble. Give me your hand. My heart is linked to yours. We will journey from this place together before the week is out. What, if I am steeped in poverty? You lighten it, and we will be poor together." End of chapter 20.